It is now, chat. Welcome aboard. Welcome one and all to this always entertaining stream. Oh my gosh, I've been looking forward to this. I've been looking forward to this one since like Tuesday, to be honest. It was ever since Tuesday I've been like, oh my gosh, can we please get to the weekend? I'm especially happy to be here right now because up until now, I have spent all day in my kitchen scrubbing and cleaning up cabinetry. Get it ready for sale because, you know, that's always fun. But it's a thing that has to be done. And so I was like, just listening to YouTube and scrubbing cabinets. That's been my day so far. So I am very, very happy to be here instead with y'all. Welcome, Outlaw, and welcome, Marku. Glad you can make it. I know that's super early for you, so happy you can make it, my friend. Hello, Animated Acumen. Oh, man. We got some doozies today. Hello, whatever. Welcome in. Good to see you all. It's gonna be a fun one. We got a lot of... There's some that I'm looking at right now that I've just got... I'm holding back the giggles, just reading the headlines, chat. He was Afro Samurais. Yes. That's the that's gonna be the big the big discussion topic today, I think. I think it's definitely the elephant in the room right now. Sorry, I think it's water. These usually go on for quite a while. I think the shortest one we did was like 4.5 hours long. So, these are definitely going to be marathon streams. So, hello. Oh, I thought you were someone else. I thought you were NDA for a sec. All good. Reading a Western comic on the side. Tex Willer, if you're interested. I'm not really a comic book guy. Never really have been, honestly. I kind of paid attention to the state of the Western comic book industry way back during the Comicsgate days, which feels like fucking forever ago now. But I haven't really paid attention to it in several years. I just stopped giving a shit. So they always say that, like, for every person that announces that they're leaving, like a hobby or a group or anything, there's like 100 people that leave and don't announce it. And I was one of those people that just kind of stopped caring, you know. When an Italian comic not infested with the woke crap like Marvel stuff. Yeah, I've heard that outside of like manga from Japan, stuff like that, that the European comic book market is actually got a fuck ton of hidden gems in it, and they actually take the industry seriously over in Europe, and they don't obsess over cape shit. They're more like manga, and that they actually explore a very, very, very diverse range of topics and conflicts and genres and all that kind of stuff. Whereas American comic books is just gay cape shit. That's all it is now. And by gay, I don't mean lame. I mean like gay isn't actually like gay, because like if the gayness of the American comic book character pantheon were in any way reflective of reality, then humanity would literally cease to exist because there wouldn't be enough people breeding. Oh my god. Anyway, let's go ahead and jump into our first topic. Let me switch over to move myself over here. Oh man, it went quiet. Let's get some background music. There we go. Some very light, simple background music. We don't want to drown out the topics. Okay, so usually what we do, well, not usually, I think it's just a normal thing now. We got to start off with an appetizer before we start diving into anything super deep, super serious, anything like that. And there are a lot of opportunities for this. But I think the most recent ones that were posted that I was able to dig up probably qualify as the best ones for the openers. And the first one, oh, I gotta bring it up here. Duh. Oh, please don't have an autoplay. Come on. Oh, it's on the wrong tab. Damn it. Damn scuff. Garr. There. I want it load. That's the problem. Come on. There we go. Thought it wasn't going to load for a sec there. A lot of good ones in Europe. Got Westerns, horror, fantasy. The biggest problem is that a lot of them aren't translated to English. Yeah, I've heard that. Like, it's also, I feel like in Europe, comics are like, they're a niche thing already in America. I don't consider them mainstream at all here in America, but I hear that they're like over in Europe, they're even more of a niche over there. So while the comics are good, I feel like they don't get a massive readership like say manga does. You know what I mean? Gaming getting filled with those Yasuke, not Yakuza memes over time. I do the same thing. I always spell out Yasuke like Yakuza with an E, and then I have to go back and correct myself. Indie comics are doing okay. Really, you're looking for a specific person rather than all. I mean, yeah, that's the thing though. Is that like it takes such an effort to find a good creator these days that to me it's just not even fucking worth it. And then even amongst the indie scene, there's so much fucking bullshit drama going on. Like, I swear to God, in terms of mainstream comics, like the Eisners, they just nominated. This isn't a story. Well, I'm just gonna go into this just a little bit before we get going here. But the Eisners nominated an Ed Piskor book, as well as a book that was written by the person he accused of killing him. Like, which means Ed Piskor's family, because Ed Piskor is no longer with us. He game ended himself due to bullying from the industry, and he named the people who drove him to game end himself in like his last statement, and nothing happened. Nothing came of it. And then the Eisner Awards, which is like the awards, like the Oscars, the Grammys, but for comic books, they're worthless. They went ahead and nominated both a book by him as well as a book made by his accused murderer, which means Ed's family has to sit in a room for an award ceremony with the person who he accused of killing their family member. It's the industry is comically, pun intended, disgusting, absolutely disgusting, vile. It's filled with freaks, weirdos, cowards. It's a horrible place to be. And then on the indie side, like outside of like a couple people who just like have the clout to just do whatever the fuck they want, like Sean Gordon Murphy, those kinds of people. It's all between EVS, all caps comics, and the Ripperverse, and there's just like constant drama between those two communities, and I don't know what the details of it are. I don't have a side because I don't really actually pay attention to it. I just know about it, and it's just like everywhere you go, it's just fucking bullshit. So it's like, why would I want to engage myself in an industry that's just so filled to the brim with all this bullshit, this grade school, catty bullshit. I don't want to have any part of that, Oh man, I got a full-on comic mall in France. Ooh, that sounds cool. Don't remember the name though. You can avoid the drama if you want. One of the biggest publishers is called Bandes Dessinées. Most awards are only valuable for additional roles positions. Well, that's the thing. Awards aren't actually awards. Awards are just for clout, and networking. That's the only thing that that's the only purpose awards serve, which is why they're so easily corruptible. Because it's not based on merit, it's based on who you know. This was literally the center of the controversy back during the original Gamergate scandal. You know, drama is retarded, by the way. It all started from EVS giving Eric some light criticism on his comic and interviews to move on. Yeah, it's just, I don't know, man. I'm looking at it from the outside, and I'm just like, I see all this bullshit in the pool. Like, the pool is just filled with like mossy patches, and the water's green and gross. And I'm like, why the fuck would I dive into this pool? You know what I mean? Like, I'm just like, no, I'm good. You know, I don't want to have anything to do with it. But anyway, let's get into the first story. UFC fighter says he'll homeschool son so he doesn't end up turning gay. This gets better. Mixed martial arts artist Bryce Mitchell also said he fears public schools could turn his infant son into a communist or subject him to the works of Edgar Allan Poe. I love this guy. I want to root for him. I want him to exceed in every way imaginable. This guy is fucking base as hell. It's like, of course, that is the exact reason, though. Like, unironically, not to public school. Put your kids in public school, because why would you want your kids to turn into a gay communist that hates you? But like, why Edgar Allan Poe though? Edgar Allan Poe is fucking awesome. Like, if you read The Cask of Amontillado, the way that Edgar Allan Poe came up with like the creative ways that he thought of like ways to kill people are fucking legendary, man. Like, oh my god, he is super creative, fucking dude. I still to this day remember I read The Cask of Amontillado way back in like 6th grade or some shit like that. Long time ago, and I still remember it vividly. Like, you know, he's like drugged up and like laid up against the wall, and then he's just like one brick at a time, like bricked in to like a tiny little cell with a single brick left out like at his eye level, so that he could see out so he could see what freedom looks like as he dies and starved to death in the cellar, in the darkness and the dampness. Oh my god, dude, like, it's so sadistic. I fucking love it, man. Oh my god. Like, any of the darker style writers need to be age appropriate, can't be giving Poe to grades 1 through 5. Yeah, my first exposure to Poe was grade 6. I think it was 6 or it was sometime in middle school. 6 or 7, something like that. But man, I fucking loved Edgar Allan Poe. So I don't know why Edgar Allan Poe. Maybe it's because he's like, I mean, is it a part of the curriculum these days? Like, is it normal for like elementary school kids to be exposed to Edgar Allan Poe? Because they shouldn't be. Like, his stories are not meant for children at all. Anyway, let's read this. American mixed martial artist Bryce Mitchell said he will be homeschooling his infant son because he doesn't want him to be gay. We're going to homeschool all our kids, more than one, fucking double-based, or they're all going to end up turning gay, Mitchell, 29, said in an Instagram video Wednesday while holding his son Tucker, who he said was born on March 29th. That's the reason I'm going to homeschool Tucker, because I don't want him to be a communist. I don't want him to worship Satan. I don't want him to be gay. What a legend. All legit reasons, by the way. These are very, very legitimate reasons to not public school your kids. Taking the Bible out of school and replacing it with Poe, I can get it. I mean, the Bible isn't allowed in school, though. Is it in school? I mean, I would think that, like, the kind of people that are in the public school system, you'd think that the contact with the Bible would make their skin sizzle, you know? Not anymore? It's back in? I mean, glad communists aren't tolerated where I live. I know, dude. You live in... Well, Finland is like the basis of the Nordic countries, I feel like, isn't it? It really is. Probably because it shares a border with Russia, I would think. Oh, wait, does it share a border with Russia? Am I getting my geography right there? I thought it did. Gosh, I had to... I'm pretty sure it does. Anyway, yes, we share a border. Yeah, it's our eastern border. That's what I thought. Okay. Bible used to be in the school. They would use the Bible as a reference for different styles of writing stories, etc. I mean, I think that's a good thing. But yeah, they've taken it out. And that's the thing. Like, I mean, when he says like, I don't want him to turn into a saint. It's like, yeah, I actually get that. Like, I pay attention to libs of TikTok. I see the fucking satanic shit coming out of the public school system, and like honestly, like unironically, I would not let, if I ever have kids, I wouldn't public school them either, unironically, for the same reasons this guy would. Let's see. Mitchell's 16-3. That's a pretty good record for 19 fights. You usually have 2, maybe 3 fights a year. Maybe. Okay, so he probably started fighting like professionally in the UFC when he was like 20, I would say probably 24, 25, which is actually a little late. Usually people start in their early 20s when they're kind of at their physical peak. But 16-3 is a pretty good record. Featherweight fighter whose nickname is Thug. I didn't read this far initially. His nickname is Thug Nasty. Oh my god. They would use the so they took it out and replaced it with something secular, so it sounds like he wants those morals and values to be part of the curriculum. Damn, he's a naughty firm. Yeah, right? Made the homophobic... Oh, fuck off. Made the homophobic remarks. Right after he encouraged his nearly 500,000 Instagram followers not to vaccinate their children. I guess before he complained that public schools don't have students reading the Bible. Yeah. They took it out of the schools and replaced it with Edgar Allan Poe, who shacked up with his cousin. Is that true? I didn't remember that. Regas read a handful of his stories. God, he's an anti-vaxxer too. Holy shit. This guy is fucking below the ground based. Holy shit, dude. Arkansas native. Well, that explains a lot right there. Who works as a cattle farmer when he's not in an MMA cage. Why did I say that weird? MMA cage. My son ain't going to be reading no Edgar Allan Poe. Okay, he's going to be reading the Bible. Which, yeah, I mean, that's... Honestly, though, the Bible is going to be over your son's head, too, my friend. Like... but it's still better for the kid than Edgar Allan Poe, I would think. Edgar Allan Poe, you need to... Honestly, for both of them, you need to grow up a bit. You know? Base is bedrock, damn right. Virginia Eliza Poe. May Clem? What is that? Is that like a maiden name? May Clem? August 15th, 1822 to January 30th, 1847. Wow, she did not live long. What is that, like 25 years? Was the wife of American writer Edgar Allan Poe. The couple were first cousins and publicly married when Virginia Clem was 13. Oh, fuck. Oh my god. Oof. I mean, age of consent was a different thing back then, wasn't it? It really was. So you can see why he isn't a fan of Poe. Okay, yeah, I could see that, but you know, death of the author kind of stuff, like his writing versus him as a person. Yeah, like the left. That's what the left does. You know, that's what the left tries to do to like Harry Potter and J.K. Rowling, stuff like that. They apply death of the author. I think if they can do it, we can do it. I mean, the left is notorious at doing that. They do that with J.K. Rowling. They do that with Orson Scott Card. Who else? Oh, the horror writer, the guy who does the Cthulhu stuff. What's his name? Crap. What's his name? Watch Chad, help me out here. Maybe I could think of it before you guys do. Lovecraft. Thank you. Damn it, you beat me to it. H.P. Lovecraft. Yeah, the death of the author thing is a very common tactic on the left, and they've done it to a lot of very famous authors throughout the years. You learned about the cousin part around the same time I learned of Poe. I don't know if I did or not. Again, because it was in middle school. It was so long ago. I don't know if they actually told us about like Poe himself. I thought that we read him. It was a. I'm pretty sure we read him as a matter of like poetic narrative, because like we were just like learning how to read stories and stuff like that, and so like they had us read Poe because Poe didn't like just do like little pithy poems about nonsense. He actually like wrote actual narrative stories with rhythmic and rhyming prose and stuff like that. And so I think that that's the only reason we were introduced to his writings, just as a matter of like, hey, you could write in other ways other than like the normal way, Dude inspired some weird stuff. Yeah, he did, dude. The fucking guy was dark as hell. And his South Park episode was fucking hilarious. Lovecraft's cat had an interesting name. Man, you guys know a lot about these people. Fucking, I like having an intelligent audience. Reminds me of the 1982 space movie. Oh, is that the one that's literally called, like, you Google search 1982 space movie? I never did that. I need to do that. I need to get around to doing that. Anyway. It wasn't clear whether Mitchell, who assured publicly that he believes the Earth is flat. He believes that he's a flat earther too. God damn, dude. Oh man. Plans to homeschool Tucker himself. Oh my gosh, that's him? He does not look like an MMA fighter in this photograph. What the hell? He's just like a regular ass doughy dude. Like this guy looks like he could be an MMA fighter, absolutely. This guy, this is off season for sure. Damn. Oh man. Do I know what his cat was called? No, I do not. That movie, by the way, is available on YouTube for free. It's a short movie. The farms it goes for anime. Yeah, dude. Well, like, oh, what was his name? There was a baseball player. It was Nolan Ryan. Yeah, it was Nolan Ryan. Nolan Ryan did the same thing. Like in the off season, he just went home and did his farming shit. Like that's what he did in the off season. Like he was just a regular ass farmer. So his cat was called Little. Was the cat at least a black cat? The body comp changes, but yeah, it's a wild transformation. Yeah, I know, dude. I used I used to train at an MMA gym. Actually, it wasn't an MMA gym. It was a self-defense gym. I learned, that's where I learned all my Kali stuff and a tiny little bit of karate. I didn't really like karate. Kali is far more brutal and practical and useful. But when you go to a self-defense place, you're never going to start training with a few people who want to fight in the ring. So I ended up training with several people who did a few amateur fights and stuff like that. And man, when they were even just training for a fight, when they got 2 weeks ahead of a fight and they started cutting weight, the before and after a weight cut is fucking insane sometimes. It's dangerous what fighters do to cut weight sometimes. Oh man, I would never want to fucking put myself through that shit. Oh my god. Okay, okay, let's read the post. Y'all know, without the W, I'll get censored for this one, but I don't care. I love kids and I love the truth. We have to fight for our... Can you, like, FITE, fight for our kids, or evil will corrupt the next generation? This country is so evil, only God can save us. I was told DHS was gonna come get my kid because I didn't let the doc stick him with the needle. Don't let these threats of violence scare you. Be prepared and be happy to die for you, our kids. That's what it's gonna take to get our freedom back. Remember, I just got love in my heart, so if Sumone twists my words and makes me look like the bad guy, you will know the real enemy. Thank y'all for watching. I appreciate all the likes and comments. Damn, is that not the fucking redneck social media post of the century? Holy shit, dude. Oh, man. No idea if the cat was black. There's a grainy black and white photo of him holding the cat, but the color is impossible to say for sure. Interesting. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Mitchell's Instagram video drew mixed responses. You don't say. At least 2 fellow UFC fighters appeared to support it. Sean Strickland. I expect Sean Strickland because Sean Strickland is off the fucking wall, dude. He doesn't give a shit, too. And he wins at the UFC all the time. Like, he is a winner in the UFC. Because they tried to cancel Sean last year, I think, over similar kind of statements, I think. Let's see. A former UFC middleweight champion who himself has made anti-LGBTQ remarks publicly. Well, this is the thing, like, UFC in particular is a particularly, like, machismo, macho kind of sport. So, you know, I expect and even desire a little bit of homophobia in my UFC fighters. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, they should be, like, I want them to play into the macho shit, you know, like it helps the sport, you know. Commented with prayer and American flag emojis, and that's such a boomer fucking thing to do. And welterweight star Jorge Masvidal wrote, "God bless." Based. Other responses were more critical. Several people took aim at the homophobic nature of the remarks. That's the thing. It's like they keep trying to smear, you know, the homophobic. They just keep trying to, you know, use these words. But it's like we're at the point now where, like, I don't give a shit. You don't give a shit. Nobody gives a shit. Because I remember, like, man, 8-9 years ago, like back during the Gamergate era, that kind of era, you got if I got called like a racist or a misogynist or something like that, I got really offended by that because of how heinous that of an accusation that is. Now it's just fucking laughable. Now it's just like, yeah, okay, whatever, bro. Don't care. Don't give a fuck. Someone questioned why Mitchell was, quote, throwing shade at Poe. At least one commenter took issue with Mitchell's wearing only what appeared to be boxer shorts, writing, "Maybe put your pants on before posting videos." I mean, dude, this guy is like a heartland of America redneck. Come on. Like, I mean, I can see a dad with his newborn son. That's all I see here. What is this over here? What the fuck is that? I don't know what that is. Whatever. Although I will say, wearing boxers is fine. Why do you have, first of all, white boxers, bro? Come on. And not only that, but it looks like they're like, it's got like a pattern of like peaches on the boxers. It's a little gay, bro. Not gonna lie, it's a little bit gay. Get you some solid color black or dark gray. That's it, man. That's all you're allowed. Let's see. Neither UFC nor Mitchell's team, Barada MMA, immediately responded to requests for comment about Mitchell's Instagram post. Yeah, because they know who he is, and Dana White doesn't give a fuck. Like, Dana White doesn't give a single shit about people trying to cancel his fighters. Like, he stands up for, like, the wildest shit that anyone says on either side of the political aisle in the UFC. He does not care. Has many patterned boxers? No, I don't. Hi, Cordell. Let's see. Dude, I'm such a bougie bitch, dude. I wear fucking Ralph Lauren branded boxer briefs, dude. I'm so fucking bougie. Oh man, that was one of the few things. Like, when I started getting paid like really good money, that was like one of the things that I like upgraded in my life. Was like the quality of the underwear that I wore. Dana White 2028. I don't know. Let's see. Mitchell made his anti-gay remark. See, again, anti-gay, who cares? We don't fucking care. Like, just 2 weeks after Kansas City Chiefs kicker Harrison Butker made national headlines for a commencement speech at a Catholic college encouraging women to be homemakers and railing against abortion, COVID-19 lockdown measures, and LGBTQ Pride Month. Yeah, I mean, Catholic football player goes to Catholic school and says Catholic things. Like, what the fuck do you expect? Like, and again, but this is the thing. These are two, like, pretty good indicators that cancel culture, the power of cancel culture, has severely waned, because the Catholic school stood up for him. His coach and his fellow, like, all-star player stood up for him. And his both male and female scab jerseys became, like, the best-selling jerseys in the league after he said that stuff. And then for here, I guarantee you Dana White ain't gonna do shit. He probably supports it to some degree. His team isn't gonna do shit. Because his team knows him. His team knows his beliefs. You know what I mean? If they wanted to cancel, they'd have done it a long time ago. You know? Secretary of State? No, hang on. What would no. You know what you want to know? You make him the health secretary. Or what's that the woman, the man dressed like a woman pretending to be a woman. Is it the Surgeon General? Is that what? I can't remember. The name is like Levin, like Adam Levin. Not Adam Levin. It's not Adam Levin. That's an actual person. That's a different person. Something Levin is their name, and they're like in charge of like the health or whatever of the country. And it's like, why are we like listening to this obese trans person about health advice? Like, why? This is bio-Leninism, like, played out right in front of the nation right there, you know? Joe Rogan for Health and Human Services? Yeah. Rachel Levin, that's who I'm thinking of. Serves as the 17th Assistant Secretary for Health for the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. Yes, that's who I'm thinking of. Fucking freak show. Which crossdresser in U.S. government are you talking about? I'm talking about the one that Outlaw just posted. Rachel Levin. Look it up. That person's in charge of like health advisory or some or whatever. She has like a lot of power and sway over like if there's, you know, a pandemic response or something like that, or just general like health guidances across the country. And it's like that one I remembered out. Yeah, and it's really sad that you have to ask which crossdresser in U.S. government. The fact that like it's ambiguous, like you have to clarify, is really fucking sad for the United States, to be honest. On March 18th, 2020, Levin directed Pennsylvania nursing homes to admit new patients, including stable patients recovering from the COVID-19 virus who were released from the hospital. Yeah, Levin is a fucking freak show. So I had a really poor record prior to it, still got a promotion. Oh yeah, of course. Again, I'm telling you, bio-Leninism is an absolutely real thing. I'm telling you, it's totally a real thing. It sounds conspiratorial until you see it in action. Like, a combination of like Levin and like that fucking freak show dude who was like put in charge of like nuclear waste or whatever the fuck, who like to dress like as a dog gimp, and he stole like he was like a kleptomaniac who stole women's clothing and out of like suitcases at the airport and shit. Remember that fucking freak show? Joe Biden was like, yeah, let's put that guy in charge of something. Like, this is clear bio-Leninism in action. I was on the fence about that being a thing until Biden came along, and I was like, oh, don't get mad at me for noticing. Sam Britton, yeah, God, dude, what a fucking freak show. Anyway, this was a fucking funny one. Fucking based MMA. Oh man. All right. What do we got next? Oh shit. Is that a really fresh one you just posted, Outlaw? Was that like today? I was gonna say that must have just happened. Okay, we'll definitely cover that. Let's do one more funny one, and then we'll get into the Yasuke discussion. Oh shit. Is this? Uh-oh. Is it gonna show? What is it gonna show? It might show. You might see some behind the scenes things here real quick. Hang on. Okay, you didn't. Okay. Phew. Belgian government will intervene in cases where prostitutes refuse sexual acts too often. Ladies and gentlemen, Belgium has it's got to a point where the government is forcing prostitutes to do sexual acts for their clients. Oh my god. I actually have Count Dankula to thank for bringing this one to my attention, because he did a video on this like a day or so ago, and I was like, oh my god. I have to talk about this one. Oh my god. Oh my god. Look at this. This looks like a fucking Renaissance painting, does it not? Look at this thing. This is like a 2024 Renaissance painting. Implement these. Not a strip club. Nil cap? Okay. No cap. Are they saying no cap? Like VTubers say? Let's see. I gotta get... I can't... It's hard to read it. Affordable... childcare? Flexible working hours. Disability and mental health support. Universal basic income. Fair employment practices, and everything else that something us to choose. Stripping is our work. Fucking stunning and brave. Very stunning and brave. Right click. Oh yeah, that's right. I can control zoom. That's right. Good call, chat. That would have been so much easier. And everything else that causes us to choose. Okay. It still says nil cap. What the fuck does nil cap mean? I don't... Sex workers' rights are a feminist issue. Of course they are. Remember, chat. The issue is never the issue. The issue is the omni-issue. The issue is the revolution at all times. That's why Greta Thunberg showed up at one of the college Palestine protests like a week or so ago. It's like, of course she did, because all leftist issues aren't the issues. It's all just one issue, which is to foment the revolution. Okay, let's get into this. Let me zoom back out so you can read along with me here. There you go. A new law in Belgium, celebrated by activists for providing a labor contract to prostitutes, will also enable their pimps to punish them with a government mediator if they refuse sex more than 10 times in a 6-month period. Damn. You know what that means, chat? That means that you have to find a prostitute in Belgium that has refused sex exactly 10 times within the last 6 months, because they're not allowed to exceed 10. So if you find the one that has exactly 10, they have to do whatever you tell them to, chat. You just go to the pimp. Which one's got 10? Which one's got 10, pimpo? I got some sick shit I want to get out of my system right now. The Belgian parliament voted for the law on May 3rd with 93 in favor, 0 opposed, and 33 abstentions. It was unanimous. Holy fuck. Do these refusals have to be reported to government as they are happening, or how do they keep track? Well, the pimp does. I think that they basically, like, hang on, let's read on. The legislation is being touted as a win by Soppy. The Belgian, oh my god, their prostitutes are unionized in Belgium. Oh my fuck. Which had lobbied extensively for the so they wanted this. Okay, the law outlines that prostitutes will receive health insurance, a pension. Holy fuck, dude. The prostitutes are about to become owned by BlackRock. Maternity and holiday leave. Oof, maternity, that's gotta be rough for a prostitute. And unemployment benefits. Their pimps will be forced to provide them with a safety button to use for emergencies. Their website claims that the law is a historic step in the battle for sex workers' rights and will create a respectful, fair relationship between prostitutes and their pimps, with UTSAPI spokesperson Dan Bowens telling media that he believes Belgium is really demonstrating that it aims to protect sex workers regardless of any moral judgments about the profession people may have. Does that mean that the pimp can just say that they are that number regardless of what's happening? How much they pay in union fees? Oh man, I wonder. Where does this link take me? Oh god, wait, it's a sex worker thing? I'm probably not gonna get in trouble if I open that link on stream. Actually, hang on. Let me do this real quick. I'm gonna open this link. Okay, it's in English. That's good. UTSAPI is the Belgian Union of Sex Workers. Get tested for free. Wow, they give them. I actually. Okay, this one's safe. Maybe this is worthy of a deep dive at some point, chat. UTSAPI is the Belgian Union of Sex Workers. We strive for independence. Well, except from your pimps. They're the independence of our choices, our bodies, our lives. Get tested for free. Guide for the self-employed. Ooh, man, the OnlyFans striking out on her own whore. The test is free because of the taxes. Meeting your community. Aw, that's sweet. I got social media. Parliament approves labor law for sex work. Verdict falls in landmark sex worker rape case. Wow. That's fucking wild. Okay, let's get back to the article here. Let's see. Prostitutes are to be granted rights, quote unquote, to refuse sexual acts, stop sexual acts, perform sexual acts in the manner they prefer. I don't care what manner you prefer. No fucking teeth, bitch. And refuse to sit behind Amsterdam-style windows. Public-facing windows where prostitutes are on display. Yeah, I've heard of these things. It's kind of fucking wild to imagine. However, should a prostitute use these rights 10 times within 6 months, their pimp can then call on a government mediator to intervene. So basically, it's they awarded them all of these rights, but they added in a stipulation that prevents them from abusing the rights. They'll just cover their bases with this. Sex workers union is something I'd expect from Saints Row 2. I know, right? It's fucking wild. All pimps must have a registered office. Registered office? Damn. And apply to the Belgian government for approval to offer contracts to prostitutes. Oh man, this shit ain't cash out the window anymore, I guess. These are contracts now that I got to be signing. God damn. The contracts will be disguised as hotel, restaurant, cafe contracts so that prostitutes can remain anonymous. Okay. Andrea Hines, a prostitution abolition advocate, called out the new legislation on X, formerly Twitter. Why do they keep saying formerly Twitter? I'm so fucking annoyed by that. Is that the actual name of it? X, formerly Twitter? There's little chance this will actually favor women. Under legislation / full decorum, pimps become managers with the backing of the state to further entrench and maintain their power. Pimps see women they sell as products, not people deserving of full dignity and respect. Outside the realm of so-called sex work activism, social media users have expressed horror at the new law. So the government helps pimp to curse sex with a disgusting idea, posted ex-user Bob Numberstring. Oh my god. That's fucking wild, man. I didn't realize that, like, prostitutions have really gotten because here in the United States, there's only like a handful of places in the whole country where prostitution is legal. It's like, contrary to popular belief, it's not actually legal in Las Vegas. In the county of, Clark County? Yeah, Clark County. I think prostitution is illegal in the county. It might be the county. I can't remember if it's the county or the city of Las Vegas. I can't remember. Which is why, like, all the brothels and stuff are in the little outlier towns outside of Las Vegas. Like, the main one where they are is in this little hodunk place called Pahrump, Nevada, which is like a half an hour outside of Las Vegas. And that's where, like, all of the, like, prostitution and brothels are, because it's legal there. It's not actually legal in Las Vegas proper. And there's only, like, a very small handful of other places, I think, where it's legal in the country. So, the reason for Horeca is because those are so common that it is easier to hide. Yeah, that makes sense. They should just open good old-fashioned brothels. Yeah, right? Like, go back to the old Wild Wild West days. You know, prostitution is still largely illegal, even in places it's legal. It's heavily regulated. Yeah, exactly. Bunny Ranch too. Yeah. Like I said, like, you have to really, like, search the United States to find a place where prostitution is legal. It's not common here. Whereas, apparently, at least in, like, Belgium, prostitutes have made a lot of legal, like, headway. Apparently, holy shit. It's just funny to think these women are bed and breakfast. I mean, that's pretty much what it is. There are actual brothels in Germany, I think. Okay. Yeah, the only brothel that I know of is in Pahrump, Nevada. Fun story, actually. So the reason I know about this brothel is because I grew up in Las Vegas, and my dad, my mom and dad ran an auto repair shop, and one of the customers of the auto repair shop was like the hairdresser and makeup person for this brothel out in Pahrump called the Chicken Ranch. And it was funny because, you know, when you're a mom and pop shop, it's normal to, like, offer, like, to have, like, a little side vehicle that you can like drive customers to and from wherever they live or whatever, wherever they want to go, like after they drop their cars off, because they only have one car and stuff like that. So like as a courtesy, you know, you'll drive them back home or whatever, you know. And you know, because I was the son of my parents, I was a person that commonly drove that car and like chauffeured customers to and from their house and stuff, like, you know, to go get them so that they can, and drive them back to the shop so they can pick up their car and vice versa, that kind of stuff. Elko, Lander, Lion, Mineral, Nye, Story, White Pine counties all have them in Nevada. Yeah, notice that Clark isn't on there, which is where Las Vegas is. I think, oh man, which one is Reno in? Because I think it's, man, is it legal in Reno? Reno. Washoe County. Okay. That's interesting. So I noticed that Clark and Washoe aren't on those lists, which is where the two like real cities are in the whole state of Nevada. Rocksteady closed in 1954 after a federal raid. At the trial, it emerged that the county sheriff had been receiving bribes to keep the brothel open. That was the last one in Clark County. Yeah, that makes sense. I could believe that. That's actually seems earlier than I would have imagined, honestly. I would have thought it would have happened later than 1954. I mean, the mob was still in charge of the casinos all the way up through the 70s. You know, I mean, the Flamingo is still standing. It's one of like the old school casinos that's still alive and well in, I don't know if it's well, but it's still alive in Las Vegas. It's one of the old mobsters. Like the mob operated primarily out of the Flamingo Hotel back in the day. And now it's like a whole different scene. Ever since Steve Wynn, you know what? That would be a really good deep dive to do one for a stream. Is like a kind of like a history of the Las Vegas mob. That'd be cool. I should do that. Isn't Vegas still mob run? Well, if you consider Steve Wynn a mob boss, then yeah. Oh man, I remember because I'm gonna tell another story. Oh yeah, let me finish the brothel story first. So one of our customers, she was the hairdresser and like the primary fashion person at this very high profile brothel in Pahrump, Nevada. And because I was that driver, a few times I had to drive to this brothel and I was of age at the time. I was a sophomore in college when this happened. So I had to basically drive this lady to the brothel and also drive to the brothel to pick her up. And it's so funny because when you go to the brothel, this is true for pretty much every brothel on the front porch are like a half dozen dudes just kind of loitering around with their heads staring at the ground. And it's because it's like their first time at a brothel and they're mortifyingly embarrassed to go inside. So they just kind of hang out on the front porch until they've drained away all of the dignity they have left, and then they finally go fuck it and knock on the door and go in and do their thing. So that's a normal thing. So here comes my like 20-year-old ass. I drive up to this thing to pick up this woman. I go right past these dudes. I knock on the door, and I just go, "Hey, I'm here to pick up the girl." I almost doxed her. And like super confidently because I wasn't there for their services. But like all the dudes don't know who the person's name was, so they just think I'm there calling for a specific prostitute to just do whatever with. It was just this really funny thing, and then they would, and because I had made this trip a few times, they recognized me, and so they would go, "Oh yeah, I guess go on through. She's in the back," and so I would just kind of like go through. I I would go past like strip poker rooms and stuff like that, and I would knock on the dressing room door. There's a bunch of naked ladies in there, and it'd be like, it's time to get your car. It'd be like, oh, okay, I'll be out in a sec. And then, then I would just walk all the way back through. That was an interesting experience. Were you at least driving a flashy car? No, it was a pickup truck. It very much blended in with all the other cars of the sad dudes that were there. A lot of dudes, a lot of them would pay just to play strip poker. That was actually a really popular thing. Like, they didn't want to like do the deed. They just kind of like the playful nature of strip poker, and they had a lot. It was actually one of the most popular things that they would do at that brothel. But anyway, one more story about the auto shop, since we were talking about the mob, is that another one of our customers, she should have showed up in an old school Cadillac and tailored. Dude, I was 20 years old. I was broke as fuck. Are you kidding me? Let me think. Oh, what was I? Oh yeah, the mob. So one of our customers she was like, oh man, she must have been like in her probably earlier mid 80s, something like that. Actually, maybe not that old. She was old. Let's just say she was really old. But she would just wait on her car to get finished, basically, because it was like a brake job or something simple that only took like 1 or 2 hours to knock out, So she would just sit in the waiting room with the television and just kind of hang out. And I would do the same thing sometimes if there wasn't really anything. Like, if I had all my tasks done and there was no driving to do, no paperwork to do, I would just chill out in the waiting room too sometimes. And she would sometimes I would be in the waiting room and she was there too. And she told me stories of how, like, she used to, like, she actually was, like, Frank Sinatra's, like, girlfriend, like, back during the mob days. And she would tell me how, like, she spent, like, many nights, like, in these, like, smoke-filled rooms, in these, behind these black curtains of just, like, smoke and, devilry and all this kind of stuff. And, like, these hidden, like, high stakes poker rooms. Like, literally, like, she said, like, I would be sitting on Frank Sinatra's lap. Fucking Sammy Davis would be right next to me. And then on the other side of me would be, like, a fucking mob boss and, like, a senator. And they would all be just playing poker and dealing in power politics all night long. And she was just sitting there with Frank, just absorbing this fucking corruption of the city, basically, like, firsthand. I tried to convince her several times to, like, write a memoir or something like that. Because, oh my god, the stories she would tell were just, like, so freaking cool, of, like, this old, like, she basically, like, lived and came up in, like, the mobster, like, the Las Vegas mobster world. And yeah, it was so freaking cool to listen to this old lady's stories. I know she's dead now. There's no way she's alive unless she's like 112. Because yeah, it's just. But yeah, I had a lot of cool stories from that auto shop, man. But yeah, I honestly, a deep dive into the Las Vegas mob, that would be a cool stream to do. I'm gonna write that down. That could be fun. Let's see. I think we're about done with this one. I just think this is just so fucking hilarious. Like, it's amazing to me because I had no idea that, like, prostitution had, like, was so much more, like, established, like, as a legitimate thing in Belgium, at least. I don't know how proliferate. I know I got at least one Euro bro in the chat right now. Is this like, is Belgium like an outlier in Europe, or is it closer to normal than we ignorant Americans might think? I'm curious. I may or may not know the guy that killed Jilly Rizzo. Like, knew him, his family, etc. Wow. I knew a hitman. No joke. I knew a guy in Vegas. I didn't even know his name. I didn't know his name. Um, he told me that he can make anyone go away that I wanted to for $10,000. um, and I was like, what the fuck? Also a customer of my dad's auto shop. I guess his day job wasn't doing too well, so he took up a side gig. Guy was super drunk, crashed into his vehicle and killed him. Left the scene, came back, got arrested. Oh, the classic. The mistake of returning to the scene of the crime. Prostitution is pretty normal and legal in most of Europe. Sex workers union is new though. Okay. I'll say so. Belgium kind of is on like the cutting edge of the rights of prostitutes, but it's way more normal across Europe than it is in the States. Okay, got it. That's what I had a feeling that was the case, because I've always heard of the Amsterdam windows, and just like weird prostitution sex clubs and stuff like that all across Europe. I guess like I don't know, like you hear about that kind of stuff. You can even like witness it, or that kind of stuff, and it still seems like fantasy. Like it's not real. Like how could this be real? Like even if you're like seeing it with your own eyes and ears, it's like there's no fucking way. This can't be. He was intoxicated, so wasn't that surprising? Yeah. Okay. In Finland, prostitution is legal as long as you're not working for a pimp. That would get you human trafficking charges. Oh, so you got to go indie. Okay. Got to be an indie prostitute. Social policies are more understandable. Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's kind of like an inevitable conclusion if you keep down, if you keep going down that path, this is the kind of shit you end up with, right? Okay. Enough about Belgian prostitute unions. Let's talk about the lead story. Let's get this discussion out of the way. We're gonna do this as a reaction, and there's many people that I could have reacted to over this, but I wanted to. We
go into the first segment.
No, I don't want full screen. I want to pop the Lotus Eater's cherry on this stream and do a Lotus Eater's reaction for the whole Yasuke, because the person covering it is Harry, and Harry is like one of the few people over on the Lotus Eaters that's actually plugged into pop culture and knows what's going on and stuff like that, and I think he does a good job here. So let us pick this up. And let's talk about Yasuke. VTuber Union? I don't know about that. That sounds silly to me.
Wuz Samurai.
I just realized you're not going to be able to hear this. I need to switch over the audio to my headphones. Okay, let me know if you can hear this.
But before I get into the meat and potatoes,
okay, I'm getting an echo. Am I getting an echo? Do you guys hear an echo? Echo, you do. Okay. Let's see here. That on. That on. What else do I need to? I know I have to have the. Oh, wait. Hold on. Yeah. I want monitoring. Try this. You still hear an echo.
Of that, I'd like to reinforce.
Still echoing? Because I'm not getting an echo on my end. All good? Okay, perfect. Let me rewind it. All right, here we go. Good. No echo now. Good. That's what I'd like to hear, literally.
We go into the first segment talking about Wuz Samurai. But before I get into the meat and potatoes of that, I'd like to reinforce what you may have seen at the beginning of the podcast, which is, yes, we have a magazine coming out. Island.
Oh, yeah. Like, they're expanding their business operations into print magazines now, which is interesting. That's a tough sell, I have to say. It's a tough sell, but the quality's there, and people buy it, then fucking... I wish them all the success. I like the Lotus Eaters boys. I really do. Even though they get kind of blackpilled sometimes, though nowhere near as bad as many others, and they always still find humor in it. So
The magazine, which we've been very hard at work. You may have seen all of the advertisements popping up on the videos that have been on social media and on YouTube, and wondered what's all that about, because we've been throwing little teasers for you. Well, it's the magazine, and the magazine is fantastic, very, very high quality, lots of lovely artwork in here, and articles from people like Carl, Academic Agent, Morgoth's Review, Charles Haywood, and more. Some in-house and some outer writers.
Getting articles from Academic Agent is actually pretty cool. That right there kind of makes me intrigued. I'm not going to order it because they're not going to ship it to America, but that's kind of cool. If there was a digital version of this, I would probably get it, honestly. Limit to print only, but as confirmed orders, they'll be okay. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's the thing, like print costs, because I actually did, I actually worked a little bit as a freelance, not freelance. It was a writers conference, and they did a digital magazine, and the first several issues of it were actually printed, and I designed like the print editions. But we realized like really quickly that I was just like, yeah, there's no way we can recover the cost of printing them and shipping these things. So we ditched the print edition pretty quick. It's tough to sell print editions of stuff. So, but the thing is, everything that they've tried so far, they've been successful in. So I think they'll be successful again here.
That we've got as well. And as you may be able to tell, we've got merchandise coming.
Here it is.
Yes. Islander merchandise, other Islander merchandise, general cool merchandise like this shirt here that says "For America." Now,
it's funny how like they're wearing like regular ass t-shirts, and then Stelios is sitting there in his like 3-piece suit.
Guys, remind me, is the merch pre-order for the end of June as well, or is that just the magazine? Can you buy the merch right now? I don't know.
Yes.
Yes, you can buy the merch right now if you find the merch links on the website, and you can also go to the pre-order link on the website for Islander magazine issue number 1, which if you pre-order it right now, you'll be able to get at the end of June. That's what we're aiming for. So please click to those links if you're interested, and I'll get into the actual news now. So, everybody loves Ubisoft, right?
No.
Wrong. There's a reason it's called Ubi shit.
Is that how you pronounce it, Ubisoft? Or
Ubisoft.
Yeah, it is Ubisoft. We know that because they don't put AN. If they say like a Ubisoft game, they don't say and Ubisoft game. It's fucking weird.
Ubisoft. No, I'll be soft. You be anything else.
Tough.
Yeah, tough. There you go. So Ubisoft are everybody's favorite gaming company, and they've got a whole spate of games coming out soon. But the one that's been getting everybody's attention is the new Assassin's Creed, which they've finally decided to set in Japan. I don't know if anybody knows this, but people were really looking forward to a game in Assassin's Creed set in Japan for a very, very long time. And
I would say since Assassin's Creed 2, I think people were, all the fan base of the franchise were like saying, hey, Japan is like the perfect setting for this kind of a game. Do it, please. And this was way back in what, like 2005? Nah, maybe not 2005. Maybe like 2007. I don't know. somebody in chat look that up for me. Like, what did the first Assassin's Creed 2 game? Because there were 3 of them. It was like Assassin's Creed 2 was like a trilogy. But I think like by the time the first one came out, fans were already like saying like, "Hey, do a Japan one." Introduction to the series. That's honestly the best jumping on point. To this day, Assassin's Creed 2 is the best jumping on point. I would say Black Flag or Syndicate is the best jumping off point. I think that Syndicate was like the last like really good Assassin's Creed game. Black Flag is one of the best. It's probably the best pirate simulator out there. It's not a good Assassin's Creed game. It's just a good pirate sim. But it still had the DNA of Assassin's Creed in it. By the time they got to Odyssey, the DNA of the franchise was gone. So, AC2 was 2009. Okay.
And they've decided to subvert everybody's expectations. But regarding Ubisoft themselves, they've declined their headcount. They've reduced their headcount by about 1,700 recently, and this isn't because of any downturn in business. In fact, according to the sheer numbers, 2023 to 2024 has been a very, very successful fiscal year for them. They've just decided to save themselves, I think it's, what have we got here? 150 million euros in annual cost reductions by reducing the headcount. So,
jeez. I got the same thing. Black Flag is a great pirate game, less an AC game. Yeah, exactly. But like I said, it's not a great AC game, but it has the DNA of Assassin's Creed still in it, which I like. I really do. But again, I liked Odyssey. I like Origins. Valhalla was very, very meh. But like Odyssey and Origins, they were a ton of fun. But they weren't Assassin's Creed games. Like, at all. You know? So, I do feel like, if you care about the Assassin's Creed, like the DNA of Assassin's Creed being in the game, Syndicate was the last, like, good one. Because Syndicate came out after Black Flag, and Syndicate actually returned more to the Assassin's Creed way, where, like, the two main characters are in the Brotherhood, they're brothers and sisters, you know what I mean? Like, it's very much an Assassin's Creed game. In my opinion, Syndicate is easily the most underrated Assassin's Creed game. It's one of my favorites, and it never gets the love it deserves, I don't think. Evie Fry is such a great, like, because that's the other thing about, like, Assassin's Creed games, is, like, how lazy they've gotten. Like, ever since Odyssey, they've been, like, forcing, basically saying, like, oh, you get to play as a male and a female, and it's just, like, literally, they're literally twins. And you just pick, you're going to play the male or the female twin. And it's like, that is such fucking lazy bullshit. In Syndicate, there was a male and a female, but they were unique, completely unique characters in the game. You know, Jacob Fry was not, well, I mean, actually, technically, they were twins, but, like, in Odyssey, if you pick the male or the female, it's the exact same story with the exact same dialogue. It's just, and then whatever one you didn't pick becomes the rival. And vice versa. Like, there's literally no difference between the two. Whereas in Syndicate, Evie Fry and Jacob Fry are very different people. And they're very unique characters, and both of them are fucking great. So, I did like how they improved the shooting mechanics in Syndicate. Yeah, they actually focused quite a bit in Syndicate because, you know, by that time, they're in the Industrial Revolution in Britain. Like, firearms are going to be a much more prevalent thing. So they did a really good job, actually, of kind of updating the shooting mechanics because they became a lot more of a prominent part of the gameplay. Unlike Assassin's Creed 3, which also had a lot of firearm shit, but the only cool thing that everything about firearms in that game was fucking annoying, except the cool thing where you could time when somebody was gonna shoot you, and then you could grab a dude and use him as a body shield and have them shoot the dude instead of you, and then you just like let them drop to the side. That was like a cool little mechanic that you could do. But other than that, the shooting mechanics in SA3 were shit. They were much, much, much better. Hell, they were way better in Black Flag. But Syndicate was peak. So I'm actually going to start doing a playthrough of Black Flag and Syndicate soon. Anyway, let's keep going.
So, if anyone's ever played a Ubisoft game, they'll be well aware that one thing that is notable about them is they're very superficial. They look good. They look pretty for a trailer, but actually they lack any depth, detail, passion. And by cutting lots of staff, they're only going to go further down that route.
Are you?
Well, this is why I think I heard in an interview a while back that like Ubisoft they base their games around systems and not narrative and not like graphics. They're all based around like gameplay systems, which I can understand. But the problem is that like you introduce too many systems and you start watering down the systems. Like it's better to have like a small number of systems, of gameplay systems that have depth, rather than having like a whole bunch of systems that are really fucking shallow. You know? Yeah. I did kind of see this culminate in the Skull and Bones, that massive quadruple A flop that they released earlier this year. I went into that on a previous stream, but like that whole thing was just like a production shit show. And one of it is because they just couldn't focus on what the hell kind of game they wanted it to be. They just could not figure it out. So I would have liked to see an AC game set in the Wild West period, but with how Ubisoft is now, not holding my breath. I mean, there's a lot of settings. There's a ton of settings that Assassin's Creed games could work in. That's the beauty of the franchise. That's why it was able to become the franchise that it did. It's because of its ability to just kind of like you take the DNA of Assassin's Creed and you can literally just kind of plug and play it into any setting, pretty much, and it'll work, you know, or you can make it work. It's a really versatile idea. So Skull and Bones, the first quadruple A game, aren't you? God, dude, I went into that like a month. I went into that like what I think it might have been actually my very first reaction stream. I can't remember, but yeah, oh man, what a shit show that was.
Sure, because I've heard a lot about this game, and I think that maybe there's a historical depth into it. Is there?
Well, we'll discuss the historic depths that the game is sinking to as we get into it. But yeah, the Ubisoft sandbox is a subgenre all unto its own for a reason, which is the sandbox has become, the Ubisoft sandbox has become shorthand for lazy open world game design, where you design a big map, which I'm sure takes some effort, but also I think there are ways that you can basically algorithmically design them these days, and then plonk a load of checkpoints on them and towers that you can go to, and a load of busybody rubbish to do, which are essentially fetch quests, and then
they're not even quests.
You've got a game.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. Like all of the side just about all of the side content in Assassin's Creed is just mundane, effortless busy work. It's just like, you know, climb to the top of this tower. And I remember back at like the like all the way up to like Assassin's Creed 2, like climbing to the top of like a viewpoint tower actually took some strategy. Like you couldn't just hold up and like 10 seconds later you'd be at the top like you can now. You had to actually navigate around the walls and like figure. It was like a puzzle to get to the top, and it actually took some effort to get there. Whereas now, like, you can literally just hold up on the joystick and hold down X and, like, close your eyes, and then 30 seconds later or whatever, you're at the top. You know, like, there's no effort at all anymore. And it's so true. Like, you spend hours, like, if you want 100% complete a modern Assassin's Creed game, you spend hours and hours and hours just running around getting treasure chests and gathering sheets of music or whatever the fuck. It's not even a quest. It's just collecting. That's all it is. It's like, I swear to God, that's like almost all of the side content. It's like, it's really frustrating because like I think of like especially like Valhalla was like notoriously bad about this because they artificially made the game larger than the game world larger than it needed to be. So it's like, we're gonna give you the exact same mundane fucking tasks to do, these stupid collection shit, but we're gonna make the map so big that it just artificially will take you 5 minutes longer to get you from point A to point B, because fuck you. That's the thing, like, when it comes to like a sandbox style game with like an open world gameplay, the size of the map is not what matters. It's what you can do inside the map that matters. Like, to me, the absolute best open world environments are in the original Arkham trilogy, particularly Arkham City. Arkham City is not the biggest open world map by far, right? But it's so efficient in how it presents to you. Like you'll just be flying, and then all of a sudden you'll hear this gunshot, and it's like, oh man, now you're on this like hunt for Deadshot or something like that. Or like it organically like introduces like these side characters to hunt down and stuff like that. And then like the only collecting thing is the Riddler stuff, and every one of those is an actual puzzle to solve. Even if it's easy, it's still a puzzle to solve. And it's not like the mundane. It's not like, and they're actual puzzles. It's not like drag this box over this button and that unlocks the door. Like, that's not a puzzle. That's just busy work. That was actually one of my big criticisms of Stellar Blade, is that all the quote-unquote puzzles were literally just like, see this button? Now go find the box and drag the box over the button. And it's just like, that's not a fucking puzzle. Oh man. If you set NAC game in Finland, you can easily get away with a character carrying a knife around. Oh god, yeah. I mean, rifles as well, right? I mean, people in Finland, aren't they actually required to have like a firearm or some kind because of protection from wildlife or something like that? I can't remember what the laws are. Climbing the New York high-rise as Desmond in AC3 was pretty cool. Imagine a game set in modern New York, all the gadgets you could give the players. Yeah, I was thinking that too, like, during the whole Desmond part of the franchise, like the initial segment, I always thought it'd be cool to have like an actual like small open world that you could actually go around in as Desmond, like in the modern world and stuff like that. I always wanted that, and we never got it ever. So freaking lame. Like, what was it? I think it was in Syndicate. One of the side parts of Syndicate where you play as Evie Fry's like daughter or granddaughter or something like that, and she's like an agent in World War II, and it gives you like this small map of a part of London to play around in. And it was just like enough to play as this other character in the future, and that was really freaking cool. Like it had its own little world and its own little series of quests and like historical figures you interact with. Like I think you interact with like Winston Churchill in that one, and that was really cool. And I was like, man, why didn't we ever get anything like this with Desmond? Just like a smaller world with its own like little unique set of like tasks to accomplish, and it's like, like, oh, I can't do this. I need to go into the Animus and learn how to do this thing through my ancestor. So like you can use like the progress of the main game to like grant Desmond the skills he needs to reach certain places so he can advance his objectives in the real world and stuff like that. Like, that'd be really cool, but we never got that. It was World War One. Oh, okay. I was thinking it used to be required to own a gun in case of an invasion. Oh, fucking based. That was World War. Okay, it was World War One. Okay, I can't remember which one it was. It's been a long time since I played Syndicate, but either way, it was cool. Anyway,
you pull a 6 to 10 hour story on it, and you're all right.
Yeah, it's similar to a sort of sandbox in, say, like a preschool or something, in that it was exciting, at first, but as soon as someone takes a dump in it, which Ubisoft have, no one wants to play in there anymore.
Well,
And it's the same thing with this, really, isn't it?
It's become the cancer of game design, really, hasn't it? It started to spread everywhere, and it makes everything it touch degenerate and makes it worse.
It is true. Ubisoft is like the Disney of video games, isn't it? Like they're just like this one of the biggest players in the industry, and it's like everything they touch just turns to shit. Just turns into woke, smelly shit.
A lot of open world games now stick to the Ubisoft sandbox gameplay formula, and it just makes it so that every game is the same, every game is boring, and
yeah, it's fucking annoying. Like they do the same thing with Far Cry. The Far Cry franchise has the same like map exploration like concept as Assassin's Creed. It's like what the fuck? Why? And I guarantee you that the new Star Wars game coming out will also have the same fucking bullshit. And so did the Frontiers of Pandora, the Avatar open world game that they released like December or something like that. A game that like came and went and like nobody noticed.
and they're not really as fun as they used to be. But as well, if you go to the next one, Assassin's Creed is always one of their biggest games that they release every year. Last year they had Assassin's Creed Mirage, which after a few excursions, I think it was in Origins, Odyssey, and Valhalla, into a more RPG-focused game style, they decided to take it back to basics. Now, Valhalla was one of the best-selling games in the series. I think it might have had the best opening week or opening month, where it sold about 1.8 million copies. Mirage did okay, but the sales were 49% lower than what Valhalla managed. So
Mirage was also like a half of an Assassin's Creed game, at least by like the modern Assassin's Creed game standards. Like it was like a very, very large DLC is what it felt like. And I actually heard that it originally was a DLC to Valhalla, starring the guy, like the Arabic guy who's in the town, in the Viking town the whole time in like the Assassin's Guild. It was supposed to be like a DLC about that guy back in like his homeland or some shit. But then like it just turned it into its own game. I actually like Mirage too, because Mirage, like it had its kind of modern like Ubisoft laziness with it. Like they still use use words like bureau. It's like, motherfucker, this is like it's a 680 Baghdad. Like the French language like isn't even a thing yet. What the fuck are you using the word bureau for, you motherfuckers? Like just lazy shit like that. But I really like the fact that in Mirage, it was very much like you need to actually be an assassin. Like even like once you like got all the level ups and everything like that, even in the end game, if you got surrounded by like 3 or 4 dudes, you were in for a rough fucking time. You know, like that game was like you need to be stealthy, because if you get ganged up on, you can't just like slaughter whole armies of people like you could in previous games. Like, I actually really liked it.
So they decided, right, we need to draw from the well. We're doing really great business-wise. We just fired almost 2,000 people so that we could save ourselves some money. While we're pinching pennies, let's try and make some more money. Let's finally take it to Japan, which, as I mentioned, they've been wanting. Fans have been asking for this for a long time. My mouse isn't working. If you wouldn't mind going to the next one, please. Yeah, and in the past, this is 10 years ago, they said, oh, you wouldn't like that. You wouldn't like that because it's boring. Everybody's played games in Japan where it's set
Yeah, I remember this.
in feudal Japan and you play a samurai or a ninja or something.
Yeah, I remember them saying this. They're like, you don't want a game in feudal Japan. I was just like, imagine the fucking audacity as a company of like telling customers what they do and don't want. Like, like the arrogance of Ubisoft has been a long-running tradition at that company. I swear to God. I thought that they had to stop using the term assassin because the descendants of the actual assassins complained about it. That's why they're called Hidden Ones in Mirage. I mean, first of all, that's stupid. That's why they're called Hidden Ones in Mirage. I don't know. I like Hidden Ones is fine. I think that's fine. I don't know. Like, when it comes to that kind of shit, I would say like pick your battles. You know what I mean? Like, be more strategic. I think Hidden Ones is fine.
You wouldn't want that, but they've decided now is finally the time to do it, and they're finally giving the fans what they want, and they've decided that now is the time to give you something exciting, something that you've never done before, where you play as a black man in feudal Japan.
Because everyone knows.
In the
there are
next
lots
one,
of
please.
them.
Yeah, as you can see from this image that we've got up on screen, that's a black samurai. This is.
We was samurais. It really was like an internet coming together in a lolcow kind of moment when this trailer dropped.
What people were asking for.
Mm-hmm.
And to be fair, actually, you can already play as like a black samurai in games like Afro Samurai from a.
Afro Samurai is a fucking great game too, by the way. We was samurais and shit. Yeah, that's right. You know, one of my biggest gripes with the trailer, honestly, was like it showed Yasuke dressed in like this golden armor. Like you see him right there in the fucking trailer image. And the way he fights in the trailer is like a samurai who's been training to fight as a samurai his whole life. That annoyed the fuck out of me. Because if you know anything about Yasuke, you know that he basically left Mozambique probably as a slave. Maybe as a mercenary, but more likely a slave. But he learned how to fight like in Africa and India. You know, that's where he learned how to like, you know, rough and tumble and stuff like that. So when he goes to Japan and he gets thrown into Nobunaga's lap, even if he is given the title of samurai, even if all of that shit is real, he wouldn't fight like a trained samurai who's like wielding a katana like a trained samurai would. That's not how he would fight with it. He would fight with it the way he was trained to fight in India and in Africa. He would have been a much more of like a brawler kind of fighter than this precise, well-trained swordsman. That bugged the shit out of me in the trailer. I was like, man, I remember back when Ubisoft was like so particular about historical accuracy to the point where they like took crossbows out of the Assassin's Creed 2. I think it was 2 games because they wanted to be historically accurate. So now it's like, yeah, Yasuke, he got to Japan and the one fight that he fought, that he fought in, it's like, oh yeah, he's just, it's like he's been a samurai his whole life. It's like, what the fuck? It's so stupid.
All the way back in 2008.
There's
so
a
not
whole
even
game, dedicated to it.
Yeah,
Sorry.
They're not really breaking any new ground here, but they are making sure that they are giving the fans both what they want and the exact opposite of what they want. Because the character that you're going to play as, there's going to be 2 playable characters. One's called Yasuke, the Black Samurai. The other one's called Nai, something like that.
Yeah, honestly, I don't blame people for butchering Naoe's name. Because it's spelled Naoe, which, like, nobody who doesn't know how to pronounce the Japanese letters is going to know how to pronounce that correctly. They're going to look at it and go, Naoe, because that's how it actually is. It's Naoe. But yeah, it's fun watching people butcher names.
That.
So it's actually based on Yasuke, the historic figure,
yes,
who was not a samurai, by the way.
Well, we'll get into the history.
I don't want to.
No, it's all right. Yeah, but foreshadowing, he wasn't really a samurai. At least not.
I think that's the right way to put it. He wasn't really a samurai. He was kind of like a samurai in name only, I feel like. Even if he got that title, he wasn't really a samurai. We'll get into that once we. I became an internet historian chat during this debacle. I became one of those guys. But we'll get into it later.
not in the way that anybody who knows what samurai are would understand it. And the other character is just a fictional woman because you need to have a black man and a woman. It's interesting that the trailer, when you watch through it, doesn't seem that there's much other diversity other than the one black man. So how he's going to conceal himself in a crowd after you've assassinated somebody? Question mark. I don't know.
Well, the whole thing about that though is that they say, not in this trailer, but in the character, like the character introduction trailer, which has all the Ubisoft people talking in it. They say that like Yasuke is in there like as like an upfront brawler, like he's there to like contrast like the assassin kind of actions that Naoe does. And he's just basically there as just like a tank, you know. And I'm sitting here thinking, it's called Assassin's Creed. Why the fuck is he there then? Like, the whole point is to be stealthy. So if you're gonna have a character dedicated specifically to not being stealthy, he doesn't belong in a fucking Assassin's Creed game. Jesus.
Oh, perhaps these are some questions the developers could have asked themselves.
In feudal Japan, they were so afraid of being called racist that they would not accuse the one black man in the entirety of the country.
It's so true. That's right. They were feudal Japan was very woke, if you didn't know. Ethan must not like my previous comments since it didn't show up in the reel behind your avatar. Oh. I don't see it anywhere.
Yes, if there's one thing I know about Japanese people is that they're very, very welcoming to Africans. But if we move along to the next one as well, they put the announcement out on Twitter where they characterized it here as the lethal shinobi assassin and powerful legendary samurai in feudal Japan. So they're making out like he's this legendary assassin. They're trying to say that, well, it's this work of historical fiction. Assassin's Creed has never really been historically accurate because...
Yeah, it is. They are deploying like Schrodinger's historical accuracy on this one, because like on the one, like they're obsessed with lecturing you about Yasuke was a samurai, and they're quoting all of these historians and original texts and all this shit, trying to tell you like it's historically accurate. He was real and he was called a samurai, while at the same time claiming like, it's historical fiction. We can do what the fuck we want with him. He's a legendary samurai, who, Japan would never have been able to exist the way it does today if it weren't for Yasuke and the black men of Japan, of feudal Japan. They're really talking out of both sides of their mouth on it, because of course they are.
It's about sci-fi time travel, going back in time through your memories so that you can unlock some weird fantasy sci-fi egg in the future. What was it? The apple from the Garden of Eden is something related to the story.
But that was actually
I don't remember.
kind of interesting in sort of the original because I played a lot of the Assassin's Creed games, the early ones, from 1 and 2 and 3 and Black Flag. They were good fun. They weren't the most in-depth games, but I've had some good times. I remember being impressed by them.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing about it. Cause I'll tell you right now, I write historical fiction just like on the side, just for fun. Like I don't publish it or anything. I just like have fun with it. And the original Assassin's Creed games did a really good job of like weaving fiction through real history. And I feel like over time they've gotten more and more lazy with it. But you could tell like early on they really put effort into like, okay, this is history. We're going to lay out history as it happened, and then that can't change. So, they were like concrete pillars, and then the fiction that they did for the gameplay and for like all the fictional characters that they made up were woven in around those concrete pillars. But they didn't change those concrete pillars. Whereas now, they're so fucking lazy with it that they don't care about whether or not they maintain historical accuracy or not. It's absolutely Schrodinger's historical accuracy. It's stupid. Black dude I can see it this time. Black dude decked out in gold. How do you say Japanese? I wouldn't be surprised if he had a gold tooth. Also, I doubt that his armor would be that ornate as well. I actually, I have a lot of thoughts because I've been thinking about this a lot lately. But once he gets to that part of it, we'll get there.
I'm a sort of a dinosaur here because I haven't played Assassin's Creed. I wasn't that much into RPG. I was more into strategy. So, for instance, I was playing Diablo, Lord of Destruction. So this seems like there's a generational gap here.
Yeah. Either way, people are not particularly pleased with this. Assassin's.
But the Paladin, I remember the Paladin was black, I think.
The Paladin?
Yeah.
In what?
I think. I may be mistaken, but in Diablo 2.
I never played any of the Diablo games. I'm a basic bitch
you've
console
lost.
gamer.
No. You should have played Diablo.
Shame Harry.
Damn,
Oh,
Harry.
no. He wanted to just put the disc in and enjoy himself. Oh, what a terrible person.
It's a boomer gamer.
Yeah, that's so boomer of me. But yeah,
No, I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah, okay. And anyway, people aren't particularly happy with it. It's not what they ever wanted from a game for Assassin's Creed set in Japan. And of course, you're using the idea of fiction. And
there it is.
and you're using the idea of, well, it's artistic license to get away with it. But it's being developed by Ubisoft, Quebec. That's the one. But you can see on Ubisoft Montreal, they're one of their other Canadian studios, that they have this big page celebrating diversity, inclusion, and accessibility. If you wouldn't mind scrolling down
Fucking
for me,
sickening.
you can see the
Just
kinds
to
of
see
things that they are celebrating. Here's all of our women and brown people. Here's all of the resource groups that we have available for our staff, including UbiLove, 2SLGBTQIA plus community, the ND plus MH A11Y. What the bloody hell is that?
Wait, what? ND plus MH plus A neurodiversity, mental health, and accessibility. Jesus. What a fucking shit show. Like, I look at this, I'm like, man, if I'm working for Ubisoft and I see all this shit, I'm just sighing. I'm just be like, I guess want to make a fucking good game. Can I just make a fucking good game? Like, what? Why? Like, why? It's the retarded community. I say that it's the retarded and the disabled. Because my whole thing is, like, when it comes to this accessibility, I'm totally fine with that. I actually think it's cool, like, the innovations that the game industry has come up with to allow, like, people with certain, like, disabilities, whether it comes to vision or mobility or whatever, like, being able to play games. Like, there's been some really cool shit that they've come up with that has allowed people like that to play video games. I have absolutely no problems with that, and I actually think it's fucking cool, and it should be encouraged. Now, all this other bullshit, though, it's just, I'm retarded, give me attention. That's what it is.
Basically, the retard club.
Yeah, see? There it is, the retard club.
Jedi.
Yeah, you can also be a Jedi. And
It's not just a Jedi, it's a Jedi. Jedi. It's a black Jedi. Wait, what is... It's justice. That's what it is. It's just... I think they added justice here. Justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion. And they just said that... But it's only for black people, though. You know, so it's like, yeah, it's very inclusive of you to segregate.
Yeah.
if you scroll down again,
the Black Jedi community, Samuel L. Jackson.
Here's their key figures. Here's their key figures. And if you just remember, it may be developed by technically a different studio, the Ubisoft Quebec. But if this is going to be the same practice in all of the different studios
Montreal
that Ubisoft has,
in Quebec,
but they're different studios.
Are they really?
Yeah, they're different studios technically, but you can see.
Yeah, they have a ton of studios set up there because the government of Canada, if you set up your business like in the province of whatever the fuck Montreal is, actually several provinces, then the government gives you like massive tax breaks and incentives and kickbacks and shit like that. Which is why like Montreal and Quebec and stuff are like kind of like major hubs for gaming companies to set up shop, so they get those kickbacks.
See their key figures here. 30% of all new hires are women. That's a good sign. 60 plus different nationalities at the studio. Very tense working place. 25 plus observances celebrated annually. Diversity related observance days or opportunities. So 25 plus days to waste time and get nothing done.
So this is like, my company does this too, where like you have like a certain number of designated holidays, and you have like a smaller set of what are called floating holidays. And those floating holidays you can literally take off for any holiday that pertains to you. So people use it for, you know, Jewish holidays and all the other kind of stuff.
You see what I saw: diversity, inclusivity, and accessibility. Did they miss the equity? What's the accessibility about?
I want an Assassin's Creed where the assassin is in a wheelchair, and I want it now.
That I would like. Honestly, you joke, but that would be
That he does, yeah.
interesting to see how they would work around the challenges that would provide.
That could kind of work, because
Can I play
no
as
one
a
would
disabled samurai?
No one would suspect the disabled person to be a hitman, would they?
No,
Or
no,
an
they
assassin.
certainly wouldn't. Ubisoft, if you're ever wanting for ideas, get in touch with our man Josh right here.
Yeah, I'm on.
It is true though. Like, this is the thing about creativity, is that restriction breeds creativity. Because it basically forces you to basically come up with a scenario that's something that probably wouldn't work. It kind of forces you to think about a way to make it work. Like, it forces you to be creative with it. I actually think this is one of the big reasons why Hollywood is just nothing but slop these days, because the budgets are so high that they don't have to be creative anymore, because they can just buy their way out of anything. Where if you have like a limited budget, it forces you to be creative with how you get, you know, this effect done or that scene done or whatever, because you have a limited budget to work with. You can't just, you know, we'll just green screen everything, which is what they do now. But if you have a really small budget, you can't do that. You actually have to be creative with what you're doing. Like, Disney animators back in the day were notorious for this. Like, the Disney animators, like in Beauty and the Beast, like, they did not, absolutely not, they didn't want to, nor did they have the time or the budget to draw the big crowd at the end of the movie of the villagers, like, marching up to the castle to kill the beast. Because they had to draw like 100 people, and they didn't have the time, the desire, or the budget to do that. And so they like hid it by like only showing like torches or like the shadows on the walls and stuff like that. They basically tried to avoid as much as possible drawing the actual crowd, you know, but like seeing the shadows and seeing the torches and stuff like that, it's creative. You know what I mean? So it's like that limitation like caused them to be creative and more artistic than just drawing a crowd going up a hill, you know?
Unhappy.
But if you go to the Quebec website, you can see that they have articles like this available on there. Unleashing the potential of women in our Canadian studios, one team at a time, where they say things like they've got Catherine, who's the vice president of talent, saying things like, we told ourselves that we really need to intensify efforts in educating our team leaders about management practices that foster a sense of safety and inclusion. So we don't really want to care about making good games. We're not going to foster a space where it's creative and productive, safe and inclusive. Good.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. It's like, it's a game development studio, and you're focusing on everything except game development. You know, it's like, it's so annoying. Like, this is what happens when companies get you, like, I swear to God, like, creative enterprises are always like in opposition to corporatization and corporate culture. Like, they're like oil and water. They don't work. Like, the moment you take like a creative thing like game development and you bureaucratize it into like this massive corporate system, then the beast that is the corporate entity and all of its bureaucratic bullshit that includes all this HR, DEI nonsense, it just completely consumes the creative aspect of the company, and it just completely kills the creativity and like the innovation output of the company. It's so fucking sad to see. It's one of the biggest problems with AAA game development, honestly, is that like every single decision has to go through so many fucking filters and so many people that everything gets watered down to the lowest common denominator, and it's like nothing is outside the box anymore. It sucks.
Games out the window. We're Ubisoft. We don't make good games. We don't care about good games.
It's ridiculous that they care more about the environment of the workplace than what they produce. This is a sort of male-female dichotomy of, I care more about the vibe than I do about the end goal. I think men tend to be a bit more ends-focused, right?
Well, yeah, you want to get stuff done.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to sit here worrying about my fifis the whole time. And this, go on.
Question here. Okay,
right.
There's an important question because you're focusing on the assassin. The question is, who are being assassinated? Is there a diverse...
Japanese people.
Okay.
Stop Asian hate.
But is there a diverse representation in that front? So if you play in a particular world,
No, you're a black man murdering Japanese people.
so
Yeah,
there
basically.
aren't many groups of people represented
As far
in
as
that
I
world.
as far as I can tell from the trailer that's been released so far, it's just he is a black guy and everybody else is, as you would expect, Japanese.
Yeah, that's true. That was... Well, I don't think that's actually the case though with the game, because in the trailer, they do show the black ships in a port town, which indicates that there's probably going to be some, like, Portuguese people, or, like, what is it, Dutch? I think it's Portuguese mainly, though. People present in the game in some way. Because it's during that period, right? Where, like, trade was, like, was extremely, like, limited. Even though this was before, like, the big isolation, but trade was, like, still really restricted at the time to, like, certain ports and stuff like that. And there was only, like, a very, very small handful of countries that were trading with Japan at the time. So the trailer did show that, so I would expect that, but they didn't show anybody except Japanese people in the trailer, which was kind of strange.
Okay.
Yeah. So, again, they say here, in Quebec City and Toronto, developer at Ubisoft provided emerging talent with paid internships and mentorship opportunities. The program is open to people who identify as women, transgender, non-binary, and or two-spirit. So you can tell where the priority.
Two-spirit?
Yep.
Is that the Native American thing, is it?
I assume so.
Ridiculous.
It's in Canada. Do the native Canadian tribes, do they also have two-spirit?
Not really.
Who knows?
Two-spirit was a bullshit thing made up in the 80s, and it's very much a Canadian thing. It's very specific to Canada.
Who
That's where
cares,
it's
really?
supposedly from.
These people are all nut jobs. They're all a bit mental. Do you trust these women on screen to make a good game for you? I don't. And again, they're unleashing the potential.
No, they look like it looks like just a bunch of women who are going to lecture at me about how I'm, like, toxic or something. That's what they look like. They also got the architecture wrong. Oh, yeah. They were Chinese. Very, very Chinese. They had, like, the paper lanterns. They had, like, the wrong kind of pattern on the mats as well. I remember that. Yeah, just, like, again, like, Ubisoft has gotten very, very lazy when it comes to historical accuracy. But they will die on the hill of historical accuracy when it comes to Yasuke, because, again, it's Schrodinger's historical accuracy.
Let's see that potential unleashed in the next slide. Yeah, Alyssa, lead writer on Assassin's Creed Shadows. Pronouns in bio. Protected account.
Why has she locked it?
She's her
No.
You know why.
behaving
Can you tell
as
me?
the wind behaves.
Can you guess? Stelios?
My
Is it
gosh.
because she was so overwhelmed with
white
the
woman.
outpouring of positivity towards her involvement in Assassin's Creed? That's what it was. There you go.
She looks like someone who is an expert in feudal Japan and is very dedicated to the history and portraying the culture accurately.
I think she has a tattoo of a butterfly. I think that butterfly is from Japan.
Maybe.
She looks like the kind of person who would love to colonize Japan with her Californication ways. That's what the kind of person she looks like. Want to bet that the only examples of Asia the developers have is their local Chinatown? I mean, it's true. These people never live their sheltered California cities. I think that they're going to get into the infamous consultant, so-called professional Japanese knower consultant that they use for this game. I think they're going to get into that.
All butterflies are from Japan, I heard. And to head it off at the pass straight away, some people, as I mentioned, will say, well, these games were never really historically accurate. Well, yeah, they had a lot of sci-fi and fantasy elements in them as well. But they also, if you remember, the first game, it was pointed out after the first trailer came out that what's his name? Not Ezio, Altair, the first character, had a crossbow on his back. Whereas in the time and place that it was set, they didn't have crossbows yet. So Ubisoft apologized and took it out and replaced it with something period accurate.
Yep.
So for the cultures and times that they were representing, while they wrapped it up in this big sci-fi story, they did actually take a certain care to represent it accurately.
Mm-hmm. Well,
which is the correct approach to writing historical fiction. It's like you create your timeline, you create your key events, you write the real story of the real people, and you get that set in stone, and then you weave your fiction around that stone. That's what you do. You don't move around real history, essentially. That's like the best historical fiction. So the chick who wrote the book about monks meddling with kids, correct. That's the chick I'm talking about.
To sort of hammer home your point here, in Assassin's Creed 2, obviously that was set in Italy, Venice was constructed in the game world based on historical maps of Venice. Yep. So when I went to Venice after playing Assassin's Creed 2, I was actually able to find my way around because I played the game. If that isn't cool, I don't know what is.
That is honestly, props to Ubisoft in about 2008, 2009 for going for that level of detail.
I imagine the people that did that probably don't work there anymore.
They did that for Unity as well, with the where the things are located on the map of Paris for that game. They were very, very you could probably do the same thing with how accurate things were in terms of where things were in Paris.
Back then, they weren't unleashing the potential of Alyssa to be able to shit all over your dreams.
She running for the WWE? What's going on?
Perhaps. I want to see her give a Randy Savage style promo at the cream of the crop. But again, nobody liked that. Everybody.
What the fuck is wrong with women named Alyssa? Why are women named Alyssa like the paragons of evil in the gaming community? We got this Alyssa chick lead writing this fucking Shadows game, and then we have the infamous Alyssa Mercante, just causing trouble and hurting everything in the game sphere on the journalism side. It's like, what the fuck? Any woman in gaming named Alyssa can't be trusted, chat. Unity got the Notre Dame so right that the city of Paris thought about using the game to help them rebuild it after the fire. Yeah, exactly. They took insanely detailed digital scans of the entire cathedral of Notre Dame to recreate it one for one in the game. It's fucking impressive. And you're right, I remember them talking about that, how they actually went into the game and were looking at the Notre Dame game asset to see what it looked like before the fire happened. Yeah, I remember that.
He hated that. In fact, in the next one, it's already the most disliked reveal trailer in the series history. Nobody likes that. Japan as well, despite the fact that they've had a campaign of Japanese Americans doing some PR, doing some real heavy lifting for the company, saying, oh, see, I don't care. I'm Japanese. I don't care. Well, judging by the like-dislike ratio on the Japanese YouTube page, if you go to the next one, please, yeah, they don't like it.
Mm-hmm.
They went, oh, why am I playing as this guy?
It's worth mentioning as well that the series Shogun came out relatively recently. One of the leading actors, I can't remember his name, unfortunately, but insisted that there aren't any race swaps in it. And mysteriously, the show turned out good.
Shocking. Shocking how...
It is fucking good, by the way. I've only seen the first couple episodes, but it's really fucking good, the Shogun series. Also, when it comes to this... Hang on, I'm gonna back up for a second.
But insisted that there aren't any race. Mm-hmm.
When it comes to this dislike, I was saying before how, like, for every person who takes the effort to leave a dislike, there's like 100 people who don't, who think the same way but don't even bother to dislike. So that's the thing about like people like leaving or quitting or just noping out of something. Like 99% of people who do that don't announce it. You know, for every one person that announces it, 100 people don't. So when you see like a trailer of this magnitude, like being downvoted, like this is what 10-1. That's pretty serious. And I know that there was like a thing recently that came out where like it's like the #1 pre-order in Japan. This Assassin's Creed game, and they were like, "Yeah, the Japanese don't care, haha. Eat it, chuds. You're all a bunch of racist retards lecturing the Japanese." It's like Suicide Squad was the #1 pre-order thing too, you know. So it's like pre-orders don't fucking reflect reality in the end.
And oh, why am I playing as this guy?
It's worth mentioning as well that the
beginning to trust women in gaming in general, since most of them are these woke feminist types. Yeah, I mean, I do think that that a very, very, very significant portion of women in gaming are not fans of gaming. They're not a fan of gaming because they're a fan of gaming. They're a fan of gaming because gaming is popular. They're just a fan of the popular thing. And like you saw that with like when Disney took over Star Wars and tried to bring over this female audience, and all of a sudden there's like this burgeoning, this swell of like female women who are into Star Wars. Women don't give a fuck about Star Wars. The only reason they started caring about Star Wars is because it's got popular. It's because it's popular. That's it. Like they just like the popular thing because they want to fit in, you know. And a lot of women in the gaming space are that way. They claim to be gamers, but they're not. You know, they just want to like the thing that's popular. So,
series Shogun came out
Man of
relatively
gaming.
recently. One of the leading actors, I can't remember his name, unfortunately, but insisted that there aren't any race swaps in it. And mysteriously, the show turned out good.
Shocking how
that actor, what's his name? Oh gosh, can't remember his name, but he starred alongside Ken Watanabe and Tom Cruise in The Last Samurai as well, and that movie was very, very, very well received in Japan. Like Tom Cruise got honored and stuff like that in Japan for that movie because how respectful it was of Japan. And I actually consider I think The Last Samurai is like the best telling of like the Dances with Wolves story ever. It's so very well done. I fucking love that movie, by the way. One of the very few movies where I consider it acceptable for a man to cry. It is acceptable to cry at Ken Watanabe's death at the end of that movie. You do not lose your man card for good men dying in glorious combat in a movie, chat. That you do not lose your man card for that.
how that
I'm sure
happened.
it's made by Amazon as well, which I didn't think they had it in them to make anything good.
No, it wasn't made by Amazon. It was made by Disney Hulu.
I might be misremembering.
Well, you might be, but at least there's something good out there. And again, people have been memeing on this. And the next one, George Alexopoulos, who we've had on the website before. You can find the premium video that Carl did with him.
George. He's such a great
has been
cartoonist.
having an absolute field day with this. So he did one of his classic little cartoons here. Oh no, somebody's been assassinated. Who could have done this? Search for anybody who looks different and out of the ordinary. Couldn't be me. Couldn't be me. It was that guy over there. That little Nippon gentleman. There you go.
Don't point at me.
It wasn't
Nippon
me.
gentleman.
And again, the legendary Black Samurai. Let's see other representations that we can find of him.
Oh
And
man,
then there have been some people
the memes that came out of the Yasuke things have been so fucking good. Oh my god, I've seen so many good memes about the Yasuke shit.
who've been saying, guys, listen. Right. Maybe it's not that inaccurate when you think about it in the next one. When you think about it, you're playing as a black guy, killing Asians and assaulting them.
Stop Asian hate.
maybe this is salvageable? Question
Yeah.
mark.
Ubisoft are just making comments on New York crime statistics. That's actually the reason for their casting decisions here.
That is literally why Stop Asian Hate just kind of disappeared overnight, by the way, because the statistics came out and showed that like all of the people perpetrating the violence against Asians were black people. And it just got immediately killed the movement. Hiroyuki Sanada. Yep, that's the guy. That is the guy. Dude's a fucking legend. He's the one who plays like the big shogunate guy in Shogun.
Clearly what it is. This is social commentary.
Mm-hmm.
But I thought it would be interesting because when this first was announced and I saw the backlash, I'd heard of this Yasuke guy because he is a big figure in, shockingly enough, Black American media. He seems to be somebody that they like to point to so they can say we was samurai in the same way that we was Egyptians and we was the real Romans, etc., etc. So I thought, okay, there's a story behind this. Ubisoft.
Yeah, I have to say that doing like work, I posted like some lengthy posts about Yasuke on Twitter, and the whole Yasuke thing was the first time I'd ever actually gotten exposed to Black Twitter. I've always heard about Black Twitter, but I've never like been like exposed to it before. I've never like seen it in action, and holy shit, Black Twitter is the most retarded, stupid, racist fucking place I have ever seen. Like, the fucking Daily Stormer don't have anything on Black Twitter when it comes to fucking racism. Holy shit, dude. And it's like, it's crazy too, because there are all these like racist retards in Black Twitter. They post like really stupid shit. And they get like thousands and thousands of likes on their posts. It's insane how fucking popular these racist retards are in Black Twitter. Like, damn, dude. Like, I don't want to ever be exposed to that part of Twitter again. Like, you think Twitter just on its own is fucking bad? Like, Jesus, dude. It's bad.
Microsoft is justifying it by saying that, well, this is historical, this is a historical figure. What is the actual story of Yasuke? So shall we take a look into it? So this is an article from Smithsonian Magazine written by a black woman. So she is going to be doing everything possible to highlight all of the most positive claims about him. And it turns out there's barely bloody anything that we know about the guy.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I've actually read the historic accounts of it just long ago, before I knew there was going to be a game about it, just out of interest, really. And I think the most sort of interesting thing to the Japanese was, obviously, he had dark skin and he was very tall compared to them. And that was really all they mentioned. Yeah,
that was about it. Because they point that, well, William Adams was a historical figure who's had games like Neo based around him, so we can do this for this as well. But William Adams was in Japan for years and years. He was honored there. He became a samurai and served as a samurai.
As a samurai.
He's got a lot more context and historical documentation of him. And he was only there about, 10 years after Yasuke was supposed to be there. Yasuke was there for about a year and a bit.
Yeah, he was there for like 15 months. And also, like, the thing about, like, I did some cursory like research into Yasuke as well, and I swear to God, like, you can get fully read up on everything. At least, like, you can read like all the original texts that refer to him. You can track them down, and you can read them yourself, and you can get an idea, like an actually accurate idea about the guy in like 2 hours. Like, there's like there's practically nothing on the guy. Like, he was there. Nobunaga was like, oh, this guy's kind of cool. He's kind of strange and cool, because Nobunaga he had like a fetish for like foreign stuff. So of course he's gonna take like the most foreign thing and treat him like a fucking zoo animal, you know? And because it's Nobunaga, like, nobody outside of the samurai class are gonna be allowed near the guy. So he's just like, oh yeah, I'll just call him a samurai. So he could like be my court jester. You know, he could wrestle with the other lads at the pits and stuff like that. Because Yasuke was apparently a pretty good wrestler and all this kind of stuff. And it's just like, yeah, he was a zoo animal. Like, yeah, he was given a home, he was given a horse, he was given a sword, and all this other kind of stuff. But it's just like, these are all like formality things that are akin to a job, not like a member of a caste of people, which the samurai were. Like, everybody's like, oh, he got paid a stipend, he got a horse, and all this kind of. Because like, yeah, because he was given a job to do, at serving Nobunaga by his side. You know what I mean? That doesn't make you a samurai. You know, there's a lot of overlap there, but like, samurai was like a caste of people. Like, you were kind of born into it. So like, if you had to do something like William Adams did to get really like formally recognized as a samurai, like you had to like really like dedicate a good chunk of your a good chunk of yourself to it to be able to kind of like find yourself in the samurai caste of people. And it's like, again, with like the combat style, like the trailer for Assassin's Creed shows him like fighting like a well-trained samurai. It's just like, no, like he was trained, he learned how to fight like as a brawler in like India and Africa and shit. He wouldn't be fighting like a samurai would. It's fucking stupid.
And let's see what it says. So they point out first to the first episode of the Netflix anime Yasuke. Viewers witness a massacre. Hundreds of warriors lie dead near the Honnoji Temple in Kyoto, Japan. The year is 1582, and flames envelop the area surrounding the fallen. Inside the temple, a black samurai named Yasuke has a tense conversation with a Japanese daimyo warlord, Oda Nobunaga. When Nobunaga is resigned to his fate, Yasuke remains hopeful the pair can evade their enemies and live to fight another day. All that's left for me is an honorable death, he tells Yasuke. The daimyo pierces a sword through his own abdomen before asking Yasuke what he's waiting for. Letting out a loud scream, the samurai lifts his sword to decapitate Nobunaga, completing the warlord's ritual suicide, or seppuku. So, this is pretty epic sounding, right? And they say, no, though the Netflix series introduces several mystical elements, including giant flying robots, magical armies, and weaponized laser beams, so we know that, like Assassin's Creed, it's pinpoint accurate on the money with historical accuracy. Japanese, well known for their medieval lasers. The broad strokes as a depiction of the Honnoji incident are historically accurate. He was a warrior, Yasuke was, in the employ of Nobunaga, powerful feudal lord known as the Great Unifier during Japan's Sengoku period. The first black samurai, he was at Nobunaga's side when the daimyo died. I'm sorry I'm mispronouncing everything.
You picked up.
He's actually doing a pretty decent job. He's not doing a great job, but he's doing a better job than most at pronouncing the names right.
For me cringing, did you?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not Japanese, if you couldn't tell.
It's Yasuke.
Yasuke. I've heard it pronounced Yasuke.
Really?
Yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong. Who knows?
Probably.
Yeah, it's common for them to drop the U sound in the su syllable. Like a lot of the common, like the way that they end sentences was with mas or des. And it's really like if you sound out the whole word, it's basu or desu, but they don't pronounce the U. It's pretty common to kind of drop the U sound. So I think Yasuke is acceptable. I think either is fine. It's funny too because they mentioned this Honnoji incident and all this kind of stuff. It's like that's the incident where like where Nobunaga did his ritual suicide and stuff like that. But they also talk. But I don't know if they mention here. But when he was captured by Akechi, who was like the general who betrayed Nobunaga, Akechi basically said like, well, he's not a samurai, so we're not going to treat him like one. Give him back to the Jesuits and take him back to India. Which means like, even if Nobunaga called him a samurai and treated him as such, that obviously wasn't like a ubiquitous treatment that he got from the other people in the society, in Japanese society at the time. And because Akechi's like, he's just a slave. You know what I mean? Like, and it's like the reason that they didn't, he didn't commit ritual suicide is because they didn't recognize him as a samurai. So it's like they really did like Nobunaga really did kind of see him as like this zoo animal that you could put him on a pedestal as much as you want, but just like the lion character in the Madagascar movie, the animated movie, like he's still like an animal in a cage. that's there basically to entertain its master. And that's pretty much what Yasuke was, at least in my opinion. That's why, like, so many other Japanese people that were samurai, didn't, respect Yasuke necessarily.
Yeah, you always are, in fact.
That's not very nice.
According to popular lore, Nobunaga tasked Yasuke with returning his head to his son. That sounds fantastic. So what actually happened? Well, not much is known about him, actually. Some historians speculate where he was born. Some people, one historian, Thomas Lockley, who wrote a full book about him, says it's probable that he was enslaved and trafficked as a child. But he was probably free. He believes he was free by the time he met Alessandro Valignano, an Italian Jesuit missionary. The duo traveled from India to Japan in 1579, with Yasuke essentially serving as his bodyguard. So again, believes he was a free man, so that's all up in the air. That's conjecture, speculation.
And the thing is that this Lockley guy, he's actually talked at length with Metatron, the history YouTuber. And Metatron has said in his most recent video about Yasuke that, like, even after, like, talking with Lockley admitted to him, it's like, yeah, I'm basically 90% of that book is conjecture, and we don't know if he was recognized formally as a samurai or not. So.
He first crossed paths with Nobunaga in 1581 when the Jesuit missionary requested permission from the warlord to leave the country, customary practice in an era before passports, according to Lockley. He was fascinated by the color of Yasuke's skin, which he initially believed to be covered in black paint. As Lockley explains, the daimyo ordered Yasuke to be washed, but his skin color remained unchanged. In fact, he probably got darker. Nobunaga threw a welcome party for his visitor, who...
I think it's a reasonable reaction, honestly. It's like, oh, he's just really, really dirty.
officially entered his service soon after. Entered his service is...
generous.
Bit vague? Bit vague?
He was a gift. The history records that the Jesuits gave Nobunaga Yasuke as a gift. And it wasn't until after he was... because we don't actually know Yasuke's real name. Nobunaga gave him the name Yasuke. So we don't know his actual name.
Yeah, I mean, it could be euphemistic for a slave still. It's unclear.
Yeah, a lot of the... and the thing is, there's only 4 or 5 historical references that they can actually point to, and a few paintings that are maybe contemporary. So this is a lot of guesswork. The Chronicle of Lord Nobunaga, 17th century book written by one of Nobunaga's followers, describes Yasuke as appearing to be about 26 or 27. This man looked robust and had good demeanor. What's more, his formidable strength surpassed that of 10 men. Yasuke joined Nobunaga during the last months of the feudal law's unification campaign. Nobunaga was then betrayed by one of his generals, which is then the only recorded incident that we know that Yasuke was in combat, when his general, Akachi Mitsuhide, I don't know if I pronounced that.
That's a bad butchering. Mitsuhide. Come on, Harry.
He was one of his generals. They ambushed him with about 13,000 men. They slaughtered the group of 30 or so that Nobunaga was with, which included Yasuke. Eventually, Nobunaga, Yasuke, and an attendant named Mori Ranmaru, the feudal lord's lover at the time, retreated to one of the temple's chambers. It was here that Nobunaga performed seppuku, using a sword to slice open his abdomen before the other guy beheaded him. The other guy then also killed himself, and Yasuke was there, just I don't know, hands in pockets, going, well, that sucks, what now?
Yeah, pretty much. It's almost like Yasuke didn't even think of himself as a samurai. You know, like if he thought himself to be a samurai, he would have not questioned also doing the ritual suicide. You know, 13,000 versus 30. Talk about one-sided battle. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Akechi basically, governed the army and committed a mutiny against Nobunaga. And so the only people on Nobunaga's side were like his direct, like, inner circle cohorts. So yeah, it really wasn't much of a battle. It really wasn't. Like, they showed their force, and then, like, they immediately retreated and did the ritual suicide. Like, it wasn't really much of a battle.
known record of him describes him being escorted to a Jesuit mission by Mitsuhide's warriors. What do we do now? Is that Mitsuhide? What we do know is that Mitsuhide did not execute him.
I hate it.
So we know that he carried things for Nobunaga, entered his service, was in one fight that he lost, and then was captured and given back to the Italians.
Yep.
Legendary Black Samurai. Let's write books about him. Let's have TV shows about him. He probably saved millions of Japanese people, and as the game is saying as well, is going to free Japan from their oppressors. Given that the only other people in the game are Japanese people, he's going to free Japan from the Japanese people. Where have I heard that kind of story before?
You know what is interesting here is that, obviously people
snark.
who are behind this, they don't care at all about historical accuracy.
No.
It's just, Netflix source. Netflixius, as I call the historian.
It is like the Netflixification.
What is interesting here is that if you play this game of representation and of increasing representation in anything, including in games, you are ending up offending people.
Yeah.
Either way. So what I want to say is that what is interesting is that we should know that there isn't any kind of harmonious road or endpoint in which this agenda is leading.
Yeah, I really like this point that Celios makes, because he's basically saying that representation is antithetical to authenticity. That's really what he's kind of saying here. Like, if anything done in the name of representation will automatically divide people, and anything done for the sake of representation cannot be done authentically. Essentially, is kind of what he's getting at here.
So what they're trying to do is to say, okay, we have this group, we want them to feel represented, and at the end of the day, they can't be represented unless we offend the Japanese people, for instance.
Yeah, because the whole thing is like, if you do something for the sake of representation, you necessarily disenfranchise a group that you're not representing, which creates that division and therefore cannot be authentic. Whereas if you are motivated by authenticity, then any diverse elements that come out of that will occur naturally, organically, and will make sense and won't offend people. It's completely backwards.
The Japanese,
no, because this comes again with Cleopatra, for instance, on Netflix. Okay?
Well, the Japanese clearly aren't that happy about it, but I think more than anything, the majority of the Assassin's Creed audience is likely to be like normie white guys. Most video games, that's the audience. And so though you can't tell.
That's what I was saying before about the pre-order thing. Like, Japan isn't moving the needle that much on sales of the Assassin's Creed franchise. It's just not. So even if it's like the number one in Japan, that's not gonna reflect the success of the game. Because again, I'll say it again, the Suicide Squad was number one in pre-orders as well. You know how that ended up.
Tell me that there won't be a part of the marketing for this that isn't banking on anti-woke backlash, anti-woke outrage, and pissing off a significant portion of the audience.
Yes.
Because a lot of the kinds of people involved in the production of this will be the type that take a pleasure from pissing off the white guy audience.
Yeah, as in many other companies
Sticking it to the chuds.
Take hire brand ambassadors from other groups, and it ends up in disaster.
Mm-hmm. But if we skip through to the Wikipedia link that I've got, the Wikipedia page on the guy actually has some quite interesting stuff, because they include some of the actual accounts of when he's mentioned written down in here.
The legend of Yasuke.
Yes, the 3 or 4 written paragraphs about him historically. So here's the one about when he got captured and what it says here. So Louis Fro's, I don't know how to pronounce that, annual report on Japan contains the following statements. A black man whom the visitor sent to Nobunaga went to the house of Nobunaga's son after his death and was fighting for quite a long time. And to be fair, if he was fighting and involved in combat, he must have been a very brave man, but still, he lost. We only know that he was in one combat encounter. Historians fill in the blanks and say, well, he was in the service of this one guy, so he must have been in battles. That's conjecture.
The thing is, he says like he must have been a brave guy. Not necessarily. You might have thought that like Nobunaga is like the only guy who's actually going to treat me well in this country. So, like, if I don't defend him and fight for him, all these other Japanese people are gonna, like, do bad things to me. You know what I mean? Unlike Nobunaga, who's actually treating me well. So he could have been entirely motivated out of selfish interest. You know, we don't know.
But still, he was probably still a brave guy. But they said when a vassal of Akechi, the betraying, the traitorous general, approached him and said, "Do not be afraid. Give me that sword." So he gave him the sword. The vassal asked Akechi what should be done with the black man, and he said, "A black slave is an animal and knows nothing, nor is he Japanese. So do not kill him and place him in the custody at the Cathedral of Padre in India."
Yeah.
So.
Doesn't sound like a person who, like, the greater society respected or considered to be a samurai.
Like a true warrior, he was very well respected.
Yeah, exactly.
Or not. Again, there's only so much that we can talk about here because so little is known about him and everything else is just guesswork. And from there, you get things like the Yasuke TV series that was mentioned on Netflix, where people valorize him and make him out like he was this really great, amazing samurai. And that's the impression that I had from all of this before I looked into him. I knew that he was a real historical figure, but if you just go by fictional depictions of him, shockingly enough, they're not particularly accurate and would give you the impression that he was some celebrated samurai who lived there for the rest of his life, when in fact he was only there for about 15 months. And the backlash of this, predictably, has broken a few brains. In the next one, people just complaining that you're racist. If there was a white guy, a fictional white guy, you guys wouldn't care. Personally, I would have liked to have seen an actual historical Japanese samurai in it. I think that's a missed opportunity.
I think, what's it called? The Tsushima game that's just come out on PC.
Ghost of Tsushima.
Ghost of Tsushima. I can't believe I forgot the name of it. That's just obviously a better alternative, even though it came out like many years ago.
100% it's a better alternative. Yeah, Ghost of Tsushima is... I can pretty much guarantee it's going to be superior to AC Shadows in every way. Funny how a white guy actually became a samurai. Oh yeah, the honestly, that's the thing. Like the William Adams story is actually far more interesting, and very very well documented as well.
It's probably going to be better than this anyway. I haven't actually played it, but it looks great, and it is actually Japanese. I don't think it's necessarily trying to be historically accurate.
So much so that the people who made Ghost of Tsushima were recognized as official ambassadors of the island of Tsushima, or something like that. I think that's what happened.
But it looks fun and it looks beautiful. So
I've heard very, very good things about it. I've heard very good things about it, so that's a shout. There is also what somebody brings up in the replies here, which is Neo, saying, well, this has got a white guy in it. Again, the guy that's based on, much more historical documentation.
Very,
we know a lot about that
fantastical.
guy's life. Also, that game was developed by a Japanese studio, and Yasuke is in it as well, so I don't know what point they're trying to make. Again, George was having some fun with this because some people posted things like this. If you scroll up a bit just to see the reply. No. If you go back, scroll up a bit, please. Playing as a black man murdering tons of Japanese people isn't the hill to die on, guys. And scroll down, somebody responds. Big Brain responds, where did they say he was a murderer? Well, George figured out why, because he looked at the artwork and read the name of the series in the next one, right there, where it says assassin. I don't know if these people know what assassins are known for. He's not giving hugs. As well, he was pointing out, this is just black on Asian violence to the video game. Television screen has gone, so I have no idea what you're seeing.
Back.
Yep.
Oh.
IGN has been trying to carry water and cope for this as well in the next one.
Oh god, this is such a...
There we go. Let's not pretend we're mad. The new Assassin's Creed Shadow Samurai isn't Asian. They basically just make the argument, well, you can play as Asians in loads of games. Yeah, but people wanted to play as a Japanese guy in this game specifically.
I want a story about the campaign of Julius Caesar, and I want Julius Caesar to be played by, I don't know, a Papua New Guinean man.
Why not? We're in topsy-turvy world. Throw it all into the air, watch it all go upside down, splat on the walls. Who cares?
It makes his betrayal and his stabbing in the back all the more clear,
Yeah, when all of the Romans looked around and went, wait a second, guys. I don't know if you've noticed. This guy's not Roman. Oh my God.
This guy's not Roman.
And then the piece de la resistance, this last one that I've got. Hi, I'm an idiot who's mad about everything in video games except the layoffs. And this is an actual child temper tantrum that I assume somebody got paid for writing. Where, again, this is broken people's brains that these guys can't accept and can't understand why people wouldn't be happy with this when this is the image that is getting...
Look at those fucking dreads, man. Look how clean those things are. Holy shit, dude. How do they have to maintain those dreads? What the fuck? Of course he's got like a modern 2020 dreadlock hairstyle. Of course he does. Oh my god. Anyway.
Shoved down everybody's throats 24/7. This is not isolated. This is part of a pattern. And if you're not on the left, you might have something called pattern recognition, and you might not be happy that everything you see constantly is trying to push, like the cool big black guy, down your throat. When you just wanted, when you just
phrasing, Harry, phrasing.
When you just wanted to play a game about playing as a Japanese assassin.
I hope.
How did he make those dreads at that time period and maintain them? Yeah, exactly. It's so obviously got like the fingerprints of, you know, modernization in it. It's so fucking gross. It's so stupid. But anyway, that was a long one. I mean, I think I said everything I want to say about this. I came up with like an alternate story to what they're doing, where like Yasuke is like an NPC, which he should be, because the whole idea of Assassin's Creed is that you're like a nameless, faceless figure who has like, who is like interwoven or pushing on the scales of actual history. So when like the main character is suddenly an actual historical figure, it kind of like hurts it damages the whole concept of Assassin's Creed. Which honestly, if you go back and watch the Assassin's Creed Shadows trailer, if there was no Assassin's Creed branding on it, you would never know it was an Assassin's Creed game, because it doesn't highlight assassinating. It doesn't have like an eagle or a hawk or a crow or whatever. It doesn't have a bird companion. It doesn't have any kind of a classic like Assassin's Creed, you know, variation of the Assassin's Creed hood attire. It doesn't have any like suggestion that you're in an animus. Like there's like no digital distortions to indicate that you're in an animus. There's nothing there indicating, there's no reference to Templars or any symbology of the Templars. There's nothing. There's no DNA of Assassin's Creed outside of like the last like 2 seconds of the trailer that shows like the hidden blade. Outside of that, there's zero DNA of Assassin's Creed in the trailer. They've just completely lost the plot. Completely lost the plot. It's so stupid. But anyway, let's move on from Yasuke. Let me see here. Let's do something a little bit more lighthearted. That's not lighthearted. That's not lighthearted. That's just fucking disgusting. Here we go. This is a good one. That was a long segment. Yeah, that's... I'll do that. Like, the main segment, like that, will tend to go, like, a solid hour, hour and a half, and then the rest of them are much shorter. Anyway, let's have some laughs. Couple shock after discovering man having sex with their pink Tesla for 3 hours. The biggest, craziest thing to me is 3 hours. Obviously, this Tesla ain't doing it for you, buddy. You'd think after like the first 20 minutes, you'd be like, yeah, this car ain't doing it for me. But man, this guy was fucking committed. A couple was left scratching their head over what to do after noticing a man having sex with their Tesla in video footage. Where do we even begin with a story so bizarre as a man trying to get intimate with the car? Since Elon Musk's car company released Tesla model vehicles, many fans have remarked how much they love the cars. But it seems like some of them like them a little more than others. A couple ended up discovering a man was having sex with their pink Tesla for hours and only stopped when he was confronted and caught pink-handed. Aww. I hope he got to finish. On May 18th, in a Hyundai department store in Ilsan, South Korea, the brazen car lover was seen trying to get into the car and not in the traditional sense. I love all the fucking... You know that the writers, like, were just looking for any innuendo they could for this fucking article. You know, making sex bots wouldn't even be that unlikely. No, it wouldn't. It really wouldn't. Oh, man. The car owner's husband said his wife witnessed the man kissing, touching, and fingering the car for a total of 3 hours before fleeing once she approached the car to get into the vehicle. In what you would hope would be a really straightforward police issue, the couple said that the authorities weren't exactly able to help. Here's the guy in action here. Can't really tell what exactly he's doing. Looks like he's wearing like a motorcycle helmet or something. What's going on there? It's hard to tell. As the couple reported the incident to the police, they found out due to the bizarreness of the incident, there was no specific charge that could be applied. Oh no, they've run into the hair dryer in the bathtub problem, where like the only reason that it says don't on the side of a hair dryer to not use it in the shower is because somebody used it in the shower and electrocuted themselves and died, and so they had to print this very, very specific instruction or warning onto the item. It's that. Like, this is the bizarre incidents that will trigger a law in South Korea now to, you know, where you can't fuck your car or anyone else's car for that matter. Cars can't consent, chat. Let's see. Hoping to at least share the experience with others, the husband told the story to a South Korean online community similar to that of Reddit. This guy kissed my wife's car, fingered it for 3 hours. Where did he finger it? How do you finger a car? What is that? How do you do that? Wait. Is it the exhaust pipe? See, that's like the only hole, right? Oh my gosh. It ran off only when my wife approached to get in the car, the husband said. Oh my god. This is fucking ugly as hell, by the way. Like, this color just is not good on... Not on a Tesla, at least. Ugh. Like, this could work on, like, a VW Beetle. You know, something like that. But not on a Tesla like this. This does not work. If you told me the story was from Florida, I'd believe you. Well, this is actually like a fetish thing. It's actually pretty common in Europe, from what I hear. I've seen them talk about it in Britain or something like that. There was like a show dedicated... Not dedicated. There was like an episode of a show dedicated to people that like to have sex with cars. So we tried reporting it to the police, but there's no known charge that would apply in this case, so we're out of options. And what would be a bizarre solution to an even weirder problem, the husband asked whether he and his wife should consider simply taking off the pink wrapping around the Tesla. Oh no, it sounds like he finished. Oh no, it's been christened, chat. It is forever stained. Oh, God. Whatever the case, let us hope that the guy who was caught in the act chooses to keep his hands to himself, or at the very least, make sure he owns the car he wants to get intimate with. Okay. I don't really have much to say. I just wanted a little bit of a cool down kind of laughing story. Let's see here. Don't want to talk about the toilet liquor, chat? If you want to talk about the toilet liquor. Hesitant, to be honest. The what now? Oh, it's not even in English. Never mind. You don't want to know. I'm just going to skip that one. German. Yeah, it's a German thing. Oh, I do want to talk about... Where is it? Story... Yeah, this is fucking wild. Here we go. Okay. Of course it's short. I don't know, right? God. Yeah. Zoom out. Gas station robbery that ended with bystander killing suspect was staged as part of an illegal visa scheme. This is fucking wild, chat. I'm not going to show the video because I don't want to get demonetized. Or banned. I don't know. I'm not monetized yet, but whatever. So, here's a story. An armed robber who was shot and killed by a bystander was only pretending to hold up a couple in a twisted, ongoing plot to get non-immigrant visas, according to officials charging an alleged accomplice with felony murder. Rasad Scott, 22, was seen on surveillance footage late January 27th, running up to a couple filling up their car at a Chevron gas station in Houston, Texas. After seemingly robbing the pair of a purse and wallet, he turned and ran before an alarmed witness pulled out a gun and shot him in the head, killing him, the affidavit notes. However, a series of messages later show that Scott wasn't even really robbing the couple, with his widow, Sade Beverly, telling cops it was a setup as part of an ongoing crime ring, the doc said. His alleged accomplice, William Winfrey, 30, told Scott the fatal robbery would be the usual gas pump shit, telling him to make all that shit look real, according to the affidavit. In a police interview, one of the pretend victims confirmed that the robbery was in fact a setup, and the purpose of the scheme is to obtain a U visa, the affidavit said. That refers to a U non-immigrant status, which is granted to victims of certain crimes who have suffered mental or physical abuse and are helpful to authorities investigating or prosecuting suspects. Police then realized there was a pattern of similar reported robberies. So this is the first time this has happened. This fake robbery scheme. I read about this, had a discussion about it with my American friends in Discord. Yeah, it's fucking wild. Let's see. And that the victims had applied for or been granted U visas during their status as victims of these crimes. I guess the idea is that if you're if a victim of like a crime that like steals all your IDs and stuff like that, you can get a U visa, basically, to kind of help you as a form of identification within the country. So they were setting up these fake crimes where they would like fake steal their IDs and stuff like that, so that they could get U visas illegally. Well, it's the first time it's been reported because the guy doing the hoax robbery got shot and killed by a bystander. That's why it's being reported. Winfrey was arrested Wednesday and charged with murder in connection with Scott's death. He was denied bond Monday. He admitted in interviews under oath that he and Scott had carried out staged robberies for around a year in order to obtain a U visa for the people in on it, the affidavit said. Scott's fiancée, Sade Beverly, said she now has to raise their 2 kids alone. Oh man, you picked a good one there, lady. Fucking wait, good job. Way to pick him. He didn't deserve what happened to him at all. He was making a dumb decision. I'm not defending him, of course, but he didn't deserve to die. Wait, are you aware that he was doing this for a fucking year? Like, how aware what happened to him at all? I mean, Beverly said she knew what he was doing was wrong, but argued that he should have had his day in court. I mean, yeah, I agree. But it's like, this is very much a fuck around, find out kind of moment. Like, you do this shit for a long enough time, eventually something's gonna go wrong, and something bad's gonna happen, you know? So, somebody still lost a life at the end of the day. Have some decorum, she told the outlet. It would have eventually caught up to him, and he would have had to learn the hard way. He just took him out. He didn't get the chance to fix his mistakes. Well, that's what you do for staging robberies in the United States, especially in a state like Texas, where everybody's armed to the fucking teeth. Again, everybody's survival rate turns, eventually goes to 0 on a long enough time scale. As made famous by Fight Club. The woman also said the real issue is lax gun laws. Oh, okay. It's not his fault. It's not his fault. It's society's fault. It's always society's fault. It's never it. You know, he doesn't have his own his own moral agency. Nope. It's all society's fault. They need to change. I don't see how people are able to say it's okay to take somebody's life. It's never okay, Beverly said. I mean, there are plenty of cases where it's totally okay. She also called for the bystander who shot her husband to be charged. The shooter, later identified as Jesus Vargas. Damn. Fucking motherfucker got shot by Jesus. Initially fled before handing himself in and telling cops he opened fire because he feared for his life, as well as those of the pair he thought were being attacked and held up at gunpoint. Well, that's the thing. Like, if the guy has a gun and then he gets shot by a third party, like, yeah, like that's called force escalation, right? Like, if he didn't have a gun, then there's a much better chance that he doesn't get shot. Because he's not nearly as much of a deadly threat at that point. But, like, the moment you're pulling out a gun, even if it's not a real gun, like, if you're staging a robbery to make it look real for the cameras, like, I mean, you're in Texas, man. You pull out a gun and think you're going to stage a robbery. I mean, I'm surprised he lasted a year. You know, like, he went a whole year without getting shot by someone, by a third party in Texas. That right there is impressive, to be honest. He's the one behind the trigger. He's the one who made that decision. Scott's widow told Fox 26 of Vargas. Police said Vargas was not involved in the fake robbery and was released. Yeah, I mean, they have Samaritan laws in states like Texas, where, like, you're allowed to defend the lives of yourself and other people. You know, and that's the thing. If he didn't have a gun out, even if he was using a knife, then Vargas would probably be in trouble if Scott didn't have a gun. But the fact that he had a gun, real or fake, kind of exonerates Vargas pretty much. So no decision was immediately available about possible charges against him in connection with the shooting. There are also no records indicating whether the fake robbery victims have been charged. Well, they should be. Isn't that criminal conspiracy? Like, it seems like that's criminal conspiracy. It seems like a pretty cut and dry case of criminal conspiracy. But I don't know. I'm no robber. I just thought that this was fascinating, how this was like a thing that was happening. And apparently, not only are these not the only people doing it, but it's been happening. Like, there's a pattern of this stuff happening. It's like, you'd think that there's, like, better, safer, less ridiculous ways to illegally obtain these visas. You know what I mean? Like, there's got to be a better, easier scheme than this. Oh man, what a wild story. The visa was put into law in 2000. Yeah. That kind of visa has been been around for a while. That has been around for a while. Did that. Oh, here's some unfortunate news. Microplastics found in every human testicle. Every one of your nuts, chat. Every nut in chat has plastic in it. Scientists say discovery may be linked to decades-long decline in sperm counts in men around the world. Gee, you fucking think? It was to hinder the administration coming after the president at the time. Yeah. Microplastics have been found in human testicles, with researchers saying the discovery might be linked to the declining sperm counts in men. The scientists tested 23 human testes. Okay, that's not a lot. As well as 47 testes from pet dogs. They found microplastic pollution in every sample. I mean, 23 is not a big sample size, though. Come on. The human testicles had been preserved, and so their sperm count could not be measured. However, the sperm count in the dog's testes could be assessed and was lower in samples with higher contamination with PVC. The study demonstrates a correlation, but further research is needed to prove microplastics cause sperm counts to fall. That's been a long thought, like, hypothesis, theory, whatever you want to call it, about microplastics basically causing, like, men to be, like, meant to produce, how should I say it? Let's say, poor swimmers. Let's see. Sperm counts in men have been falling for decades with chemical pollution such as pesticides implicated by many studies. Microplastics have also recently been discovered in human blood, placentas, and breast milk, indicating widespread contamination of people's bodies. The impact on health is as yet unknown, but microplastics have been shown to cause damage to human cells in the laboratory. I mean, of course, it's a foreign body. Of course, it's going to damage you. Vast amounts of plastic waste are dumped into the environment, and microplastics have polluted the entire planet from the summit of Mount Everest to the deepest oceans. People are known to consume the tiny particles via food and water, as well as breathing them in. The particles can lodge in tissue and cause inflammation, as air pollution particles do, or chemicals in the plastics could cause harm. In March, doctors warned of potentially life-threatening effects after finding a substantially raised risk of stroke, heart attack, and earlier death in people whose blood vessels were contaminated with microscopic plastics. At the beginning, I doubted whether microplastics could penetrate the reproductive system, said Professor Zhao Zhongzhu at the University of New Mexico in the U.S. When I first received the results for dogs, I was surprised. I was even more surprised when I received the results from humans. I mean, I would be less surprised at humans than dogs, because dogs have, like, a pretty limited things that we feed them, whereas humans will eat fucking everything. I feel like it makes more sense for you to find them in humans than in dogs. The testes analyzed were obtained from postmortems in 2016, with the men ranging in age from 16 to 88 when they died. The impact on the younger generation might be more concerning now that there is more plastic than ever in the environment, you said. The study, published in the journal Toxicological Sciences, involved dissolving the tissue samples and then analyzing the plastics that remained. The dog's testes were obtained from veterinary practices that conducted neutering operations. The human testicles had a plastic concentration almost 3 times higher than that found in the dog testes. Oof. Again, I'm not surprised, though. 330 micrograms per gram of tissue compared with 123 God, that seems like a lot. Polyethylene, used in plastic bags and bottles, was the most common microplastic found. Well, yeah, that makes sense because they're the lightest. Ethylenes are the lightest, so... followed by PVC. PVC can release a lot of chemicals that interfere with spermatogenesis, and it contains chemicals that cause endocrine disruption. You said the human testes have been routinely collected by the New Mexico Office of the Medical Investigator and were available following a 7-year storage requirement, after which the samples are usually discarded. A smaller study in China in 2023 also found microplastics in 6 human testes and 30 semen samples. Recent studies in mice have reported that microplastics reduce sperm count and caused abnormalities and hormone disruptions. So, our dicks aren't working anymore, chat. That's fun. That's good to know. Good to know that we're just everyone's just being slowly poisoned to death. Thank you, food industry, big pharma. Thank you so much, all ye merchants of death. Go back to glass bottles? Yes. Unironically, yes. Glass bottles actually preserve the taste better as well. So, anyway. I did the Ashike. What were the other things? Oh, I did the terminals being bad. What else have I got? I gotta make sure that I hit everything that I at least mentioned in the title of the stream. Crushing technology. This disturbed me. And it disturbed a lot of other people too. This is a do another reaction. Another reaction video here. related to Lotus Eaters. But we're gonna go back to OG Sargon because he's back, and I think he did a really good video about the recent controversial Apple commercial. So we're gonna react to this now. Start it. Okay, that's it.
2018, Steven Pinker published a book called Enlightenment Now, in which he makes a materialist case for why the Enlightenment is succeeding. He correctly notes that over the past 200 years, basic human needs are being consistently met, quality of life has improved, life expectancy has increased dramatically, infant mortality has decreased.
My new favorite book of all time by Bill Gates is not the endorsement you think it is. Bill Gates is one of those fucking evil as fuck, like, degrowth people. Yeah, he's awful. This is a very, I don't know, all this stuff about Enlightenment thought and other stuff, case for reason, science, humanism, and progress. It's very materialistic in the way that it's approached, I feel like a lot of quote-unquote Enlightenment thinking sees things almost entirely through a materialistic point of view. And I think that has severely or caused it to go very much in the wrong direction. And that's kind of like he calls this video dematerialization for a reason.
Society is generally safer, the world is generally more peaceful, etc., etc. One pillar of his
Except when
argument
it's not.
is essentially that the future of the planet isn't so bleak because of an ongoing process which will mitigate much of the damage to the environment that the Industrial Revolution and its consequences have wrought. Dematerialization is the term he uses to describe how the march of technology is playing out in such a way as that technology becomes more advanced, it also becomes more versatile, allowing us to do more things with less stuff. In turn, this means we need to produce fewer things to achieve the same goals, reducing the amount that it is necessary to manufacture to achieve the same quality of life. And this argument...
Well, the thing is that you reduce your materials to maintain the quality of life, but you still need to, you have to basically increase the materials again because the amount of people that you have to provide that quality of life for keeps increasing. So it's kind of a balancing game.
Is most well articulated in the smartphone. It's entirely possible that younger viewers watching this will have no idea what some of these gadgets are for because they were superseded by better technology before they were born.
Wait a minute. I don't think this is too bad. Let's see here. Compass. There is calculator. It's hard to tell. Okay, that's a Game Boy Advance. Okay, books, obviously. There's an iPod. There's a camcorder. Here is like a GPS, like an old school GPS unit. Camera, an alarm clock. I think it's a stopwatch timer. A flip phone. What is this? Is this a remote? No. Can't tell what that is. So it's this and this. I can't tell what they are. Oh yeah, obviously a phone. Okay. I mean, I don't think you have to be... I think young people would know what these things are for the most part, honestly. Like, I think Gen Alpha would be able to tell you what almost all these things are. Like, come on.
But it is entirely true.
Although, like, I guarantee you that no one from Gen Alpha has used a rotary phone like this, though.
That Apple have been responsible for rendering much of the technology that was exciting and new when I grew up completely redundant and archaic. This meme strikes hard to people of my age because we remember when compact discs were the hot new thing and how the anti-skip technology revolutionized how we could listen to music on the go.
Yeah, dude, anti-skip was fucking the shit. Holy mackerel. I'm about the same age as Sargon. I think he's like 2 years older than me. And I remember like anti-skip was like the big advertising trend for the Discman. Because anti-skip was like the OG buffering, is what it was. It was incredible.
Personally, I don't think it worked very well, but that problem solved itself with the invention of the iPod and eventually the smartphone. Pinker's eye.
He is right though. It didn't, like, if you were jogging, it didn't work. It didn't do shit. But if you were just like walking or just kind of moving around, just kind of generally, not like stressful exercise, the anti-skip worked fine.
Argument has undeniable strength. After all, 200 years ago, I would have written this script using a fountain pen and an inkwell. 100 years ago, I would have used a typewriter. 30 years ago, I would have used a desktop computer, and today I wrote it on my smartphone itself. It's generally assumed that the process of dematerialization is morally neutral, because we weren't really attached to the things that it replaced.
Well, yeah, that's because he went, quill and paper to typewriter to PC to phone, but he still had to write it. He still had to engage in the writing itself. Like, there's no reduction in the amount of work he has to do outside of, like, I don't have to dip a quill in anymore, I guess. So, like, that, I guess that's why, like, you're not, like, sentimentally attached to the latest and greatest replacement for the technology, because you're not losing the task itself, like the work. It's just changing a medium.
These things were always gadgets of convenience, and if something more convenient came along, then it was morally uncomplicated to simply upgrade them. The technology that was dematerialized was itself a means to an end, and not an end in itself. So
yeah, so he's talking about like the work required to produce a product is different from the medium by which that work is done.
To replace it with better, more efficient technology was no loss to the human experience.
Right.
Instead, it enhanced it. It was the backwardness of the technology that was a hindrance to its purpose, and so upgrades were consistent with the purpose of using the thing in the first place. Apple recently released an advert called Crush, in which the logic of dematerialization is simply taken to its inevitable conclusion. There was something about this advert that obviously struck a deeply discordant note in the hearts of its viewers.
Yeah, this is what triggered, like, I was disturbed by this ad, and Sargon only put this video out like a few days ago. But I was really glad that, like, when he put his video out, because I was like, oh, thank God I'm not the only one who's, like, deeply disturbed by this advertisement, because it's like, it really is gross. Hey, Tuxedo, how you doing? How you doing? There's a few people in here still. Oh, good. Chilling out. We're just going over the news. We're watching a Sargon video about dematerialization in that really disgusting Crush ad that you can see here that Apple put out recently. Yeah.
As it was not well received at all. The advert itself was simply a retelling of an LG advert from 2008, but I suppose that in its time it wasn't so evident where the march of technology was taking us, or that the general psychic state
yeah, this
of
is
the world
gross
was
to
less
watch too,
sensitive
honestly.
to such change. This time, though, Apple's ad managed to highlight the sinister nature of progress. Instead of replacing the tools that were used to create an aesthetic experience, such as the typewriter used to create a great work of fiction, or the camera used to take a beautiful photograph, or the telephone that facilitated a conversation, Apple had put in the industrial press those things that in themselves constituted the aesthetic experience. One could, of course,
Yeah, like, that's the thing. This arcade cabinet, like, these things are beautiful in and of themselves. Like, crushing a trumpet like that is fucking disgusting. Back then, people were not going out of their way to destroy culture. Oh, yeah. Yeah, pretty much. And even if they were, it wasn't as obvious.
argue the same for the typewriter, camera, or telephone, but it's clearly not quite the same as when we see musical instruments, paint pots and brushes, arcade machines, gramophones, a statue, a mixing desk, a glass chess set, a stack of books, and various other things to which we would naturally have sentimental attachments because they are a necessary and enjoyable part of the activity itself. All of this is put into a giant steel predator that mercilessly crushes them all to atoms until all that is left is paint oozing down the gleaming metal jaws like blood, which parts to reveal the world's thinnest black mirror. A perfect and chilling metaphor for the new world.
I love the fact that he used the word Black Mirror. that's a great reference there. But it's so true. Like, I saw it there, one of the things that was being crushed was just like a bust, like a statue. It's like, how the fuck does your slate of technology replace that? Like, that's literally just like the end result of a work of art. You know, that's like, somebody like toiled to make that thing. You're not improving the technology that person would use to make that thing. You're just destroying the thing. Like, why would you do that? And that's the same thing with like the piano and the guitar and stuff like that. It's like, you can't replace those with some kind of, with some kind of electrical thing to produce the same kind of, artistic piece. And it's just like, yeah, and like, you can't recreate brushstrokes without physical paint. Like, there's all these things that, like, the technology, it's not like improving on them, it's flat out replacing them with an inferior thing. It's really gross. I have a blender open right now. It's not the same as marble. Exactly. And you wouldn't, the thing is though, is that, imagine like, think of like early 3D modeling tools out there. Like, what are like 3ds Max version 1, and how clunky and hard it was to use compared to like much more like UI friendly 3D programs like Blender and stuff like that, or like 2.5D things. That's actually, like, what is it called, vSphere, which is actually kind of really difficult to learn how to use, to be honest. But like, these are enhancements to the technology that facilitates your creative endeavor of 3D modeling. You know what I mean? That's not by any means a replacement to carving a 3-dimensional statue out of marble or clay or whatever like that. There are new and improved tools for people who want to do that. To want to endeavor in that. They have their own set of tools that they slowly improve upon technologically over time. You know what I mean? Think about like how they made clay way back in the day versus like the clay shaping things now with like the foot pedal that allows it to like spin really fast or at different speeds, so you can like make it consistent without even moving your hands. It's like, these are advances in technology that facilitate your creative endeavor. They don't replace it or destroy it, like this Apple Crush ad did. It's the same thing with the 3D modeling stuff. It's like, it's becoming easier and easier to, but you're still doing the same thing. You're still putting in the work and the creativity to produce the final result that you're doing.
World of machines utterly crushing the old world of human endeavor, only to be replaced with a lifeless thin slate within which the heart of human creativity is held like a prisoner. To say that this was poorly received is a thunderous understatement. Various actors and directors all made public statements against it, understanding that there was a line crossed here that somehow violated the dignity of their profession and that it needed to be condemned. Apple actually issued a public apology for the ad, which had clearly and dramatically missed the mark. And it's easy to see why the destruction of the analog world of sensory experience.
You fucked up when the normies like us are agreeing with Hollywood about something being disgusting. You done fucked up when that happens.
Filled people with revulsion. For what is this being done? The thinnest iPad? Who asked for that? The annihilation of the past for the plastic convenience of the future was presented with a kind of glee that we didn't previously notice in older Apple adverts, because the target of the destruction was not previously sentimentally important to us. This was a dramatic new step forward in progress.
Yeah, I think that what he's hinting at, what he's getting at here is like ever heard of the term Pizza Hut nationalism? Broken clocks and all that. Yeah, exactly. Well, it's honestly, I think what it is that it basically activated like a trigger it triggered like a very, very deep down innate feeling of disgust that like exists in like every person. But like you have to do something really, really, really bad to tap that universal level of disgust. You know what I mean? So I think that's what happened, is that like this is like so egregiously disgusting that it managed to bypass like all of everybody's like biases and political filters and just hit that instinctual level of disgust in absolutely everybody. You know, I think that's what happened here. But like, yeah, I brought up the term Pizza Hut nationalism, which is kind of like this meme term that happened, I think, last year, the year before, something like that, where it was talking about it kind of dovetails in with that whole like remember what they took from you phrase, where people were like showing old pictures of like fast food restaurants like Pizza Hut with the big striking red roof and the gaudy but fun and unique interior architecture with like the salad bar and all that kind of stuff. They were showing like the insides of like McDonald's and how like instead of like support pillars they would like make them look like trees and stuff like that, and how McDonald's used to have like this also like this big gaudy, you know, design to it, and like all of these things like used to look unique to each other, and now they're just all the same generic, boring, efficient plastic boxes. Like every building is just this sleek, boring plastic and glass box. No matter what is being sold there, no matter what purpose the building serves, every building looks the same now. And it's all like this march towards like peak efficiency and, you know, minimalism and material use and that kind of stuff. But it's like it's absolutely destroying like the very essence of the aesthetic of humanity. And I think that's why people are. Well, I actually think that's one of the sources of a lot of people's like depressions and stuff like that happening today. Is because they're looking around them, and they're looking into the world that they're living in, and they're not seeing anything unique or worth like paying attention to, because everything is just the same. It's just the same boring, efficient shit, you know. And I think that's what the Sargon is kind of alluding to here.
Technology will take away your personal skill and digitally recreate the end result without the pleasure or the hardship or the reward of the intermediary steps of actually physically doing the thing you want to do. Apple has not created something that adds to the human experience, that makes the process of creating art better. It actually takes things away from it.
This is the fundamental protest. This is the sentiment of the fundamental sentiment of the protest against AI and AI art and that kind of stuff. Is that like you are removing the creative process out of the art, which categorically makes it so it can't be art. Like I've actually always thought that AI art is an oxymoron. Like it's impossible for AI to create art, because to me, there is an inherently human element to art. The moment you take humanity out of art, it cannot be art anymore. It cannot be something that's created. It can only be manufactured. And that's exactly what Sargon is talking about here. It's like by the technology is no longer improving upon the medium by which we work to accomplish things. You know, this thing, you know, like we set goals because it takes work to get goals, and doing work and accomplishing something is what brings people satisfaction and what gives people purpose. If you take that away, you end up with just, you know, human beings without humanity in them anymore, because they have nothing to work towards. They have nothing to achieve, because everything is just done for them on the fly, you know. And it's like, if that's the future we're working towards, I don't want to have any fucking thing to do with that. And that's what he's talking about, how like technology used to like basically improve upon the medium by which we work to do things, and now it's replacing the actual work itself, which is a very, very dystopian bad thing.
There is no upgrade to the tactile experience of playing a musical instrument, or painting a work of art, or sculpting a great sculpture, which is why these things haven't substantively changed in literally thousands of years. There is soul in the old wooden guitar, or in the lines on the canvas, or in the curves of the statue. The real things have small distinctions and differences that make each one unique. Nobody can really replicate a piece of music played by hand, or perfectly recreate the brushstrokes on the Mona Lisa. Even if they are the same, they are not identical. And in the example of music, it is in the process of playing that the proper aesthetic experience is found, both for the performer and the audience, which is why live music is still as popular as it ever was. Ever since the gramophone, through to the radio, the cassette tape, the compact disc, and the MP3, pre-recorded music will always play second fiddle to the live experience, because the proper aesthetic function of music is from one person to another, and pre-recorded music is a simulacrum of that to satisfy an itch we would otherwise only rarely be able to scratch, providing us with a series of high-tech, AI-enhanced digital tools.
That's a good point. He's talking about like the matter, like the, what do you want to call it, like the trying to think of the right words here. The gosh, I can't think of the right words. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna keep going. I'll figure it out.
For us to create a series of notes or arranged pixels on a screen in order to skip past the act of creation and the discipline and labor it used to require on the part of the person who accomplished it.
Oh, I got it. I figured it out. This is the words I'm going to use. The paradox of convenience. There it is. Boom. He's talking about like the more convenient you make something, the less satisfaction you get out of it each time you do it, because it takes less and less work and effort to accomplish the thing. So the easier it becomes to do the thing, the less satisfaction you're going to get out of it. So if the world in general and the creative process, or the process of doing any work at all, as it gets more and more convenient, it also gets less and less satisfying to do.
Isn't actually good. And people understandably mocked Apple for this, as they had clearly missed the purpose of technology.
The home health
It is
droid.
meant to enhance our lives and give us access to those things and more of them that we could not have before, not to reduce the incentive to do them all together until they are no longer done. Moreover, I think the glee with which Apple presented the destruction of human artistic endeavour was because ultimately they seemed to believe themselves to be serving a purpose beyond humanity. You may well recall Apple's embarrassing pro-environmental adverts, in which Tim Cook pledges to Mother Earth that all of Apple's products will eventually be carbon neutral, in what I can only imagine is his attempt to save the world. In the pursuit of a higher ideal, we can see that the technology that they will produce will unthinkingly destroy the human good that we sought from it in the first place. What Apple has presented to us wasn't a neutral dematerialization which made life more convenient. It was the annihilation of the purest expression of the human soul. There is a lot more to be said about this subject, but for now, I think it is worth noting how Samsung released an advert in response to the Apple advert that actually hit the right tone. Loathed as I am to give mega corporations credit, but Samsung put the technology in its proper place, as an assistant to artistic endeavour, not a replacement for it. We are the ones for whom our technology should serve, and not some goal external to us. It is ours, we made it, and it should be made for our good, not someone else's or something else's. Anyway, this analysis was only made possible by the work I do at lotuscease.com. We have, of course, been demonetized everywhere. So if you appreciate the work that I'm doing and you'd like to support more videos like this in the future, please do go over to lotuscease.com and sign up. and check out everything that we've done over there. It's the bedrock for everything I'm able to do here. And we have some superb stuff coming in the near future.
There you have it, chat. I mean, Sargon really does have a really good way with words that it's kind of hard to match, to be honest, especially on the fly, like in a reaction video like this. But he puts it very, very well. How he's talking about how this, like, the march of progress is more and more revealing itself to be almost like in its pursuit to save humanity from itself. It necessarily has to almost like take the human out of humanity, which is a very, very, very bad place to be. I'm getting a flavor of the kind of shit that I watch on YouTube right now. Anywho, let's see here. Oh, got some time. We got plenty of time. It's only been 3.5 hours. We got plenty of time. Let's see here. Plenty more. We have more. This is kind of fucking wild. Okay, so this is from Law Enforcement Today. Bad move. Amazon security guard trainee who tried to execute his supervisor then opens fire on police. Still feel like the reaction to the ad was overdone, but clearly it hit a nerve. Oh yeah. Well, that's the thing. It didn't just hit a nerve. It hit a very, very deep down emotional nerve. So that reaction, even if may have been overblown, was not unexpected, to be honest. So based. This is a fucking wild one. This one actually I got on my Facebook feed of all things. Yeah, Amazon security guard trainee who tried to execute his supervisor then opens fire on police. I mean, this is let's just read it. Okay, West Jefferson, Ohio. During a news conference on Monday, May 13th, authorities confirmed that police fatally shot an Amazon warehouse security guard trainee who attempted to shoot his supervisor at close range and shot at another officer who, thankfully, was saved by his bulletproof vest. Wow. I can't remember the last time I read a story where a bulletproof vest actually saved someone's life. According to the Associated Press, the initial incident between the security guard trainee and his supervisor happened at approximately 4:40 p.m. on Sunday, May 12th, at the warehouse located in West Jefferson. The incident was caught on surveillance cameras. Police said that the suspect, identified as a 22-year-old Ali Hamza Youssef, came up behind the supervisor and pointed a gun at the supervisor's head. Wait, how did he... He had the guy's back of the head and he still fucking managed to not pull it off? That's some next level incompetence. When he pointed the gun at his supervisor, it malfunctioned and the bullet barely missed the supervisor's head. Wow, dude. If I'm the supervisor, I am believing in God immediately. Holy shit. If you're an atheist and somebody goes to execute you in the back of the head and there's a malfunction that causes the bullet to miss, I don't care. I am running to the nearest church and converting immediately. Like, there is a God to save my life. Oh my God. Yeah, this guy's luck stat is at fucking 100. Holy shit. Let's see. Thankfully, the supervisor was not injured during the incident. It didn't even graze him. It missed him completely. Oh my God. Officials stated that there were more than 100 workers inside the warehouse while the shooting occurred. Oh yeah, dude. These warehouses have fucking armies of people in them. Despite the warehouses being very, very highly automated, they still require a very significant human presence to make them work. According to Fox 8, witnesses gave differing accounts on the number of shots fired at the Amazon warehouse. One 911 caller stated he heard shots fired inside the building and a woman screaming before people started going outside. Another 911 caller, who identified himself as an Amazon employee, said Yusuf was his trainee. Okay. His name is starting to stick out to me for some reason. It's like the scene from Pulp Fiction. Oh my god, yeah, totally. Oh my god. Let's see, where am I? And then he shot at him twice, but missed. The second 911 call said he almost executed me. After the incident, Yusuf fled the area. However, he was spotted later that day in Columbus by Madison County authorities. Both Franklin Township and Columbus police tried to stop Yusuf as he drove away. Later, Yusuf left the vehicle and began firing at a Columbus officer. The officer was hit by gunfire. The officer got hit, but the dude he had point blank at the back of the head, he missed? Damn, if you're the police officer, you don't believe in God after this. What the... He's like, there's no fucking way there's a guy, the guy who executed, he saved him. But he allowed the bullet to hit me? Fuck God. Like, oh, man. Let's see. But did not sustain life-threatening injuries thanks to his bulletproof vest. Oh, he got hit in the vest. Wow. It reminds me of that, you guys ever see that movie True Lies? That Arnold Schwarzenegger movie with Jamie Lee Curtis? The fucking awesome movie. But there's a scene where the terrorist is like running down a sidewalk and the fat guy played by Tom Arnold is chasing him. And the terrorist like turns and like fires like a full like magazine of like a machine gun at him. And the fat guy, he like takes cover behind this skinny ass fucking like light pole or some shit. And like his belly is sticking out and it's like he's like only like half covered. And the guy unloads like a whole magazine and hits the pole only. And then he runs away. And then Tom Arnold like comes out from behind the pole and he like feels around on his body. He's like, oh my god, I didn't get shot. And then he kisses the pole and he keeps chasing him. It's a fucking great scene. This reminds me of that where you're like, oh my god, the bulletproof vest, it actually worked. I'm actually still alive. Oh man. Again, Yusuf attempted to run away as the other officers discharged their duty weapons at him. He was struck by the gunfire and transported to a nearby hospital where he was pronounced dead a short time later. Fox 8, I mean, that's what happens. The moment you open fire on police, you're dead. You're not making it into a courtroom if you open fire on police in this country. Even in the most like lefty liberal place, if you open fire on the police, you're a dead man. Fox 8 reported that body cam footage and dash cam footage released by the Columbus Police Department captured the moments when the police finally caught up with Yusuf. Police vehicles are seen blocking his vehicle in at the intersection of Georgeville and Climb Road, with the dash cam showing Yusuf getting out of his car and immediately firing at the officers. The dash cam then shows Yusuf running up a small hill to a home buys parking lot, still firing at the officers behind him. So this guy's just like raining bullets as he's running away. Jesus. Starting from Yusuf's first shot, the continuous exchange of gunfire lasted a total of 8 seconds. Yeah, it's kind of wild how time like dilates in these kinds of situations. Like they're like, 32 bullets or however many bullets, you know. It all happens really fucking fast. You know, famously, I think the gunfight at the OK Corral famously only lasted like 6 seconds, I think. This shit happens fast. A lot happens in just a few seconds in these kinds of scenarios. According to authorities, Yusuf was not supposed to have a gun while on duty at the Amazon warehouse. Yeah, gee, you think? And as of this writing, the motive for his deadly actions toward his supervisor are unclear. Yusuf does not have a known criminal history. So he doesn't have a criminal history. He's a trainee, which means he's new to this place. Nobody knows this guy. Like, see, the thing is that, like, execution to the back of the head that's the kind of thing you do to somebody that you know. You know what I mean? Like there's certain kinds of crimes that only happen between people who intimately know each other. Or know it. I mean, the vast majority of crime actually happens between people who know each other. Very rarely is it between strangers. So the fact that he goes to execute this guy and then has the gall to fire at police and then he dies. So like they're never, man. I'm curious to like, are there anything about? There's nothing about the social media or anything. After the shooting, all employees of the Amazon warehouse were sent home with pay. Shifts at the facility were canceled, with employees still receiving their pay. Fair enough. I think that's totally fair of Amazon to do. That's kind of traumatic. Amazon's communication team wrote a statement. We're thankful that no one at our facility was injured during the incident and for the work of our team on the ground and first responders. Oh, man, look at the comments here. Let's have some background on Yusef. I'm betting he was an illegal alien because no one is talking about who he was, and he appears to not exist on the internet or social media. That makes a lot of sense, actually, and it also explains why he would try to get a low run job at a warehouse, because they're not like. But the thing is, it's Amazon. Amazon is very, very thorough with background checks on basically everybody that they hire, like without exception. So, I don't know. That's fucking wild. Look at this footage too. Okay, so he wasn't right on top of him. He had a good, like, how far is that? 5 feet? He was like 5 feet on him. He's standing like he's been trained. Like, this is how, like, the NRA trains you to fire pistols. Like, both hands on the weapon, square, your feet are squared. That's an NRA stance right there. So yeah, we're never gonna know too, because it's dead. But man, I'd love to know like what the hell the motivation for all this was. Holy shit. Not a fan of the stance. I'm not either. I don't know. Bladed stances are much better. The squared up stance is a stupid stance. It doesn't give you good stability. Yeah, bladed stances are much better. So anyway, that's a weird one. A lot of criminals being bad at criming in tonight's stream. That's how reservists are trained on pistols around here as well. With the squared up stance. Yeah, it's a really common stance to get trained in. I'm not a fan of it personally. But I think that, like, people who train in, like, how to fire firearms, and they only train in that, are commonly trained in this squared up stance. Whereas people who train in martial arts, the way that we train to work with guns is in a bladed stance. It's an okay stance for range. Oh, yeah. That's what I think of it just in general. It's just an okay stance. I'm not, like you said, I'm not a big fan of it either. I very much prefer a bladed stance. You're much more stable in a bladed stance. Anyway, let's see here. Are there any more crime-related ones that I have? I use one leg forward and one back stance. Yeah, that's a bladed stance. That's a bladed stance. I personally prefer a weaver or a modified weaver, but that's just me. Okay, I gotcha. I prefer literally anything over the squared up stance. I don't even know what the squared up stance is called. I call it the NRA stance because that's how the NRA teaches it. Like a bladed stance is like, imagine you're on a skateboard, and then step off the skateboard with your back foot in one direction or the other. That produces a bladed stance. This is a fun pop culture one. Wait, who sent this to me? Is this? Okay. This is another fucking wild one related to back to DEI stuff. This is crazy. So much for equity. A diversity exec gets 5 years for stealing millions from Facebook and Nike. This one made the rounds, actually. This is a pretty wild one. This woman has got some fucking nuts on her for doing what she did. Let's get into this thing. Okay, smiles turn to frowns for former... This is not the B, by the way, so the language is going to be humorous in nature. Smiles turn to frowns for former Facebook and Nike diversity program manager Barbara Furlow Smiles, who has been sentenced to 5 years in prison, 5 years, 3 months in federal prison for using her DEI roles to steal over $5 million. She's black, a woman, and she knew she wouldn't be canceled by the companies. Oh yeah, she absolutely took advantage. Dude, just like Black Lives Matter, the entirety of the DEI industry is a fucking scam and a racket. And she knows that. Everybody who's like a top executive in like the DEI fields and at companies know it's a scam. They know that it's that's a racket that's being run in the companies. They will absolutely use it to their advantage. Absolutely. Turns out some diversity hires will really cost you. Let's see. In addition to a prison sentence, U.S. District Judge Stephen Greinberg ordered Furlow Smiles to pay almost $5 million in restitution to Facebook and over $121,000 to Nike. So Facebook's the one that really got screwed here. Who hired her after she had stolen all that money from Facebook because they didn't bother to call Facebook. Oh my gosh. Yeah, like Facebook didn't be like, hey, all you companies out there, this person stole like $5 million and is under federal investigation. I almost wonder, like Nike really did not do their due diligence on this one. But again, it's DEI. There's no diligence to do because again, it's a racket. Let's see. I'm starting to think that when Nike tells you just do it, they're not serious. Oh God, don't bring up Colin Kaepernick. Her scheme, which not to be first covered last December when she pled guilty, was about as complicated as a diversity, equity, and inclusion seminar on BIPOC-owned ice hockey franchises, but far more lucrative. Oh my God. Nike shouldn't get a penny of that money, Facebook. If it was a first-time thing, yeah. She was already working for both. Yeah, she was already working for both of them. She was double-dipping, I think. But I got a feeling there were warning signs, not the least of which was she... Well, that's the thing, though. These companies don't... They don't heed the warnings of DEI, though. They embrace it. You know, like, that's the crazy thing about it. Is like, all these DEI departments do is just leech money out of companies. They don't actually contribute to anything useful. Let's see. Okay, so this is the scheme. First, Furlow Smiles linked PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App accounts to her Facebook credit cards and used those accounts to pay friends, relatives, and other associates for goods and services that in truth were never provided to Facebook. To conceal the bogus charges, so she linked all of these things to like a corporate credit card, I think. Furlow Smiles submitted fraudulent expense reports. Yeah. So she put on the card and then she submitted fake expense reports to get reimbursed on the card, falsely claiming that her associates and or their businesses had performed work on programs and events for Facebook, such as providing swag or marketing services, which in fact they had not done so. After these individuals received the payments from Facebook, they returned the vast majority of the money to Furlow Smiles. They paid these kickbacks in cash and through account transfers to others, including her husband. They paid the cash kickbacks in person and by Federal Express or mail, sometimes wrapping the cash in other items such as t-shirts. Furlow Smiles, man, that she had to do this a lot to get up to rack up $5 million of this shit. Holy shit. Furlow Smiles also directed associates to pay one another or others to whom she owed money to conceal her involvement in the scheme. So it's like, this is pretty wild. That means that she had to set up a fucking network. Like, everybody that she was doing this for had to, like, know what she was doing. And she had to trust all of them not to snitch her out. Which is kind of fucking wild. Okay. Second, Second, Furlough Smiles caused Facebook to onboard several vendors that were owned and operated by friends and associates who paid her kickbacks. Furlough Smiles approved fraudulent invoices for these vendors. After Facebook paid the invoices, Furlough Smiles directed the vendors to return a portion of the money they received to her. So the vendors are not only bilking money off of Facebook. So that's the scheme, that they're bilking the money by being a fake vendor, and then she's basically facilitating that, and for her facilitation of the scheme, she gets a cut of the kickback. Oh man, I mean, it's just like DEI organized crime. Holy shit. To be fair, Furlough Smiles was careful to be inclusive when it came to her scams. Furlough Smiles recruited numerous individuals to participate in the scheme. These individuals included friends, relatives, former interns from a prior job, nannies and babysitters, a hairstylist, and her university tutor. She also caused Facebook to make payments for her benefit to others who did not pay kickbacks. For example, Furlough Smiles caused Facebook to pay nearly $10,000 to an artist for specialty portraits and more than $18,000 to a preschool for tuition. Holy shit. Let's not forget an important point here. DEI exists to fight systemic discrimination, supposedly. So not only did Furlough Smiles steal millions of dollars, she did it under the guise of fighting for equity against the evils of capitalism. This is the woke equivalent of a pastor stealing from the collection bucket. Who knows how Furlough Smiles will get together the money to pay Facebook and Nike back. Wow. Holy... She was getting kickback from everyone that she was routing money through. Yeah, exactly. So basically, she would facilitate all these, like, vendors and just individuals and stuff like that. And then, basically, she was the middleman. She acted as a middleman, and she just took a cut of the kickbacks as the middleman. That's basically what it was. Holy shit. I'm honestly amazed that she was able to get as much money as she did before she got found out. It's kind of incredible, actually. And then, like, the fact that Nike hires her. Like, do you do background checks, Nike? Like, I know you have, like, problems with, like, Chinese slave labor committing suicide for you, but it's like, holy shit. I don't think it's difficult to find people who don't have any problems stealing from Facebook or Nike. True. But it's, as far as I'm concerned, this is a woke on woke crime because it's DEI bilking woke companies. You know what I mean? So it's a woke on woke crime as far as I'm concerned, which I think is fucking hilarious. Oh man. All right, what else we got? Not going to go over tweets. Oh man, what is this? This is like a sciencey one that Outlaw posted. I haven't read this at all yet. It just looked really cool and interesting. This is just an interesting story. So, the impressive bolide that illuminated the skies of Spain and Portugal in the middle of the night. Yeah, this ain't Northern Lights. This is something different. So lately we have been having a lot of meteor activity over the Iberian Peninsula, a phenomenon that causes great expectation. As you remember, on March 29th, we had two objects over the eastern part of Spain, which generated many comments. Tonight, around 046, a bright fireball has illuminated the skies of Spain and Portugal. According to the Civil Protection of Portugal, the meteor would have fallen in the village of Pereira in Castro Daire, northern Portugal, 60 kilometers southwest of Porto. Portugal declared an alert and mobilized its firefighters in case there was any information. Here we can see an impressive video recorded by @RVBZZX in Lisbon and slowed down by J.88 to make it look better. Oh man, I really want to bring up this tweet. Hang on, let me bring up this tweet. I want to see the video of this. was a comet. This. Jeez, that's fast. That can't be it. Oh. Try this. Okay, here we go. It's an asteroid. Well, it's a meteor. It's not a comet. A comet is a different kind of celestial body than a meteor. Technically, so the delineation between meteor, meteoroid, and meteorite. So it's a meteor if it stays in space. If it enters the Earth's atmosphere and burns up in the atmosphere, it's a meteoroid. And if it gets through the Earth's atmosphere, and actually impacts the surface, it's called a meteorite. That's the delineation. Okay, let me bring this up. Take a look at this. So this is the original video down here at the bottom. And then this is the slowed down version is at the top. So we're going to play the slowed down version. I don't think there's any sound. Oh my god. Wow. Right? Look at that. Holy shit. That is fucking amazing. Also kind of fucking scary too. So it was a small piece of a comet. Oh, okay. It's still technically a meteorite though. It can be both. Okay, let me go back to the article. There was another video recorded in Portugal near Avareza de Cima, about 30 kilometers northeast of Lisbon. It's a meteorite though. Let's bring this up. Ooh. Wow.
Что это? А что это? Блин, а что это было?
I want to see that again. Holy shit. God, look how bright that gets. Holy shit. That's fucking wild, dude. A bunch of videos that are all pretty awesome. Yeah, that is fucking cool. Some are people driving, some standing, and it goes over their head. Yeah, that's freaking cool. That is really freaking cool. Let me see. That was that one, and then here's another one. There's a bunch of them. I just want to watch meteorite videos. They're freaking great. I love them. Open that up. I will open this up. And then there's I guess one. Okay. This one, they're just standing around. There it is. Oh my god. Is there sound? Oh, not really. This is like a front doorbell cam or something like that. It's literally coming right at them. Oh my god. It gets so bright that it literally whitewashes the whole entire horizon. Damn. That's fucking scary. Chance of finding any meteorites is very low. Oh yeah, yeah. Just about almost everything burns up in the Earth's atmosphere. Wow. And then we got one more here. I guess this is showing how bright it got. This one isn't very good, but it just got really, really, really bright. And this was at like dead middle of the night. Yeah, you could see that the time here. It's like this is like 12:46 in the morning. Like it's dead middle of the night, and it got this bright. Like wow. That's freaking cool. The best one is still that second video, though. Where is it? I think it's this one. Yeah, this is the best one. Look at that. Wow.
Что это?
That's so freaking cool.
А что это? Блин, а что это было?
Yeah, that's freaking cool, man. That's so freaking cool. Alright. That was just a fun little sciencey one. Did that. We did that. I think we got 3 more. Oh, we got a few more actually. Hang on. 1, 2. Did that. I want to end it with the last one that you linked, Outlaw. So we'll save that one. 2. Okay. I got the last 4. Let's go into gaming a little bit. Let's go into. Actually, let's do. Oh, type it out loud. Oh, you got another video. Last video for that meteor. Okay. Oh, this one's cool. I gotta show this. Okay. Look at this. Sounds on. There is sound. It looks like there's sound. Look at that. It actually looks underwater. That blue it's very like ocean blue. Oh, that's cool. Whoa! Holy shit, dude, the way it goes through the clouds is freaking cool. Wow. Yeah, that's so cool. That is so freaking cool. Oh man, that's badass. How cool would it be to actually to be the person that catches that on camera? Oh, that's so cool. That's awesome. I know there's no more commentary about this. It's just freaking cool. That's all there is to say about it. Altitude was initially 122 kilometers and wrote it at 54 kilometers. Okay, so it got close. It got pretty close actually. But yeah, that's bad. That's cool how she managed to adjust the camera to actually catch it in flight, going away from her too. That's freaking cool. Okay, the last guy didn't do a very good job of tracking it, but the girl in the beginning fucking clutched it. Fucking well done, whoever you are. All right, okay. Let's do. What we're gonna do is we're gonna do some pop culture-y things. We're gonna do a more serious one, and then we're gonna end it on another on Nicki Minaj. That's what we're gonna do. Okay. Get these up. So first, let's point and laugh. What else could you do to this? In case you didn't know, this is the Miss Freeze that's coming to the Suicide Squad game as part of its grand Season 1 DLC. I mean, this is a dead game. It has a hard time breaking like 200 players on Steam. And this is just... What the fuck? Look at this butch-ass Karen. with the sunglasses. I mean, I cannot believe how far Rocksteady has fallen. I mean, this is the studio that made fucking the Arkham trilogy, for God's sake. And this is the kind of dog shit that they're making now. Like, my God. Totally makes sense because, you know, Mr. Freeze did his thing because of his wife. Well, yeah, but this is supposedly his wife. This is Nora Freeze. Looks like a lesbian. It looks like a man is what it looks like. Oh my God. Like, what are they fucking thinking? Like, I don't really have... There's nothing to add to this. I don't have like a story to go over. It's literally just a tweet to point and laugh at. That's all I've got here. Because there's nothing else to do when it comes to this game. There's no in-depth analysis left. It's literally just point and laugh at how shit this studio has become. It's so fucking bad. And the thing is, like, why not do Killer Frost? Why not do Killer Frost, who at one point, at least I think in the animated series, was in the Suicide Squad, like canonically. Like, you want your female representation or whatever, just use fucking, you know, Killer Frost. It's just, it's every I cannot believe, like, I remember I talked earlier about like how many filters decisions have to go through at companies like this. Like, how many people did this get greenlit through? You know what I mean? Like, this had to get a yes vote from so many people to get put into production and released. You know, at no point did No to be like, I think the design could be better. You know, like, are they going to use the freezing puns from the movie with Arnold? I mean, honestly, that could save it. Nice to meet you. Oh my God. No, the best Mr. Freeze is in the Arkham games. That's the best version of Freeze. Second would go to the animated series, as I think it was the animated series that reinvented Freeze as his motivation being to save his wife. I think it was the animated series that came up with that. But they had it in the Schumacher movie, the Arnold movie. I can't remember what came first. But those are the best versions, though, are the animated series and the Arkham version. Gosh, can you remember that Mr. Freeze in the Arnold Mr. Freeze? Remember he was teaming up with fucking Uma Thurman as Poison Ivy? God damn. It's wild to think that's a movie I haven't thought about in a damn long time. Because then I think it was the one after that. The bad guys were Tommy Lee Jones's Two-Face teaming up with Jim Carrey's The Riddler. It's just like, okay. And honestly, I remember Riddler being actually fucking funny in that movie. Like, there was a part in that movie where Two-Face is like teaching the Riddler how to throw a punch. And like, Tommy Lee Jones, he's like, you see, you make this fist here, then you rear the fist back, and then you knock a guy out. And he like knocks a guy out as he does it. And then Riddler's like, cool, let me try. And then he goes, make a fist, and I reel it back, and I knock it, and then I go, bam, and he hits the guy, and nothing happens, and he just goes, ow! It's so stupid, but it was actually funny. Like, because it's Jim Carrey. Jim Carrey's fucking funny. I could have sworn that was in the movie. Yeah, the whole Mrs. Freeze motivation was absolutely in the Schumacher movie. But I can't remember what came first. I can't remember if the Schumacher movie came first or the animated series came first. Gosh, now that I think about it, I think the Schumacher movie came first. Well, either way, the animated series version is better. Oh my God. Yeah, this game is an absolute disaster and a shit show. And it's just fun to point and laugh at it. in better news in the gaming world, we got a victory somehow. He actually fucking managed a victory. And yes, I do call this a victory. Our side needs to learn how to take victories with grace. So, constantly reminded how older movies are better than all the modern garbage. Yeah, because that's the thing. Like, even like old bad movies are still fun to watch and laugh at, you know? Modern bad movies are just depressing, you know? But, I want to move on to a bit of a white pill here. So this is from Grums, who has been kind of leading the charge on the Stellar Blade Uncensored stuff. Now, he hasn't even turned in the petition yet. I think he's turning in the petition like this weekend or something like that. Or like early next week, something like that. Probably Monday. I think Monday is when he's turning it in because they don't have Memorial Day, obviously, in South Korea. But the latest patch to Stellar Blade included these two outfits, which this right here is practically a color swap of the bunny suit outfit that was censored, but it doesn't have the patch here, and it has the high cut on the thigh. So this is like the uncensored version of the bunny outfit. And then this is like an even more revealing version of the outfit that was censored, that where it had like, there was like a patch put like right here to like not show like the cleavage, but like it has like the exact same pattern on it, and it doesn't have the censorship on it. I think honestly, the story, I think that what happened is, this is how I think things played out, is that Shift Up had the version that they wanted, which was the uncensored version. That's why that's the version that was printed onto the fucking discs, on the physical hard copies. It's why I'm able to play the 1.0 version, because I have the disc. Like, you don't put the version that you don't intend on the physical copy, right? But then Sony came in and did some bullshit and kind of forced them to change some things. And then what I think is, I can almost guarantee you, because I'm not a lawyer, but outside of that, I can guarantee you that when Shift Up teamed up with exclusivity with Sony, they signed a non-disparagement clause, which basically means that Shift Up can't in any way badmouth or denigrate or shift any kind of negative PR or blame onto Sony. So, when the censorship was found out, Shift Up couldn't say, yeah, it was Sony that kind of forced us to do that. I don't think I think that's why it happened. So, but the thing is, Shift Up also doesn't want to look like liars. So they claim that this is what we actually intended for the original suits. I'm gonna keep the tits on screen for a bit during this. But what they did is they came up with the story, because it was asked during a press event, like right as it was getting released, about like the censorship, and they said, well, this is actually the version that we intended. You know, I know that's not going to be enough to convince a lot of gamers, but it is the truth, and it is what it is. That's basically what they said, right? And I think that what they did is, well, I think that Sony said, okay, you can uncensor it, because they didn't want all the bad PR, because they got so much bad PR for it. And so, but at the same time, if they go back and de-censor it, then then Shift Up now look like liars, right? So instead, they come up with these new costumes in a new update that have like the same exact patterns as the costumes that were censored, except they're uncensored versions. So that way they keep the censored versions into the game, so that they don't look like they're lying, saying that they intended it to be that way from the beginning. And they also are able to uncensor them at the same time. Which is basically like, honestly, that's like the best case scenario, because that is literally everybody wins in that scenario, you know? And honestly, this is, if the long shot of this petition that Grums was putting together being successful, this was always going to be the outcome. They were never going to retroactively change those outfits. They were always just going to add new variations that were uncensored. That was always going to be the outcome. and I know that there's people underneath this. You can't see it here, but I guarantee you that there's people on here like, no, this isn't a victory. They didn't uncensor the original outfits. That black pill bullshit can go away, as far as I'm concerned. This was always the goal, was to get alternate outfits that were uncensored. That was like, anybody who knows anything knows that this is how it was going to play out, and it played out exactly the way we wanted it to. So this was absolutely a victory. And then there's this also thing about like the new Kunoichi outfits being censored, but they were never available in the original version anyway. They haven't been made available until now. So to me, that means that they were still working on them, and they weren't ready for final release until they got it the way they wanted to. And now that they got it that way, and then they released it in the new app and the new update. That's not censorship. It's just not. We need to not throw around. You know, the more and more you throw around words, the more and more you broaden the definition of the word, the less and less it has meaning. You know what I mean? So we need to be like careful as to what we call censorship and what we don't. So this was just like a nice little victory. I don't even think these are the best looking outfits in the game, to be honest. I really don't. But it's the principle of it, you know? So yeah, just a nice little victory for the gamers for a change. Then lastly, another point and laugh moment that happened. This is so fucking funny. This came from You Outlaw. Official. Jenna Ortega replaces Snow White star Rachel Zeglar. And this comes from Inside the Magic, which is like a legit. It's kind of like a shill site for Disney. But it doesn't run around in the rumor mill too much. So this is real. This isn't a parody. This isn't like a wishful thinking thing. This is fucking real, as far as I can tell. So let's see here. In the fast-paced world of Hollywood, the spotlight can shift rapidly from one rising star to another. Rachel Zeglar's ascent to stardom was nothing short of meteoric. Well, meteors go down, not up. I don't think that's a good... They always say, like, meteoric rise. It's like, that's an oxymoron. Meteors fall, they don't rise. She first captured public attention with her viral audition for the role of Maria in Steven Spielberg's West Side Story, which flopped. Her performance in the film showcased her exceptional singing talent and on-screen presence, earning her widespread acclaim and positioning her as a formidable talent in Hollywood. However, Zeglar's rise has not been without its challenges and controversies. Zeglar's recent comments about the live-action adaptation of Snow White have stirred considerable debate. This was years ago. By the way, this live-action Snow White has been in production hell for a long fucking time now. She criticized aspects of the original 1937 animated classic, describing the story as strange and emphasizing that the new adaptation would diverge significantly from its source material. Oh yeah, they get into it here. According to Zeglar, the new Snow White will not be saved by a prince and will focus on her ambitions of becoming a leader rather than dreaming of true love. This modern reinterpretation has been polarizing, with some fans appreciating the progressive angle, while others lament the departure from the cherished classic narrative. The whole thing, though, doesn't make... This whole reimagining doesn't make any logical sense, though. I thought they canceled the live-action version. They shelved it, we'll say. I think that they're basically redoing it from scratch. Which means it's never going to make money because they've already spent hundreds of millions on this fucking thing. If they're going to reshoot the whole thing with Jenna Ortega, there's no way it's making a movie. Jenna Ortega... People, the general audience has really liked Jenna Ortega, but she's not enough. She's not enough of a draw. It's just not there. But this whole thing about like, because in the original, the whole thing is that she asks the mirror, right? She says, "Who was the fairest of them all?" Right? And then it's like the evil queen. saying that to the mirror, and then the mirror always says it's her, the evil queen, or whatever. But then she says like, "Oh, there's this new bitch, Snow White," which is like, Gal Gadot is the evil queen. It's like, I'm sorry, but like, you're telling me that Rachel Zeglar is supposed to be hotter than Gal Gadot? Like, that's just bad casting right out of the gate. I don't think Jenna is replacing her as Snow White. She's replacing her as the Hollywood Disney starlet. Oh, can't pull people into the movie theaters with just actor names alone. No, not anymore. Like, there are... Man, what actors are left that can actually pull people on their name? Tom Cruise, but even then is questionable because the new Mission Impossible movie didn't succeed. So even he isn't necessarily like an automatic, butts and seat kind of person. Who else? I don't know. Maybe Chris Pratt. People really like Chris Pratt. Maybe Johnny Depp. Maybe. Rachel had all these opportunities and she squandered them. Jenna is at least likable and people tolerate her well. Well, yeah, and she really endeared herself to the audience with what she did with the Addams Family thing. What is it called? It's just the daughter. I can't remember her name. But the show. You know what I'm talking about, the show. Well, like, in that show, she, like, basically said, like, there was a whole bunch of parts throughout that show where she was like, no, this is not in character. Like, this is agenda, this is whatever, this is not right, this is not the character. I'm not going to do it this way. And she did it the right way. And she basically, like, bullied, like, directors and stuff like that. Like, people always said, like, yeah, she was kind of a bitch to work with and stuff like that. And so it's like, yeah, because she wanted to actually make something good. Wednesday. It's called Wednesday. Yeah. And people fucking love that show. And after they learned about, like, Jenna being integral to, like, basically, like, standing up to directors and writers and stuff, you're like, no, this is wrong for the character. Be professional, write the characters correctly. This is how it should be done. Kind of like how Henry Cavill changed the death of the Roach, the horse, in the Witcher show. Same kind of thing. And they said that Henry was a pain in the ass to work with, too, on that show. It's like, whenever they say, like, somebody's like a massive pain in the ass to work with on set, that actually seems to be, these days, probably a good thing, because that probably means that they're like, the writers are full of shit here. This isn't right. This is not in character. It shouldn't be done this way. Or this isn't faithful to the source material, like Henry Cavill does all the time. Like that kind of shit. Like, anytime an actor is accused of that kind of behavior, I'm automatically it's going to be like, maybe I should pay attention to them then. Maybe they're actually good and want to make something good. But like Jenna has very much endeared herself to the audience, whereas Zeglar has done the exact opposite. She just came out as like an abrasive cunt, and just burned every fucking bridge with the audiences imaginable. Let's see here. These remarks, coupled with significant changes to the film's storyline, such as the absence of the iconic dwarves, replaced by 7 magical creatures. Thank you. What's his name? The super popular the guy who played Tyrion on Game of Thrones. Crap, what's his name? Help me out, chat. I need to know his name. You know who I'm talking about, the dwarf from Game of Thrones. Anyway, he basically like went onto a podcast or something like that, and like said like it's offensive that they're like these old dwarves. Peter Dinklage, yes, thank you. Very, very, very classic. Pull the ladder up after you've climbed it. Move. Total dickhead. And apparently they changed the whole casting of the 7 dwarves because of his comments. It was that, like, they were that fucking sensitive to it. The bass guy from WWE. You mean Hornswoggle? Hornswoggle's fucking awesome. Of course, I know that guy. I know that guy's name. Oh man, let's see. A few of the rumors from about Zeglar's future with the backlash over these deviations from the original story has led to numerous rumors about Zeglar being replaced or dropped from other projects. For instance, her confirmed departure from Paddington 3 led to why those movies are fucking beloved, by the way. I've never seen one, but they're apparently really popular. And everybody, like audiences and critics alike, fucking love those Paddington movies. Good on them, honestly. Led to the widespread but mistaken beliefs that she had been cut from Snow White. Of course, as of late, Zeglar has sung a different tune when speaking about the movie. Yeah, she got a fucking talking to. You know she did. In an interview with Variety's Angelique Jackson, she said that she had put a lot of pressure on herself to make sure the live-action film was a hit among Disney fans. Well, okay, let's see what she said. The cartoon is so beloved. It was the first feature-length cartoon movie. It won honorary Oscars, and all of these amazing things that happened for that film are the reason that you and I get to sit here today, because it made Disney what it is. Obviously, that's come with a lot of pressure that I put on myself, Zeglar said. Much like Hunger Games, there's a very dedicated group of people who love Disney cartoons. Well, they're dwindling pretty fucking fast these days. I'm one of them. I love everything that the Disney Co. has put on out in the past 100 years. Man, that sounds like such a scripted statement. That sounds like a statement she memorized. It sounds like her agent gave her that script, and she has memorized it. I think Dinklage was the only dwarf actor they kept. There was a photo of the cast, and one of them looked exactly like him. I don't remember. I can't remember. All I know is that like the 7 quote unquote magical creatures all look like hobos and like fucking pedos and rapists and shit. They all look like really creepy dudes. And I think one of them's a woman too now. I can't remember. How Jenna Ortega replaced Richard Zeglar in Hollywood. Oh, okay. It's a starlet replacement. Got it. Enter Jenny Ortega, a name that has been trending upward with remarkable velocity. Ortega, who first gained recognition through her role in the Disney Channel sitcom Stuck in the Middle, and more recently starred Netflix's hit series Wednesday. That's what really took her off is Wednesday. Has quickly become one of Hollywood's most talked about young actresses. Wednesday Season 2 is already set to begin filming soon. Her performance as Wednesday Addams received critical acclaim and further cemented her status as a rising star. And she endeared herself to the audience because she made sure to stick to source material. Like, she went out of her way to make sure the character was written correctly. And not like, she made sure that like there wasn't like a love interest, because originally there was supposed to be like a love interest, but she's like, no, that's not in Wednesday's character to have a love interest. You know, they're like, oh, you can't have this kind of a show without a love interest. And she's like, no, you can't. You know, you absolutely can do it without a love interest. You don't have to do the trope for the sake of the trope. You know, so that kind of stuff is what endeared her to audiences. They were from Portland, is what you're saying. Yes, exactly. It looked like your standard Portland citizen. Let's see. The outstanding lead actress's involvement in the highly anticipated Beetlejuice 2. I wouldn't... Is Beetlejuice 2 very highly anticipated? I don't... It's not called Beetlejuice 2, by the way. It's literally called Beetlejuice, because that's like a part of the thing to summon him. But, I assume she's going to be playing like Winona Ryder's character from the original. But, I mean, she's very much, she played Wednesday Addams. She's got that look about her. She absolutely can fit into those very like Tim Burton-y female kind of roles. She does very much fit that vibe. I could absolutely see her working in a Beetlejuice movie. But the necessity for a Beetlejuice sequel is just why? Why? It's weird. This project, alongside her previous successes, has positioned Ortega as a formidable competitor in the industry. In various fan polls and rankings of anticipated films, Beetlejuice 2 has consistently ranked higher than the live-action Snow White. Yeah, that's not a big hurdle to get over, to be honest. indicating early looks at what might expect at the box office. Beetlejuice is back on the first trailer for Beetlejuice, Tim Burton sequel that took nearly 40 years to haunt theaters. The contrast between Zeglar and Ortega's career trajectories is stark, while Zeglar's comments about Snow White and her departure from Paddington 3 have sparked controversy and speculation. Ortega's career seems to be on an uninterrupted upward trajectory. I mean, as long as she remains relatively humble, she'll do fine. The rumor mill has even suggested that Ortega might replace Zeglar in the Snow White project, although these claims were found to be untrue. Ah, okay. That's what I was alluding to earlier. Okay. Disney's strategy of reimagining its classic films has also contributed to these dynamics. I mean, yeah, dude, The Lion King 2 is coming out later this year, and, like, that trailer got fucking downvoted into oblivion on YouTube. Like, nobody gives a fuck. She looks really old here for some reason. But you could totally see, like, she totally, like, fits in, like, a Tim Burton movie. Let's see, the company's recent live-action adaptations is part of a broader effort to modernize the stories and appeal to contemporary audiences, but it hasn't been without controversy. Yeah, and they're very hit and miss now. You know, Little Mermaid, like, barely managed to break even in the end. You know, these things are just too damn expensive, too. Films like The Lion King 2019, which made like $1.5 billion, The Jungle Book, Cinderella have all seen varying degrees of success. However, these reimaginings have not been without controversy. We're getting Moana 2 later this year, which is like, again, fucking why? Especially when they diverge significantly from the original narratives, as is the case with the new Snow White. Yeah, it's true, because The Lion King didn't really divert too much. Not really. The Jungle Book didn't really. Cinderella didn't really. But Snow White is for some reason. So, I know that The Little Mermaid did too. That one diverted quite a bit. The backlash against the changes in Snow White reflect a broader tension within Disney's audience. On one hand, there is a desire for progress and inclusivity, which has driven many of the recent changes in Disney's storytelling. On the other hand, there is a strong attachment to the nostalgia and traditional narratives that define Disney's earlier works. Yeah, the ones that have universal appeal, you mean. That's the thing, is that, like, desire for progress and inclusivity that has driven many of the recent changes in Disney storytelling. This shit, this progress and inclusivity shit, that is very much of current year. The nostalgia stuff, these traditional narratives, these are timeless. Which is why they work. Which is why these will always work. And these will only work in its time, in its current time, and even then, it's spotty. The weird ones calling for progress in this are not the ones paying to see it. Oh yeah, dude, the left is notoriously bad at putting its money where its mouth is. Zeglar's comments on the film's significant deviations have placed her at the center of this cultural clash. Meanwhile, Jenna Ortega's appeal seems to lie in her ability to balance modern sensibilities with a respect for the past. Yeah, exactly. Her role in Wednesday managed to capture the essence of the beloved Addams Family character in Tim Burton's series while bringing a fresh and contemporary twist to the story. I agree 100%. I thought Wednesday was fantastic. You can do fresh takes on an old thing while still respecting and maintaining the old thing, you know? And I think that Jenna Ortega understands that. Absolutely. She's very much like a female Henry Cavill, honestly. Let's see. This ability to navigate both new and old storytelling traditions. The new thing isn't a tradition. It won't be a tradition. Has made her a favorite among fans and a safe bet for studios looking to appeal to a wide audience. That's true. Though Ortega has suffered from some social media backlash over her controversial new film Miller's Girl, which stars her alongside Martin Freeman. Hold on. Okay. The movie quickly ascended up the Netflix charts when it was picked up by the streaming platform. In addition, she has been compared to that of Johnny Depp for her ability to take on many different roles, including Tara Carpenter in the Scream franchise, Wednesday Addams, and lending her voice to Netflix's Jurassic World Camp Cretaceous, which is shit. As we look forward as we look toward to the rest of 24 and beyond, it appears that Jenna Ortega is poised to continue her ascent in Hollywood. Her involvement in high-profile projects and her growing fan base suggests that she will remain a dominant figure in the industry. In contrast, Rachel Zeglar made it to navigate the fallout from her controversial comments and the shifting public sentiment regarding her roles. Yeah, shut the fuck up and act. You're a fucking dancing monkey. You're an overpaid, glorified dancing monkey. Shut the fuck up and do your job, which is to entertain. This is like honestly the biggest crime that Hollywood has committed in the last like decade and a half is that they have failed to be a source of unification amongst the people, and have instead chosen to take sides and be a divisive, a large divisive element in the culture. I think back to like the 1920s and 30s, back during like the Great Depression. This is back when movie theaters were like in their infancy, and they built movie theaters to be these big, opulent, beautiful structures, and people wore suits and ties and nice dresses, hats, to the movie theaters, to these opulent places. Because back during the Depression, movie theaters served as this rare escape from reality that people desperately needed. It was a chance for people who were financially struggling to feel like they were financially okay for even just a couple hours by being able to cheaply enter a very ornate, beautiful, what looks like an elitist establishment for the sake of entertainment. And at that time, like, Hollywood was a very unifying thing. They created stories and stuff that everybody can get along, could enjoy together. And I contrast that with today, where in times of cultural turbulence, instead of providing an outlet and escape where everybody can kind of come together and get along for a few hours and be entertained together, they chose to take a side and have become a horrifically divisive and destructive force in the culture. And I consider that Hollywood's greatest sin of the modern century. They have a charter, and they failed on that charter. And that charter is to entertain and to unify, and they have failed to do that. And I will never forgive them for that. And that's why I think that Jenna Ortega, and even if she can't articulate it, I think she understands that sentiment. And Zeglar does not. So, I'm glad. I'm glad that Zeglar is crashing and burning and Jenna Ortega is rising. That is a good thing. Because Jenna Ortega seems like one of the few people in Hollywood with a little bit of humility and respect who fucking get it. So, good for her. Alright. We got two more. We got one serious one, and then Nicki Minaj to round it out. Like I said before, modern movies make me wish I had Tannerite. I could feel my teeth. Honestly, I feel like it'd be more satisfying to destroy a TV with a baseball bat or something, or a golf club or something, I don't know why. That seems more satisfying than just blowing it up. Maybe because it's more physical. There's something more satisfying about the physicality of it, Okay, two more stories. Get this. Oh crap! I'm going the wrong way. Here we go. Get this open. Get this open. Okay. This was going to be kind of a little depressing. A failed medical school. This was from the Washington Free Beacon. How racial preferences, supposedly outlawed in California, have persisted at UCLA. Up to half of UCLA medical students now fail basic tests of medical competence. Whistleblowers say affirmative action, illegal in California since 1996, is to blame. Of course, they show a fucking black doctor with cornrows here. I mean, come on. Like, really? Long considered one of the best medical schools in the world, the University of UCLA's David Geffen School of Medicine receives as many as 14,000 applications a year. Of those, it accepts just 173 students in the 2023 admission cycle, a record low acceptance rate of 1.3%. The median matriculant took difficult science courses in college, earned a 3.8 GPA, and scored in the 88th percentile of the medical college admissions test, the MCATs. Without those stellar stats, some doctors at the school say students can struggle to keep pace with the demanding curriculum. Gotta make sure every black person looks like Snoop Dogg. Yeah, right? It's like, just, it's not like it's not like a huge deal. It's just like, I notice that shit and it just annoys me. You know? I don't know how to like really articulate it well. So when it came time for the admissions committee to consider one such student in November 2021, a black applicant with grades and test scores far below the UCLA average, some members of the committee felt that this particular candidate, based on the available evidence, was not the best fit for the top-tier medical school, according to two people present for the committee's meeting. Their reservations were not well received, because God forbid a black man could not be as good at something. When an admissions officer voiced concern about the candidate, the two people said the dean of admissions, Jennifer Lucero, exploded in anger. See, this is that, like, I swear to God, it's a fetish. These fucking middle-aged wine ant, fucking, white middle-class moms get into these places of power. I swear to God, they fetishize minorities to the point where, like, any kind of criticism against an individual that's a part of a minority class, they like respond to that with like a visceral rage. It's fucking insane, these people. It's one of the let's see. It's to normalize a particular look that is predominantly in the hood and makes them look civilized. Okay. They look like lanes on a highway. It's one of those things you can't unnotice afterwards. Yeah, it is. It's one of those. It's one of those little fucking things that, like, once you notice it that first time, like, you notice it every time thereafter, and you can't not notice it anymore. Did you not know African American women are dying at a higher rate than everybody else? Oh my God, I hate this cunt already. Lucero asked the admissions officer. I'm gonna call her the Scario. These people said the candidate's scores shouldn't matter, she continued. God, because we need people like this in the medical school. Literal, hiring for race and not for credentials. Like, oh my, it's like a textbook, actual recorded example. Jeez. Like, we always say like you can't prove that there's that all these racial preferences are happening because it's all subjective and in your head and all this other kind of stuff. And it's just like, here it is, somebody literally admitting to doing it. And they admit to doing it because they're true believers. They really do think it's a good thing to hire based on skin color and not on merit. And it's just like, I'm sorry, but when you build a system that's based on merit, and then you switch to a system that's not based on merit, then you're going to end up with a competency gap. It is guaranteed. And then that competency gap produces a competency crisis if it gets wide enough. And I think that we're on that cusp, if not already past it. Like, look at what's going on with, like, Boeing right now. Like, that company is fucking collapsing. We've got, plane doors falling off mid-flight, insane DEI practices. You got whistleblowers fucking getting murdered Epstein style. Like, it's fucking crazy, dude. I trust a local drug dealer over these doctors. Yeah, like, and that's one of the problems is that I'm sure that there's at least a few doctors who are graduating with like actual like who are actually good at what they are claiming to be and are trustworthy enough, but you can't trust them because they come out of a tainted pool. And it's like you don't know which ones are tainted and which ones aren't. So you can't trust any of them. Back alley doctors might bleed you dry, but at least they try to keep you alive. Yeah, because they want you to be a repeat customer. Even before the Supreme Court's landmark affirmative action ban last year, public schools in California were barred by state law from considering race in admissions. The outburst from Luscario, who discussed race explicitly despite that ban, unsettled some admissions officers, one of whom reached out to the other committee members in the wake of the incident. We are not consistent in the way we apply the metrics to these applicants. The official wrote in an email obtained by the Washington Free Beacon, "This is troubling. I wondered," the official said, "if this applicant had been a white male or an Asian female for that matter, whether we would have not have had that much discussion. Since Luscario took over medical school admissions in June 2020, it takes one. Again, that's how fucking toxic and destructive these fucking DEI people are. It only takes one of these cunts to severely damage an institution like a really, really high level medical school like UCLA Med School. Wonder if the Boeing hitman has gotten a raise yet. He fucking deserves it. He's gotten 2. That qualifies him to be a 00 agent in the James Bond universe. Oh my god. Several of her colleagues have asked the same question in interviews with Free Beacon and complaints to UCLA officials, including investigators in the university's Discrimination Prevention Office. Faculty members with first-hand knowledge of the admissions process say it has prioritized diversity over merit, resulting in progressively less qualified classes that are now struggling to succeed. So now they're talking about yet another bad thing that happens is that DEI sets people up for failure because it puts people in that aren't qualified into positions that they need to be qualified to succeed in. So they're basically set up for failure, which is what they're talking about here. They're now, they're struggling to succeed. It's like, yeah, because they're not qualified to be there. All you're going to do is you're going to cause more people to drop out. And the majority of those dropouts are going to be minorities, the very people that you claim to want to lift up, because you're putting them in positions that they don't belong in. It's ridiculous. Race-based admissions have turned UCLA into a failed medical school. God. It says 2020. It's 2024 now. So in less than half a decade. That's how short a time it took to go from one of the most prestigious medical schools in the world to failed medical school because of one cunt that got in charge. That's how toxic and destructive this ideology is. It needs to be fucking eradicated like a plague. Let's see. Fuck, I lost my place. Oh, there it is. Race-based admissions have turned UCLA into a failed medical school, said one former member of the admissions staff. We want racial diversity so badly, we're willing to cut corners to get it. This is med school. This will result in people dying. We're at the point now we see with the plane manufacturer side and the flight control tower side of things. We're now seeing it in the medical community. DEI is going to cost people their lives. It's inevitable. It's a guarantee that DEI kills people at this point. Let's see. This story is based on written correspondence between UCLA officials, internal data on student performance, and interviews with 8 professors at the medical school, 6 of whom have worked with or under Luscario on medical students and residency admissions. Together, they provide an unprecedented account of how racial preferences, outlawed in California since 1996, have nonetheless continued upending academic standards at one of the top medical schools in the country. The school has consequently taken a hit in the rankings and seen a sharp rise in the number of students failing because basic standardized tests, raising concerns about their clinical competence. God. This is a fucking disaster. An absolute disaster. I have students on the rotation who don't know anything. A member of the admissions committee told the Free Bacon, people get in and they struggle. And we've heard this not just at medical schools like this. We've heard this all the way down to like elementary school. Like, remember like a month or two ago when there was like that swath of viral TikToks of like elementary and like junior high school teachers who were like, I teach 7th grade and more than half of my students, or in some cases, like none of my students can read competently at like a 5th grade level. They're like lamenting about how they're getting kids who are like, they should be at the level that they're at, but they're like literally like 2, 3, 4 years behind in their competencies, their basic competencies. It's like, this goes all the way to the beginning. You know what I mean? Like, we've reached the full spectrum here. We're going from elementary school all the way to like the most prestigious, you know, advanced degree institutions on the planet. Like, the whole system is completely corrupted by this DEI shit, and it needs to be abolished. And the thing is that like this, like people like Luscario here, it needs to be made where like people like this can face severe like criminal charges and put into like federal prison for like the damage they're doing. Yeah, it's awful. It is almost unheard of for admissions officials to go public, even anonymously, and provide a window into confidential deliberations. Yeah, this is how they get away with this shit. Like, they know it's illegal, but they can get away with it because if there's no paper trail, there's no recordings or anything, that you can't prove, like, the motivation for accepting this applicant or that applicant. You know, that's one of the things that makes it really hard to enforce, is that it's all, like, in the people making the decisions head. So you can't like definitively prove something in a courtroom, unless they just outright admit it like they're doing here. Much less to accuse their colleagues of breaking the law or lowering standards. They've agreed to come forward anyway. Yeah, because it's reached a point where people's lives are on the line. Several officials told the Free Beacon because the results of Luscario's push for diversity have been so alarming. I wouldn't normally talk to a reporter, a UCLA faculty member said, but there's no way to stop this without embarrassing the medical school. Yeah. It's unfortunate, but true. I mean, I always say, like, there's, like, two schools of thought in regards to, like, how to reform, like, the academic institutions. One is, like, the Chris Rufo way, which is, like, to reform them from within. And then the other one is the Peter Boghossian way, which is to build a whole new system and let the existing one burn to the ground. And honestly, I'm leaning towards the Peter Boghossian, because like this DEI shit, it's so deep and so pervasive and so ubiquitous across all of these systems that I don't see how you can possibly like disinfect it. But like you would have to gut the personnel, like the entire. You have to overhaul the system and like the structure of the schools, and then you would have to fire and replace all the fucking personnel. And it's like, I just don't see that happening. You know, it's too extreme. Like the only way to do it is to build a parallel system and just let the system die of natural causes. Not of natural causes. Die of a cancer that they've allowed into their systems, which is this DEI shit. Like, I really am, like, I feel like there should be both. Like, they should both of those reform ideas should be done at the same time, but in the end, the one that's going to be more effective is going to be the Boghossian way, honestly. Within 3 years of Luscario's hiring in 2020, UCLA dropped from 6th to 18th. Holy shit. In U.S. News and World Report's ranking for medical research, and in some of the cohorts, she admitted more than 50% of students failed standardized tests on emergency medicine, family medicine, internal medicine, and pediatrics. Jesus. That's worse than a coin flip that your doctor's going to kill you. Guess homeschooling won't cut it here? No, unfortunately, no. Let's see. Those tests, known as shelf exams, which are typically taken at the end of each clinical rotation, measure basic medical knowledge and play a pivotal role in residency applications. Though only 5% of students fail each test nationally, the rates are much higher at UCLA, having increased tenfold in some subjects since 2020, according to the internal data obtained by the Free Beacon. The uptick coincided with a steep drop in the number of Asian matriculants and tracks the subjective impressions of stop Asian hate. They're replacing Asians with black people and we're all gonna die. And the number of Asian matriculants and tracks the subjective impressions of faculty who say that students have never been more poorly prepared. One professor said that a student in the operating room could not identify a major artery when asked, then berated the professor for putting her on the spot. Fucking kick her out immediately. Good. Oh my god. This fucking this disgusting arrogance of fucking college kids is so disgusting. I hate them. I hate them so much. Don't hire college graduates, goddammit. Oh my god. Another said that students at the end of their clinical rotations don't know basic lab tests and, in some cases, are unable to present patients. God, I don't know how some of these students are going to be junior doctors, the professor said. Faculty are seeing a shocking decline in knowledge of medical students. I bet that... Okay, so I've been studying martial arts for like the better part of a decade, and believe it or not, you actually have to learn quite a bit about human anatomy in martial arts. I bet I know as much as these failing students. Like, I know where major arteries are. I know where all the nerve clusters are. Like I know the names of the muscles, most of the bones. I know kinetics and biokinetics and that kind of stuff. Like, you learned all this shit if you study martial arts long enough. It's fucking crazy. Okay, let's see. And for those who have seen the competency crisis... Oh, they just said it! The competency crisis. I fucking called it. I knew they were going to bring it up. You probably know more than these students. Well, I don't know, like, all of the super technical terms. But in terms of just, like, general anatomy, yeah, I mean, I probably know at least as much. Let's see. Faculty are seeing a sharply declining knowledge, and for those who have seen the competency crisis up close, double standards in admissions are a big part of the problem. Oh yeah, like this is Herbert Marcuse's repressive tolerance in action, right? We tolerate all from our side, and we tolerate none from our opponent's side. The blade only cuts in one direction. All the normal criteria for getting into medical school only apply to people of certain races. An admissions officer said. For other people, those criteria are completely disregarded. Jesus, dude. Led by Luscario, who also serves as the vice chair for equity, diversity, and inclusion of UCLA's anesthesiology department. Of fucking course she does. She's not only a diversity hire, she literally works as the vice president for the DEI board. Of course she does. The admissions committee routinely gives Black and Latino applicants a pass for subpar metrics. I'm surprised they include Latino, because we all know that, like, Asians and Latinos these days are basically honorary whites. Let's see. Four people who served on said, while whites and Asians need near perfect scores to even be considered. The bar for underrepresented minorities is as low as you could possibly imagine. One committee. This is the soft bigotry of low expectations. At this point, we need to get rid of the word soft. It's just bigotry. That's what it is. It's like, you are of dark skin tone, therefore we cannot expect as good a quality from you. That's the belief. And it's like, it's like, holy fuck. Like, that's like some of the most racist shit I've ever heard. Let's see. The admissions committee routinely gives Black and Latino applicants a pass for subpar metrics. 4 people. I already read that. The bar. I already read that. The Scary did not respond to a request for comment. Of course not. Several officials said that they support holistic admissions and don't believe test scores should be judged in isolation. That's true. That's true. It shouldn't be purely based on credentialism, but there needs to be a standard level of credentialism that cannot be altered for any applicant. That's what they're doing. That they're applying double standards to applicants on those basic credentials, and that's bad. The problem, as they see it, is that the committee is not just weighing academic merit against community service or considering how much time a given student had to study for the MCAT. For certain applicants, they say hardship and community service seem to be the only things that matter to the majority of the committee's 20 to 30 members, many of whom were handpicked by the Scario, according to people familiar with the selection process. We were always outnumbered, an admissions officer told the Free Beacon, referring to committee members who expressed concern about low grades. Other people would get upset when we brought up GPA. God. Of course, I mean, they're responding emotionally and not rationally because they have no rational argument. All they have is outrage. There was an Indian guy who pretended to be black to get into college. Oh yeah, that's like a common thing now. Like pretty much like it's normal now for like whites and Asians to claim to be like black or Latino on college applicants or gay or whatever, just to have a chance at an interview. That's very, very normal, actually. Let's see. Luscario hasn't been kind to dissenters. Of course not. Of course not, because, again, the whole ideology is authoritarian in nature. There is no room for dissent within the ideology. There's no room for debate, discussion, alternate viewpoints, nothing. It is one way, and anything else is to be purged. This is classic, authoritarian projection. Speaking on the condition of anonymity, 6 people who have worked with her described a pattern of racially charged incidents that has dispirited officials and pushed some of them to resign from the committee. God, dude. She has lashed out at officials who question the qualifications of minority candidates. 5 sources said, suggested naysayers are privileged. Oh my God, it's the same Kafka bullshit. The privilege. You know what? Fuck you. You're at the head of the board. You're the most privileged of them all, you fucking dumb cunt. Implying that they are racist and subjected them to diversity training sessions. Yeah, of course. They throw them into a Kafka trap and then subject them to fucking communist struggle sessions. Jesus Christ, this ideology is evil. It's so fucking evil, and everybody who subscribes to it is evil. You deserve the deepest fucking circles of hell. After a Native American applicant was rejected, like, seriously, like, these people do deserve some of the deepest circles of hell. Like, you do so much more damage to entire institutions and societies. Whereas, like, the shallower circles of hell are mostly, like, damage to oneself or, like, maybe one other person because they're all based around, like, greed or wrath or whatever, or lust, Whereas the deeper circles of hell are reserved for, like, hypocrites, mutineers, that kind of stuff. Like, people who damage societal trust, like, societal level things. And these people are literally doing just that. Like, they actually canonically deserve the deepest circles of hell. Let's see. After a Native American applicant was rejected in 2021, for example, Luscario chewed out the committee and made members sit through a 2-hour lecture on Native history delivered by her own sister, according to 3 people familiar with the incident. Jesus. So now we bring the nepotism angle in there. I'm gonna use this outrage as an excuse to give money to my sister to do this useless 2-hour fucking moral lecture. Oh my god, I thought about claiming to be gay in order to land a job in the U.S. since my resume as a welder isn't apparently good enough. Oh, just claim to be bisexual. Bisexual. If you do bisexual or non-binary, that's the way to do it. So not gay, not lesbian, bisexual and non-binary. That's what you identify as, because you could change nothing about yourself and claim to be bisexual. That's the trick. That's the trick, chat. Oh man. Let's see. No applications were reviewed that day, an official present for the lecture said. In the anesthesiology department, where Lascario helps rank applicants to the department's residency program, she has rebuffed calls to blind the race of candidates, telling colleagues in a January 2023 email that despite California's ban on racial preferences, we are not required to blind any information. They actually tried to repeal the anti-discrimination laws in California just a few years back, specifically so they could discriminate against whites and Asians. Like I said, like this law has been on the books for decades now. There have actually been multiple attempts since like 2000, like the mid 2000s, to actually get rid of the anti-discrimination laws in California, specifically so they could discriminate against whites and Asians. These people are fucking evil. Like there's no other word to put it. Let's say that alone could get UCLA in legal trouble, according to Adam Mortara, the lead trial lawyer for the plaintiffs in Students for Fair Admissions versus Harvard, the Supreme Court case that outlawed affirmative action nationwide. That that could get him into serious trouble. Asking for information about an applicant's race would, when no lawful use can be made of it, is presumptively illegal, Mortara said. You can't have evidence of overt discrimination like this and not have someone come forward as a plaintiff. Lascario has even advocated moving candidates up or down the residency rank list based on race. At a meeting in February 2022, according to two people present, Lascario demanded that a highly qualified white male be knocked down several spots because, as she put it, we have too many of his kind. Your kind ain't welcome here, boy. Like, how is this not just overt, just racial discrimination? Like, it's so blatantly illegal. Let's see. She also told doctors who voiced concern that they had no right to an opinion because they were not BIPOC. Sources said, it's just like, your right to talk, your right to have an opinion is determined by the tone of your skin. Like, God, dude, this is just evil incarnate. And insisted that a Hispanic applicant who had performed poorly on her anesthesiology rotation in medical school should be bumped up. Neither candidate was ultimately moved. Lascario's comments from the meeting were flagged in an email to UCLA's Discrimination Prevention Office, which has received several complaints about her since 2023. Wow, only since 2023? She got in 2020. I'm surprised they only just now started. The office has declined to act on those complaints on the grounds that they aren't serious enough to merit an investigation. Yeah, ask all the people who have been victimized by it if it's serious enough. According to a source with direct knowledge of the situation, the Discrimination Prevention Office did not respond to a request for comment. Of course not, because they know that they fucked up. The focus on racial diversity has coincided with a dramatic shift in the racial and ethnic composition of the medical school, where the number of Asian matriculants fell by almost a third between 2019 and 2020. I'm telling you, man, they treat Asians like honorary whites at this point. I've been saying it for years now, that Asians are just white people to them now. Unless, of course, it's beneficial for them not to be, like in the Stop Asian Hate incident. And that was immediately kiboshed when it came out that pretty much all the people perpetrating the violence against Asians in New York were black people. The moment that happened, the hashtag went away, and the whole thing got swept under the rug. According to a public available data, no other elite medical school in California saw a similar decline. as the demographics of UCLA have changed, the number of students failing their shelf exams has soared. I wonder why. That competency gap, man, it's a bitch. Trends professors in the medical school say are connected. Between 2020, the year Lascaria assumed her post, and 2023, when the first classes she admitted were taking their shelf exams, the failure rate rose dramatically across all subjects, in some cases increasing tenfold relative to the 2020 baseline, per an internal data claimed by Beacon. UCLA still produces some very good graduates, one professor said, but a third to a half of medical school is incredibly unqualified. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. Like, I'm sure that there's a few actually really good doctors that are coming out of this school, but like, you can't trust them because you don't know which ones are the tainted ones. You don't know, and they're the ones getting screwed. You know, their reputations are getting unfairly screwed. The collapse in qualifications has been compounded by UCLA's decision in 2020 to condense this preclinical curriculum from 2 years to 1 year in order to add more time for research and community service. Fucking community service, really? That means students arrive at their clinical rotations with just a year of courses under their belt, some of which focus less on science than social justice. Wow, they actually use the term. Good God. I mean, this is what decolonizing STEM feels. That's what this means, chat. That's what this leads to. UCLA also isn't really a school I have ever advised someone to go to, regardless of their professional desires. Oh yeah, UCLA is probably like one of the most overrated schools in the world. I almost played baseball there, actually. I've read that a lot of American employers don't even hire people from certain colleges. They won't tell it to you out loud, but that is absolutely true, because I know some people that work in Fortune 500 companies that are not low, that are like, they're like middle managers. I even know like a few directors in some like high level financial institutions in this country, and they have told me that, yeah, there are some colleges that are basically like blacklisted because they are so inundated by this social justice, DEI bullshit, that they don't produce good people anymore. And the thing is, even if they do produce some people who are technically qualified, they're the kind of people that will basically form protest movements and cause a bunch of HR, problem with the HR departments and stuff like that. They're basically just like the most insufferable people to work with, even if they're competent at their job. So they just blacklist them wholesale. Over the last 10 years, I've actively encouraged people to go to other schools. I honestly feel like anything that ends in studies at a college should be abolished and replaced with trade schools. Like the gender studies should just be like electrician school, and like, and like, or like fat studies or gay studies or whatever, that can be replaced by plumbing and masonry, welding. Anything like that. Like anything that ends in studies or humanities, just get rid of it completely and replace it with trades. That's what I think should be done. The collapse in qualifications. I already read that. Okay, let's see. First year students spend 3 to 4 hours every other week in structural racism and health equity. Oh my God, a required class that covers topics like fat phobia has featured anti-Semitic speakers and is now the subject of an internal review. They spend an additional 7 hours a week in Foundations of Practice, which includes units on interpersonal communication skills and, according to one medical student, basically tells us how to be a good person. The two courses eat up time that could be spent on physiology or anatomy, professors say, and leave struggling students with fewer hours to learn the basics. God, dude, just nuke it. Just nuke it, man. These fucking things are so far gone. There's no coming back. And again, this all started because one bitch got in charge back in 2020. 3 years, she has completely destroyed this medical school. One person in 3 years. That's all it fucking takes. That's how goddamn evil and toxic this shit is. This has been a colossal failure, one professor posted in April on a forum for medical school applicants. The new curriculum is not working, and the students are grossly unprepared for clinical rotations. Nearly a fourth of UCLA medical students in the class of 2025 have failed 3 or more shelf exams, data from the school show, forcing some students to repeat classes and persuading others to postpone a different test. The Step 2 licensing exam that is typically taken in the 3rd year of medical school and is a prerequisite for most residency programs. Gosh, you know what? I would love to see V comment on this article, because he's gone through medical school. I would love to hear V go off on this article. I almost applied to a gunsmith school before the pandemic and the borders closed. Yeah. That'd be cool, being a gunsmith. Around 20% of UCLA students have not taken Step 2 by January of their fourth year. Holy shit. That's like, God, that's so long. According to the data, the 10% have not even taken the more basic Step 1, an extremely high number, one professor said, that will force many students to extend medical school. Yeah, that ain't cheap. It's almost like it's a fucking conspiracy to keep them around. It's a combination of a bad curriculum and bad selection, another professor said, referring to the admissions processes. Some students are accepted with GPA so low they shouldn't even be applying. UCLA did not respond to a request for comment because they know they fucked up. As medical schools around the country adjust to the Supreme Court's affirmative action ban, the experience of UCLA offers a preview of how administrators may skirt the law and devise public-spirited excuses for violating it. Viscario has told the admissions committee that each class should represent the diversity of California, including its remote and rural areas, so that the rural areas of California are a bunch of fucking white rednecks. What are you talking about? So that, have you been to Barstow or fucking Bakersfield or Victorville? Any of those inland empires? It's just a bunch of white trash. What the fuck are they talking about? So that graduating students will return to their hometowns and beef up the medical infrastructure there, officials say. Race is rarely mentioned outright. Yeah, because it's illegal. I was talking to this before, how like they get around it by like just not recording shit. And unlike the Committee for Anesthesiology Residents, the Committee for Students does not see the race or ethnicity of applicants. Instead, officials say Viscario uses proxies like zip codes and euphemisms like disadvantaged to shut down criticism of unqualified candidates, citing a finding from the Association of American Medical Colleges that technically most students with below average MCATs make it to their 2nd year of medical school. How well they do after that point goes undiscussed and undisclosed. Update on the 24th in the morning. A previous version of the story incorrectly stated that a fourth of UCLA medical students failed 3 or more shelf exams in 2021. The story has been updated to reflect that a fourth of UCLA medical students in the class of 2025 have failed 3 or more shelf exams. Oh, it's getting worse. Great. Man. Isn't part of Cali just the Death Valley? Yes, Death Valley sits on like close to the border with Nevada. Do they measure the diversity of the sand and rocks? Probably. I mean, they'll find any excuse to segregate literally anything, you know? But yeah, this is fucking chilling, dude. Like, this is her, isn't it? Yeah, that's probably her. God, what a fucking shit show, man. Anyway, yeah, that's that. You ever wonder why like the quality of medical care in the U.S. keeps going down, especially recently? I mean, here's your culprit, right here. They're probably gonna panic because they found out none of their rocks are black. Even looks like the type. I know, she totally looks like one of those diversity Karens, doesn't she? She's got the problem glasses, that smug smile. Actually, that's actually like an actual smile and not like the quote unquote smirk. You know, it's an actual smile. And she doesn't have danger hair, so at least there's that. But yeah, she looks like a middle-aged wine aunt. You know. Anyway. Jesus, here's another story I'd like to go over at some point. California Dems unveil bill to keep gender transition secret from parents as state schools districts lose court battles over the same policy. Yeah. This guy is a demon, by the way, Gavin Newsom, governor of California. Absolute fucking demon. The lesbian haircut. Yeah, it's true. This is a guy's haircut, isn't it? It's just like a basic part on the side. Very dapper lesbian hairstyle. Yeah. All right. Oh, look at this. There's been... Wait. When was this published? 23rd? The next day. So they responded. UCLA Medical School denies whistleblower allegations, claims students admitted based on merit. But the numbers don't lie. You know, like, the results speak for themselves. You know, obviously that they're lying here. Oh my god. I want to read this. Define it. We'll celebrate commencement a week from today. There's a significant milestone for our graduating fourth-year students and their families. This week we'll also recognize two GGSOM colleagues who were highlighted in the Los Angeles Times for their contributions. Lead story on Monday showcased Dr. Kalyanam Shiv Kumar's work in creating an ethically sourced anatomical guide. And what the fuck? False allegations about DGSOM in medical outlets and also on social media. We want to reaffirm that both DGSOM students and faculty members are held to the highest standards of academic excellence, except they're not. We know they're not. Highly qualified medical students and trainees are admitted to DGSOM based on merit in a process consistent with state and federal law. Well, yeah, they can't admit to breaking. They're not going to just outright admit to breaking the law. All the thing that the whistleblowers are saying, they're accusing them of doing illegal shit. Of course they're going to say, no, we're not doing illegal shit. Like, this is a non-statement. Like, they're not going to admit to it. They get the whole school shut down. This doesn't mean shit. Again, the results speak for themselves, you know? Anyway, we got one more. One more that just happened today, just a few short hours ago. Then we'll wrap it up. It'll be about 5.5 hours long. That's about right for us, isn't it? Right. Last one. Nicki Minaj's concert postponed after her arrest in Amsterdam. Yeah, I think postpone is a good way to put it. Pretty nice way to put it. The Anaconda rapper denied possessing marijuana after a cop at Netherlands airport claimed he found it in her luggage. Was it in Schiphol? Nicki Minaj's Manchester concert has been postponed after she was detained in Amsterdam for marijuana possession. Despite Nicki's best efforts to explore every possible avenue to make tonight's show happen, the event, yeah, she failed to smoke it all in time. The events of today have made it impossible. We are deeply disappointed by the... Man, I cannot believe that people are still traveling abroad with drugs in their bags and shit. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, you can't put down the bong for like a few days while you're doing your concert? Like, Jesus. We are deeply disappointed by the inconvenience this has caused, Live Nation said in a statement. The concert originally scheduled for Saturday night will be rescheduled. Minaj was in custody of Dutch police at, I called it Schiphol Airport in Amsterdam for hours on Saturday on suspicion of carrying soft drugs, police said, before eventually being released and hit with a fine. Also, she's already out, okay. But before her release, the rapper and singer dramatically live-streamed the whole ordeal on her social media. Of course she did. At least we didn't have to train her for the Merchant of Death, like we did with Brittany Griner. I personally hate when news articles are written like guy wishes he could write a novel. Just tell me the facts, omit all the random things. Oh yeah, dude, like shit like that's why the Atlantic is so unbearably insufferable. Because they have like this fucking narrative prose that they use to write their stories, and it's just like, shut the fuck up. Report the news. Don't tell me a fucking novella. What is it with American celebrities traveling with weed? Yeah, like, you'd think they'd have fucking learned by now. It's like, stop traveling with drugs. Like, it's not that fucking hard. You're rich. I'm sure you can Yeah, I'm sure you have connections that can find you a dealer locally wherever the fuck you're going. You know. it's like these airports, like these airports are installed with scanning systems specifically to detect narcotics. You know, they're designed. They don't just detect bombs. They detect drugs. They detect all kinds of shit. Like celebrities learning. Are you hiding out? Maybe. It has been more than 5 hours. I am kind of loopy right now. With people traveling drugs in general, it's not that hard. Yeah, exactly. It baffles me that people are traveling with drugs still. Like, it's just I can't believe that people still try to do it. Let's see. Celebrity gossip site The Shade Room and other social media users shared footage from the 41-year-old. Oh my gosh, she's the same. She's as old as me. I don't know if that's bad for her or bad for me. Where she recorded a Netherlands officer telling her to get into a police vehicle because they're carrying drugs. The super bass hit maker. Notice how they're like weaving in the names of all these different like hit songs that she's put out because they're trying to optimize SEO. I fucking hate that shit too. When you can tell that articles are being written specifically to target SEO. I fucking hate SEO writing, dude. I fucking hate it. She's in the middle of her Pink Friday 2 World Tour. Oh, how amazing. I'm not carrying drugs. I'm not going in there. I need a lawyer present. I need a lawyer present now. Minaj tells the cop at an apparent airport encounter before asking for the police station address. Yeah, you get your lawyer once you're in jail, sweetheart. You think that a rapper would know that? If you happen to have firearms or drugs or whatever that is controlled in or out around you, buy a separate backpack specifically for travel. Yeah, totally. Yeah. I understand people traveling with guns, they're useful. Weed, on the other hand, well, people don't pack guns into their carry-ons, though. They pack them into their checked bags. So nothing goes in it except the required travel, and it's emptied at a destination and prior to leaving again. Yes. Yeah, it's I don't know. It really, it's just baffling to me that people just haven't fucking figured this shit out yet. I'm not carrying drugs. Yes, you are. I'm not going in there. Yes, you are. I need a lawyer present. I mean, yeah, once you get to jail, you can have a lawyer. You can have your phone call. The officer tells her the station is 5 minutes away and references how she'll get to her quote-unquote next show if they resolve the matter very fast. In another clip, the cop tells Minaj to stop filming him. Minaj also shared footage Saturday morning of herself speaking with a man who appears to be an airline official from inside the police van. The police officer told me we have to offload all the luggage and to search everything of your luggage. I'm so sorry to say that, the official tells her. But isn't that what you planned on doing from the get-go? Minaj asked. Why didn't you guys search it before it went on the plane? They did just a random quick check, but now they want to open it. Again, if you just didn't bring the drugs in the first place, none of this would be a problem. First of all, because you filmed him, the official adds to the cop. Oh, damn. Karma. He doesn't believe that you don't have more with you than what you say. In another recording for the van, Minaj mentions that authorities confiscated pre-rolls from bags that were not authorized to take. And after the security said, oh, those pre-rolls are his, Minaj adds, they're telling me I have to go to the police precinct. Did she literally just say, no, the drugs aren't mine? Yeah, they're in my bag, or whatever, and I don't know where they are, but they're not mine. Gun rights should be universal? True. International travel with firearms is complicated. Domestic travel is a lot easier. Yeah, domestic travel is much easier to do. You just got to declare it. As long as you declare it in your check bags, should be fine. Unless those are diplomatic bags, they aren't outside the reach of search by local police. Yeah. She ain't no diplomat. Let's see. Minaj continued to tweet about the episode. They've been trying everything they possibly can to try to stop this tour. Well, no, they're trying to stop you from bringing drugs into the country, sweetheart. They don't give a fuck about your tour. Minaj even suggested the cops have a conspiracy to stop them to stop the lucrative Nicki Minaj tour. Like, what the fuck? Again, she just failed to smoke it all before she got on the plane. That's all. They're being paid big money to try to sabotage my tour because so many people are mad that it's this successful and they can't eat off me. They got caught stealing money from my travel jets, got fired, got mad, etc. The fuck is this woman on about? What? It's a conspiracy to stop the concert? Yes, the the cops in Amsterdam are in league with the Nicki Minaj antis online Twitter. Like, what? Fucking delusional twat. They try to make me book another jet every time, all because I fired management, who I found out for years were adding on 30 to 50K on my jet and pocketing it. I fired a tour manager recently who was doing the same thing and mad he got the boot. Their goal is to make me late and to pocket 40K. In another post, she used a tongue out emoji. This is Amsterdam, by the way, where weed is legal. Transporting weed is not the same as possessing and smoking it. Weed is legal. That is not. It's not the same. Declares check bag. Ammo not loaded. Most cases they want ammo stored separately. Yeah. You usually they don't want ammo to be in the same bag. They check that it's empty, and again, you just declare it, and it's fine. But yeah, international travel, it's a whole different thing. She's saying all the right things. Does it make sense legally? No. Does it take the attention away from it being her fault? I mean, yeah. I mean, she's saying this stuff from, like, she's not looking at it from a legal point of view. She's looking at it from a PR point of view. Let's see. The U.S. Department of State's travel website notes, despite common misconceptions, marijuana and hashish are controlled substances in the Netherlands, and although not enforced in defined tourist areas, possession is a crime that can result in a fine. It is illegal to take any controlled substance such as marijuana in or out of the Netherlands. Exactly. Transport is a whole different ballgame than possession. So, especially across international borders, for God's sake. Minaj continued chronicling the saga through Saturday, following up with, now they said they found weed and that another group of people have to come here to weigh the pre-rolls. Oh yeah, they gotta see if you meet the what is it, the threshold for intention of distribution. Is that what that's? Keep in mind they took my bags without consent. They don't need your consent, sweetheart. There are cops accusing you of a crime. My security has already advised him those pre-rolls belong to him. Oh yeah, the pilot wants me to take my IG post down. The controversy spawned a viral hashtag on X hashtag Free Nicki. She's been telling us the shady shit happening with the jet and the people she has fired, one fan wrote. I have no doubt somebody set her up. I will be uneasy until the moment we verify for her safety. Free Nicki. Another fan account tweeted, they don't give a fuck about how this shit can affect a person mentally, physically, and emotionally. Well, if you don't want to be affected mentally, physically, and emotionally, don't bring drugs on the fucking plane across international borders, you stupid cunt. I'm sending nothing but love and positivity, positive energy to the queen. I'm praying for her safety. Good for you. Good for you, Nicki Simps. I'm sure you'll get to see her twerk on stage one day. I have a prescription drug that is legal in the U.S. Just because I have a valid prescription that's legal in the U.S. doesn't mean it's okay for me to bring it anywhere outside the country. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like, I mean, her bag, no idea. If it's a security guy's bag, that's him. However, she's responsible for the bags, those on board the flight under pilot, right under the pilot being responsible. Yeah, it ultimately falls on her. You know. It's just, again, this whole thing can be avoided. And again, she even thinks, she says, weed is legal. So just buy it there, you dumb bitch. Like, oh my god. So fucking stupid. It really is sad how, like, retards like this are the ones that society elevates to, like, become, like, mega millionaires and shit. Meanwhile, while the rest of us were doing good, honest work, you know, working our ass off and having a little bit of humility, you know, are left to suffer. Like, I'm so happy that that's the state of the world that we live in. Oh my god. All right. I think that's the end, chat. I think we got pretty good coverage tonight, honestly. Yeah. I think we did good tonight. Scrolling up. Ooh. No, we'll say that for next time. That's not a timely thing. I will repost it though. Repost it, and then we'll hit it on the next one. Because I don't want to end on a I want to end on a funny one, not a depressing one. Okay. Well. That was a good one. We covered a lot this time. This was 5.5 hours. That was a good one, chat. I think this actually might be the longest one yet. Went over a lot of shit. We spent a lot of time on the SUK, that's for sure. But that was a lot of fun. It's always a lot of fun hanging out with you guys on these reaction streams and just crazy news of the week kind of stuff. I look forward to my move happening once things settle down on the other side of the move. I got some ideas cooking. And I want to do these kinds of things more frequently as well. I mean, honestly, the fact that these are taking 5.5 hours, at this point, I mean, we're probably safe actually being able to do it every week. And keeping it to like 2.5, 3 hours, like a normal stream. So that's good. I think it's been a great stream. I'm gonna go crash now. Looking forward to the Black Flag stream. Hell yeah. Glad you can come by, Mark. You have a good, well, it's like early morning for you. So have a good morning sleep. I'll see you on the next one. And the Black Flag stream is probably gonna happen. Since I wasn't able to finish Stellar Blade, it won't happen this week, but the following week, probably. Yeah. But yeah, it's gonna happen soon. Look out for it. And once I get to I'm thinking once I get to my parents' place, probably gonna switch over and start doing this every Saturday. And that way we can make the streams a bit shorter. 2.5, 3 hours every Saturday. I think that's a good clip. And we're getting and y'all are wonderful posting content in the reaction video suggestions. Always appreciated. And you guys are posted enough now where I can do it every week. But I'm not going to start doing it every week quite yet. I will let you know when that happens. But in the meantime, waiting rooms will go up tomorrow, Monday, something like that. Within the next couple of days, waiting rooms will go up. We're just continuing with Final Fantasy, Yakuza. We got Stellar Blade on Friday, the actual finale. And then we'll go from there. So, thanks for hanging out with me. Always a pleasure. I hope you have a good rest of your day or night, wherever you are in this big, beautiful world of ours. And I will see you all. Doing all the endings or just one? Just one. I'm not going to do New Game Plus and all the different endings and stuff like that. I think I got the good ending, though, Outlaw, because I've been practicing. I practiced quite a bit last night and a little bit this morning. And I got it to, like, a cutscene where Lily escapes the robot. I think that only happens in the good version. So, we're just going to do that one ending, though. Unless, Max Affinity. Yeah, exactly. The Max Affinity ending, which I think you can only do. I think that the only way that she can get out of the robot halfway through the fight is if you have max affinity with her. So I think we're good. And honestly, if I can, I don't know how to like do like multiple saves yet. I haven't really played with the save system. I've just been using the autosave. But if I can like save the game, like a unique save that I can load up right at the end boss, and if I can beat the boss like pretty quick within the stream starting, I will try to get the other at least one other ending as well. But we'll see. We'll play it by ear. Yeah. I already signed off. I already did the sign off stuff. So, watch is yours, chat. Always a pleasure. Take care.